Earth and the alleged near vacuum realm of outer space. 2, production of gases at the surface to create our atmosphere is needed. 7:45 p.m. Mush King. 1, semi-permeable barrier between Earth and the alleged near vacuum realm of outer space. 2, production of gases at the surface to create our atmosphere. Recharging, I meant to put there recharging your alleged loss of gases, comma, as opposed to the standard understanding of the law of conservation of mass. So let me just change recharge to recharging. I think those are the 2 things we went over. And if you have any problem with what you said, you can always rewind the live stream and double check that.
Holy smokes! Right, did he claim a semi-permeable barrier?
He totally said that, Alpha. He totally
did. Freaking way.
Oh my God!
Rewind, people. You guys.
He says
it,
no.
Right?
Much Kane.
Okay, refine your claim.
T-Dubs came in. T-Dubs made me say the thing, so I said the thing. It's open. But we treat it, or under certain circumstances, they treat it as closed.
You called it a semi-permeable barrier prior to that.
Oh, we got some people saying
he totally did. He totally did.
We got witnesses, dude.
Well, no, that's when I posed her a question. I said, "Are all containers semi-permeable?" That's what I said.
You asked a question. You didn't say that. That's what it was. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I asked because she was talking about containers. Then I asked her, "Are all containers semi-permeable?" Because she was like, going to science. That's how she knows about. If you look at science, they all say all containers are semi-permeable.
Well, there's a citation that's needed, though. I mean, Okay, so Mary Mom gave you a charge, and that's 2 citations from what it looks like. So you probably need to finish cooking or whatever it is. Anyway, well, I don't know. I guess we got Connie in the chat. And Matt Gruber. Siamese Cat. Thymortical. Some new guys. Amnesia. We got Amnesia in the house. What's up, Amnesia? Yo, get on the mic, man. Y'all get on the freaking mic. Say what's up.
Hello?
What's up, man?
How's it going?
Yeah, good.
Do people just just go AFK in this chat?
Somewhat.
We're here.
Somewhat. Oh, we got Mr. X with the Raiden hat. So, yeah, man. So what brings you to this channel?
Well, I just want to see what's up. Are you into the whole flat Earth thing?
100%, dude.
So let me start by asking you this: why do you think it matters that people know the truth about this?
Well, I mean, in order to answer that, because I value truth, it's of the highest importance to me. Now, I'd have to ask you: is truth of the highest importance to you?
Well, I don't value every truth, right? I don't care what color a certain kind of ant is in the Amazon rainforest. That's a truth, but I don't pursue it.
Well,
obviously,
I mean,
some truths that you pursue and some truths that you don't.
Truth in general would be something that either you can understand to be absolutely true or not. So, I mean, in that sense, you could value truth, and then there'd be like a sliding scale from whatever it is that you think is more important than the next.
Right, so my question is, why do you think that, so I don't mean to cut you off, but why do you think that the flat Earth is a truth that's necessary for people to understand over, like, say, the ant?
Well, it changes a perspective of, like, epistemology, so a worldview. It can change somebody's worldview so much, drastically, that you can think about science and, cosmology, religious beliefs. I mean, anywhere from that to perhaps political. It touches a lot of other topics. So I mean, it's a variable range of different topics that it actually reaches once you actually start realizing that the Earth is not a globe.
Do you think
I can talk about each one if you want, but I mean, I give you a few.
Sure. Do you think it has like a religious influence? Are you religious?
Yes.
Mind if I ask?
Yes, I am.
Would you say? I'm guessing based on majority, you're Christian.
Yeah, well, you think about it, man. The world's majority Christian people, right? I mean, different denominations, but you have like everybody saying that they're Christians, but you got Abrahamic religions that profess to be Christians. But that's the majority of the world's Christians anyway, so yeah, the majority of people would be Christians as well. Yeah, that makes sense.
Are there any other opinions you have that are generally not accepted by the average person? Like, for instance, are you YEC?
No, I mean, opinions are great, but in this regard, we want to stick to the topic, so
okay,
we don't want to veer off too
that's
far.
fine.
Do you have any more questions?
Yeah, sure. Let's get right into it. What are your 3 biggest points of evidence for a flat Earth?
Oh, that's easy, man. I mean, that would
Alpha. Before you get into that, I want to go back to what he said. What the Earth is not the same type of question as what color of an ant is. This is about like where you live. If you don't know where you are, how can you figure out anything?
Yeah, I was just saying this kind of information, this truth defines a perspective of who you are in the world. It really is. It's impactful as far as like what the value of this truth actually means to your life. But
I was just using that as an analogy, right? I can understand why the Earth being flat would have a higher truth value than that of an ant. I just wanted to see where you place the truth value. Yeah.
It's of the highest regard. But I mean, let's get back to the three main evidence or proofs I think that could lead us to the understanding, right? It would be an observation category, right? These are 3 categories: observation, measurement, and a practical use. So these 3 main categories, right, have subcategories. But the main categories would be how we see the world, right? The first one is observation. Now, it appears as if the Earth is a horizontal plane. Of course, land topography, know that. But it looks like a horizontal plane when you look horizontally on the surface. And now, as far as the eye can see, it looks like a horizontal plane. I mean, everybody who even thinks the Earth's a globe will agree with me, because that's the way we perceive it on the surface.
Yes, if you, no one's denying that if you use your eyes, the Earth appears to be flat.
Yeah. But then, okay, that's observation, right? So it just appears that way to us. But then there's measurement, right? So if people are going to say that the Earth measures to be flat, then there has to be a way to establish this. This isn't like you're just going to say the Earth is flat and then walk away, and then everybody's going to be like, okay, I believe and I don't believe. That doesn't work. So observation is one part. But if somebody's going to measure the surface, then they're going to have to establish a way to do that measurement, right? So in order for you to understand that the Earth is truly horizontal, right, like it's a topographical plane, you're going to have to figure out if anybody's actually utilizing it in this way so they can measure it. This actually ties in a little bit to practical use, and which is the third point, and also measurement at the same time. So planar surveying, right, is the number one point that I usually go to. Some people have a different order of how they would say measurement goes, but like celestial navigation and such. But I want to point to planar surveying because it's actually raw data, and it's people using devices to measure across the surface. So they're using mean sea level to do this, right? And a mean sea level just means the average from the rise and fall of tides. So they create a point from that rise and fall of tides, and then a horizontal plane extending outward anywhere from that point. So you have a baseline, essentially, right? Which is considered to be zero elevation. Zero. So you have a base, a foundation for your measurements. So as you extend this plane any direction, it becomes a horizontal plane. So that horizontal plane is not curving. And this is important, right? Because if you're going to have elevation, that horizontal plane needs to be a flat horizontal plane so that you can measure land topography. So you could say this mountain, this hill is, how much feet above sea level or whatever, or something measures to be underneath sea level. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, you need that horizontal baseline. So that in and of itself would be a standard for measuring, right? So the Earth measures horizontally a planar surface. Essentially, the Earth measures flat, right? So then you'd have that baseline in planar surveying to then go ahead and establish how to detail what land topography or elevation change would be from that horizontal plane. All right, so then the Earth measures flat. There's many other instances, like I didn't get into too many because I want to kind of keep it concise. So you can look up planar surveying and see what all was just talking to you about right now. You can get elevation profiles, a lot of good stuff, right? Building roads, canals, sewers, buildings, anything. It's measured off a horizontal planar surface, or excuse me, reference. So you're referencing this planar, baseline, and from there everything can be understood to have elevation. So that's important, right? So it's a practical use, and it's also a way that we establish how to measure on the surface. So the Earth measures flat. So we're going to go ahead and continue to the last one, which is a practical use. I already mentioned a little bit about it, but we also not only practically use the Earth with planar surveying in that way, but we can also traverse the Earth, which means that when people travel over the Earth, right, whether by boat or plane, we're going to understand that the surface that we travel over is also a planar surface. And so when pilots are training, or people that are going to be navigating the oceans, they're going to use the Earth as if it is a flat Earth, horizontal plane that extends outward. And so, yeah, do you want to say something?
No. I was just acknowledging your point.
Yeah, and this is just practical use. And all of this is happening on the surface, mind you. So don't get it twisted, right? Some of these guys, they still believe the Earth's a globe, right? Like some of the pilots. Yet they utilize the Earth as if it were flat and stationary, right? So pilots can actually think of the Earth that way. Even though the pilot still believes the Earth's a globe, they navigate across it like the Earth is flat, right? So they don't have to account for any specific amount of curvature during their flight. If it's hundreds of miles, they don't have to negotiate over any amount of curvature, because that would be silly. Nobody does that, right? So, and of course the escape out of that for a glober's perspective would be because the Earth's too big. You don't treat it like that anyway. But the point is, right, 3 main points: observation, measurement, and practical use or navigation is treated as the Earth is a flat and horizontal planar topographical surface that doesn't move. So 3 main points. And like I said, there's many subcategories to those, and everybody in here probably has a different way to spin that, but they're usually, it comes back to that. It doesn't change, right? So
let's go with the assumption that I agree with all these points. Can you show me what you believe the Earth looks like? Like, how dense is it? How deep down does it go? Yeah. Like these key establishing figures.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about as far as people can actually achieve, whether it's digging into the Earth or actually achieving the greatest heights and altitude.
We have things like the Mariana Trench, which we haven't even gotten close to going down. It's almost a mile. I think it's a mile deep, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's some grand numbers when it comes to that. But as far as that goes, now I'm going to throw some numbers out here for you. They dug down into the Earth about 7.8 miles. There has been, however, I've been looking online, doing some research. There was I think it was a Chinese oil tanker that went a little farther than them, but not too much farther. I think they went like 8-point-something miles down into the Earth. But that's as far as humanly possible that anybody's ever been down. Like, this is record depth. So nobody's ever been farther than that, not to my knowledge. If you can find somebody that's been farther, then please advise. But from as far as I know, did you have a question?
Yeah. So I'm willing to bet that the people who are digging down didn't reach the end of the conceivable Earth, because if they did, everyone would be flat Earth because they would have visual evidence of the end of the Earth, right? Or at least the bottom of the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, but you're talking about depth, right? And I'm only saying,
Yes.
as far as people have ever dug, the depth is only known to be, right around 8 miles, right? Somewhere around there.
So I guess my point is, as a flat earther, you have to concede that you don't know how the true depth of the Earth.
I mean, I don't think anybody does. Let's put it that way.
Well, if you were to address the Earth,
Sounds like that you.
Sorry, go ahead.
It sounds like you think that we think the Earth is a disk in space.
It sounds like. Sorry, say that again.
It sounds like you think that we believe the Earth is the disk in space.
A disk in space. Well, why don't you?
A disk, like a frisbee in space, dude. A space frisbee.
Why don't you show me a picture of what you think it is, just so I can.
Yeah, that's another thing, though, man. There's not an overall world view that we can show you, or a conception, because nobody has that information. Not a single living soul can tell you what the entire Earth looks like as a whole. And this, I'll get into the reason. You're probably scratching your head and be like, dude, we have a globe. We can talk about it, right? So the important thing right now for flat Earth is that we're just describing the surface, right? That's all we're doing right now. So as far as, like, if the horizontal surface extends outward into, whatever distance, we don't know the actual extent of the realm. No one in here can claim that, right? Because that's a positive claim. And if you have a positive claim to say the extent of the realm is this far away, then you're going to have to substantiate it. So none of us have the distance to the extent of the realm that we exist in. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. But here's the other thing too. The realm is contained. I'm just going to go over your head. The realm's contained, so it does have a place where you would meet the container. If you keep going outward, it doesn't go on forever. There's going to be a place where you meet the container.
How do you know that?
Well, I knew you were going to ask that, because we are in a contained system right now. You can keep asking questions. I'll just keep providing as much information as I can. So.
Totally fine. Now let's move on to the conspiratorial side, right? Obviously, you have to understand that some people are aware that the Earth is flat, or at least in some extent, and are trying to conceal this information.
What do you mean? Somebody like they,
so for
them?
Instance, do you think that we've ever gotten into space, just to clarify?
The vacuum of space, no. Well, you can ask questions why, I'll tell you. But I don't know what other
just
questions
to clarify, that means we have not ever gotten outside of Earth's atmosphere?
No.
Okay.
I can explain, but I'll wait till you ask, because I don't know where you're going to go with your questions.
So why did we fake the moon landing?
Fake the moon landing? Well, goes back to the question that you just asked. You can't leave this place. Contained.
But why was it necessary to fake it? What was the motive?
Well, you can think of many reasons, man. I mean, political reasons. You can think of, and that's just like groundswell information. Yeah, just even people who think the Earth is a globe would debate that. They would say, man, they did it because they wanted to beat Russia to space. So they're.
But Russia went to space after them eventually.
Yeah, but you're talking about, like, being first means everything, right? So there's a lot of competition, and it's political. Anyway, but that's a reason. Now, there's many more, right? So, I mean, I could give you a plethora of reasons, but it's not going to give us the vital information of, like, where the really hard knock questions you should be asking. So it's definitely a topic if you want to talk about it, but it's not. I don't think it's pertinent to what Flat Earth is about, but.
Well, it's only pertinent because of the fact that every government in every country that's ever been to space in the world has all came up with the same unanimous answer that somehow isn't the truth. Because Elon Musk has made it out of the Earth's atmosphere.
That's the problem. How do you know they did that? To a place? How do you know they went to a place called outer space and a vacuum? How do you know they even did that?
Again, I honestly have no idea what the answer to that question is, but I also haven't put any time into researching it, so it would be disingenuous for me to answer that question at all.
Yeah, so this is the thing. Like nobody's hiding the flat Earth. It's not hidden. They've offered you a story. Hey, Earth's a globe. It's a ball. We go to space. But yada yada yada. And you either choose to believe it or you don't.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting about what Indio just said, X, is that
Sure.
you wouldn't be able to. In other words, they're selling that story to you, but you won't buy that story unless they give you an addendum to that story. Meaning, there has to be a reason why you would accept or buy that story, and the reason why is because you can't trust your own senses. So you have to first you have to say to yourself, I can't trust my senses because I see the earth and it looks flat. Therefore, my senses cannot be trusted. And so in order for you to say that, you have to think about an epistemology where you can't believe that your senses are operating in a manner in which you can discern what the world is. So you have to, in other words, give that up and then buy the story. Because then if you say, I can't trust my senses, I can't see the world for what it really is, therefore this story must be true. Because I can't perceive the earth like they can, because they left the earth, I didn't, so I have to buy this story because I can't trust my senses. So in other words, it's like before this happens, you have to give up something. Then what you give up is common sense, logic, reasoning, like all this stuff goes by the wayside in order for you to accept that you can't trust your senses and the earth is what they're telling you that you can't perceive it as.
Okay.
Hence, the reason why Indio said that is...
Cool. So let me go into another question then. Do you believe that witnessing the 24-hour sun in Antarctica would prove that the Earth is round?
Well, that's interesting, right? Because if that was absolutely true that the Earth was a globe because they saw a 24-hour sun, let me put it to you this way. Then it would be able to be spoken of in a logical statement, right? So if the Earth was a globe, and because of the sun seeing for 24 hours, the midnight sun, then somebody would be able to put it in a logical form, like as a statement. With, maybe have you heard of a logical syllogism?
Yes.
Okay, so they'd be able to form that statement in a logical syllogism and say, with two premise and a conclusion, that because they witnessed the sun for 24 hours, that the Earth is a globe. Now, how do you think that would go? If you could form it in a logical syllogism, that seeing the midnight sun, or the 24-hour sun, proves that the Earth is a globe. How would you do it if you could construct it? I'm not going to put it on you, but you can take it on if you want. See how it goes.
I don't think I could sit here and make one very well. Again, it's not a topic I'm super familiar with, but I guarantee you if I were to walk my ass over to ChatGPT, I could probably make one.
Well, do it now. I would like it to hear it.
Sure.
Actually, you know what? It's a challenge. So if you can, just get onto ChatGPT, put it in there and see what it says.
Can you just reiterate the statement just so I get it right?
Sure. How the 24-hour sun logically, just say in a logical syllogism, provides evidence that the Earth is a globe. 24-hour sun.
Evidence that.
So it's easy to figure this out another way, right? So if you go, if they didn't see a 24-hour sun, would that disprove the globe?
Yeah.
Ooh.
But make this put two premise and a conclusion. Put that in there to the chat. But don't press enter just yet. Two premise.
So I give a logical syllogism that provides evidence that the 24-hour sun proves the Earth is a globe.
Premise conclusion. Then it'll see the form and then it'll give you the answer.
And P1.
Well, it doesn't see the form, but you know what I mean.
P2. Conclusion. Form. Okay. P1, if the Earth was flat, the sun could not be visible for 24 continuous hours at the poles due to the geometry of the light and sun sight. Geometry of light and line of sight. So I can't read. Mm-hmm. The sun is visible for 24 continuous hours during the summer at the near poles, example, the Arctic Circle. Conclusion, therefore, the Earth is not flat. Its ability to produce 24-hour sunlight at the poles supports it being a globe.
Right. But notice that when you asked it to provide just the evidence that the Earth is a globe, that what did it do? It compared flat Earth to the globe. It didn't give you a logical form in which only the globe was being utilized It gave you something that it put in front of your face, which was flat Earth. So in other words, it's kind of like it's like a mind job. It wants you to think about flat Earth in a way that it's going to discredit it. So it knows that because you asked that question, you're thinking about flat Earth. So the algorithm picked up on that it has something related to do with flat Earth. But it didn't give you a simple and concise way to use premise, conclusion in which the Earth is a globe, just solely that. I just wanted to show you like what happens when you actually utilize ChatGPT in that way. That it's not, it's done.
Do you think that that's due just to the incompetence of the current level of AI, or do you think that's simply because the answer doesn't exist?
No. A lot of people are asking this question. So it's just a collection of data, really. So what happens is because you typed it in there, a lot of people are trying to figure things out. So what it picked up on was the best way to approach this topic, or give it to you in that form. But then it put flat Earth in the forefront. It didn't put your question, which is what you just wanted to know if the Earth was a globe based on a 24-hour sun. It threw flat Earth under the bus. So it didn't care that you wanted to know how the 24-hour sun proves that the Earth is a globe. It just started into, well, the Earth being flat is, like it just, like, don't you think that's curious, at the very least, that it said that?
It's interesting.
What it should have said was...
Because it gave modus tollens. And modus tollens wouldn't make any sense if the conclusion was, therefore, the Earth is a globe. That wouldn't be modus tollens.
The problem is that looking at the sun can't prove the Earth, no matter what you do, no matter how fucking convoluted your construction is, because it's an inference. So you can't prove the thing by looking at something that's not the thing.
Which is also interesting, but yet it still formed it. And it was using flat Earth to kind of, in a way, it was kind of being sly. It debunked flat Earth by using this form, even though it wasn't able to prove the Earth being a globe using this form. Very curious.
Ask it to use modus ponens.
You know, the guy that did that, the 24-hour sun, admitted, quite by accident, that the sun can't prove the shape of the Earth during a debate.
Am I coming through?
Yeah, you're very low, dude, whoever you are.
All right, so can I try to read in more?
Sure.
Sorry, I missed a little bit of that, but I think you're asking ChatGPT for a logical syllogism.
Yes, I specified that, though. I clearly specified I was using AI.
Yeah. So then you can always ask those questions in a different way and you'll get a different answer. So if you were to ask ChatGPT, if someone was to make the statement that the Earth is a globe due to a 24-hour sun, what would be the logical fallacy? And it'll also give you a list of logical fallacies there. So it's very dependent on how you ask the question.
So what I just did is I asked ChatGPT to justify premise one. And would you like if I read off what it said? It went into a little bit more detail, right? It says, a sphere allows for continuous curved surface, which different parts can face towards or away from the sun, depending on the tilt or rotation. The tilt, about 23.5 degrees, caused one hemisphere to lean towards the sun during its summer. Near the pole, the tilted hemisphere, because of the Earth's curvature and the axis tilt, the sun never fully dips below the horizon. It circles in the sky, producing continuous sunlight for 24 hours. Only on a tilted sphere can this combination of partial sunlight coverage at high latitudes and constant sunlight at extreme latitudes logically happen. On any non-spherical shape, especially a flat surface, the geometry doesn't allow all parts at the edge to maintain consistent sunlight purely through tilt and rotation. Light would either be all on or all off across a plane.
Right. That's kind of, it's throwing flat Earth under the bus again. Let's do this, though. Ask it, is this an inference or is this empirical?
Let's see. Is this an inference or empirical evidence? Excellent question. Let's see. Premise one, on a spherical Earth, tilt on its axis, regions near the poles will experience periods 24-hour sunlight. Is an inference based on geometric reasoning. Specifically, it's the deductive inference from the known properties of spheres, axis tilt, and how light travels in straight lines. For premise two, it is empirical evidence. Observation showed 20. Let's see. Going back to it, premise two was Observations show that regions near the poles do experience 24-hour sunlight due to the respective summers.
Yeah, but it's only talking about the sunlight, which is
Correct.
empirical. But the sunlight itself is not the thing that's an inference. The globe is inferred. So if
Right,
you're
because the only thing that's empirical can be directly observed.
correct.
And the claim it can only happen on a sphere that's tilted and revolving around the sun is cap, dude.
You know, I'm
It's just
kind of
nonsense. Because you
glad
could have a
that somebody.
geocentric model, and the sun could move, and you'd have the same fucking thing. So just saying that, it's just whole crap.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad somebody actually is doing this with ChatGPT, because I've been doing this for a while and with the AIs, and I know that just continuing to be inquisitive, you're going to find the answer, and it's going to be revealing, at least to if you're really wanting to know, right? So it's important, right? Because everybody wants to know the truth, and that's, I think, at the end of the day, that's the only important thing. That's what I said at the very beginning, right? Truth is of the highest regard. So if you keep following, the trail, you're gonna find out. Like, there's no doubt about it. But that's up to you. I don't know how far you want to actually go with this, because so many hours in a day. But
I mean, I would assign it a different truth value, but I could understand the reasonableness of wanting to understand this information. I think that in people's lives, things have different truth values, right? Evidently, like, some people care about politics more, so they think it has a major impact in their life, while some people are more conservative in what they think is relevant, meaning what's going on in their direct life. I would probably assign a lower truth value than you, but I still think it's worth looking into. There's all the questions.
That's good. And that's all. That's all we would ask for anyone, because when investigating this, because maybe you just want to take a peek. Let's say, what's going to happen is it's going to get you more interested the more you dig. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not just, maybe right now you don't assign it the value that people have in this room right now, but perhaps it will. Something will spark your interest, and it could be in a different topic, perhaps, and you're going to be like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about right here. And then it's just going to open the floodgates, and you're going to wind up being in this room. Just kidding. I don't know that, but if it is, so what? Like, nobody's actually looking at you like, dude, you better say the Earth is a globe, except for the globies in the chat who are spiraling out of control right now. They're writhing and contorting. They can't wait to get on the mic and jump in the way. Like, basically like a grenade's going off, and they want to jump in front of it because they don't want it to go off on you. They're like, no, I'll save you.
Let me ask
Hold on, you should help him engage his AI, you guys.
Let me ask you I want to ask you a question. Generally, because you said you wouldn't assign a high truth value to this. In general, do you assign high truth value to just existential questions? Like, you consider yourself spiritual or philosophical, or?
No, I would consider myself more agnostic in a sense of belief. I don't necessarily.
No, but do you entertain those ideas? Like, do you think about them?
Do I entertain? I mean, I think people who believe in one thing have a natural predisposition to believe that they're slightly wrong in some sense. People who don't believe in God think that there's maybe a chance that God exists, and people who believe in God think there's a small chance that God doesn't exist.
I'm not talking about specifically God. I'm just talking about existential questions.
I think it's true regardless of the being representative.
Is there meaning in life? Why am I here? Where am I? Like, those
sure.
Why do I exist? To you,
I think that both simultaneously.
How much, I'll say it again, how much of the Earth is curving in this demonstration?
I don't know, my bad, bro. Right.
Yeah,
right.
It is your bad, because you came in here. Yeah.
You guys are right.
It's easy enough for you to describe. It's easy enough for you to describe how the Earth is a globe using a demonstration, but you're going to have to tell us about the details. It's important information to substantiate your claim.
You're correct.
Okay.
In the chat over here,
we're just being logical here, Juicy. We're just
sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. I just see little sneaky comments saying it's okay to interrupt if you're smarter. Is that not very family friendly? That's not very friendly towards my opinions, is it?
The problem we're having, the problem we're having right now is that you can't support the claim with any details to validate this particular demonstration. The demonstration you were talking about doesn't have any details for you to tell us about, so I can't let you.
You know, the thing about Hitchkins Razor, dude, is that Hitchkins an asshole, man. And like, how do you actually like give any metric to what evidence is? He's giving you evidence, and you're just dismissing it.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Evidence would be backed up by the validation of that demonstration, and it wasn't. So you're incorrect.
It's still a form of evidence. You're just dismissing it based on your own assumptions.
If it was a form of evidence, I would admit that he has to show how it is. And if it's not, I could dismiss it as not evidence. Yeah?
Then I reckon you guys should do that instead of just like arguing like this.
Yeah, I did.
A bit boring.
I did. You weren't listening. You just interrupted. You stuck your foot into the conversation without hearing.
Man, I was listening the whole time. What you on about, boy?
So then how did he validate what his claim was, sir? How did he do that?
He's starting to do that, but you're just jumping
let's
down
hear it.
his throat.
All right, okay, cool.
I want to hear him do it too. Okay? I want to hear this flat
let's hear it too. Yeah, let's hear it. Shut your Dorito hole and listen to him.
And don't use Hitchkins Razor, man. Hitchkins weak ass, bro.
All right, let's hear him detail to us the standard. Go ahead, sir. Tell this gentleman how you know the details to validate your claim. Juicy, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Hello?
He wants you to. He said I was unfair to you. Okay, so go ahead and detail to him that demonstration you were talking about. I want you to tell him the details so that you could validate your claim, your evidence. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't have any details at this moment, so I'm afraid
Oopsie. There you go, change.
Damn, I went out of my way for you too, bro. Fucking hell.
Hey, listen, bro. Listen. Yo, listen, bro. Chill.
Well, what you got, man? Now what you got?
Whoa.
Hell.
I'm not providing you evidence. You're not providing me evidence, bro. You're not providing.
I know you are providing evidence. And the part about you providing evidence that the Earth is a globe should be easily demonstrated, and it's not. So that's all right. I got to get going. By the way, I'll just pass it to whoever wants to take over the conversation. Go ahead.
Are you going to a job, or are you going to like your part-time job, or?
No, this is my full-time job. I'm going to my part-time.
Oh, okay. Right.
What I'm doing here is my full-time job. Yeah.
Oh, your full-time job is
debunking Glovers is my full-time job. Yeah, you got it.
Right. And what's the pay rate on that?
I get. Yeah, I was just gonna say. Yeah, I get a cup of Glover tears every day, so that's my payment.
Oh, yeah. I'm crying my eyes out right now.
I know. Elbow's gathering a picture. He's gonna share it with the Flat Earth family.
What's your part-time job?
It's also shellacking Glovers.
Oh, so are you employed officially in any? It's a question. Just I'm not trying to.
Why do you care, dude?
I'm not trying to insult. I'm just curious.
Why do you care though? I mean, are we asking you where you work at, what school you go to? Do you have a girlfriend? What kind of ice cream do you like?
I'm just curious. If it's full time.
This is the guy who wishes he were a soccer player, a professional footballer.
Yeah.
Anyway, I gotta get going for real. So,
all right,
I'll be on listening mode.
Yeah, Juicy, you worship a short little footballer. Relax, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Remember, Juicy probably doesn't know much about flat Earth, so he probably thinks that we claim like a disc in space and all that sort of thing. So
that's fine. I mean, they can believe everything they want. I mean, they have belief that the Earth is a globe. So
I'm trying to be open-minded.
Yeah, but if he thinks that we think really dumb things that we don't think, then he's not going to take anything we say seriously.
Yeah, well, unless you can provide proof that the Earth is a globe, then
guys. I'm just trying to say a point here. I've been sort of disillusioned, maybe by the general consensus. You know, so I'm sort of like
So
Trying to get your
again, general
trying to get your
consensus
takes
thought
on it.
that black people were less humans than Caucasians. Do you still believe that?
I just have a question to that.
Do
So,
you
do
still
you
believe
think?
that? Yes or no?
No, I don't. No, I don't believe that.
Okay,
I'm
so
all
so stop going with
matter of
general
fact, matter
consensus.
of fact.
Stop
Excuse
going with
me.
general
Sorry.
consensus. Listen, stop going with general consensus, and let's
All
talk
right.
about your evidence for a globe.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let's. I'm just sort of trying to build up on your point about general consensus there. So, 200 years ago, do you think humans have advanced for 200 years? Since 200 years? Is a question.
Actually, I think we're retrograding.
Oh, we're devolving. Is that what you mean?
Yep.
So, what about the technology that we've produced?
Let me
We're
ask
getting
you this: how much technology have you invented?
Look, I haven't invented any technology
Right?
personally,
Have you
but
built anything?
just a question. Do you have a flat screen
Have you
TV?
built anything?
No, I haven't.
Especially globe space technology. That one is going backwards every day.
Yep. Can you tell me how in what scenario 50 years instead of going forward, we go backwards? And 50 years ago, 70 years ago, we went supposedly to the moon, but now we can't even do it.
Sorry.
They don't even send
This is
them
like
a
Albert.
tenth of they don't even send
Albert.
supposedly listen, supposedly they don't even send humans a tenth of where supposedly they went.
Right?
I'm sorry, 100th of where they're supposedly they went.
Albert. I'm just confused about a
That
little
calculation is even wrong. It's a thousandth.
something doesn't align with what you were saying. So I asked if humans were evolving and you said we weren't. So you're
Yes.
telling me 200 years ago when we thought black people were an inferior race, we were highly evolved there back then?
Oh, people were more intelligent. Yes.
We're not intelligent.
People used to study a lot more. They used to
Oh,
look
yeah,
into
yeah. So
information more.
if they
Nowadays, everybody
studied a lot
just
more,
stuck in a phone.
so
Just
if they studied a lot more,
dude, if you ask let me ask you this:
you're trying to just listen, bro.
no, no,
You're
hold
not
on. Let
even
me ask
hearing
you
me out.
this.
You're not even hearing me out, bro.
I
Oh
mean,
my
but
god.
I'm trying to give you an example of how people are less intelligent than before.
Bro,
Where,
listen, bro.
what country you're from?
My origin or where I live.
Origin.
I'm from India.
Right. So, pretty sure you know what's the capital of Sydney. Sydney, Australia. I already
Capital
told
of
you the answer.
Sydney.
Australia. It's Sydney. Sorry, I said that question backwards. What's the capital of the United States?
It's not Sydney. It's not Sydney.
What's the capital of the United States?
Right? Washington D.C. Is it not? Hello?
Bro, what's
Yeah.
the capital of Australia?
What's the capital of Australia?
Canberra.
It's Canberra, man. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
Canberra, not
Sydney.
Sydney.
I said Canberra. I never said Sydney.
Yeah, yeah. So people are devolving.
Which
And
is
you
you.
think that water curves somehow?
Excuse me.
Back in the days, people knew that water did not curve.
Listen, Fry. You cannot be insulting my race when you're trying to prove a point here about your. I think that's being kind of counterproductive if you.
Well, you're trying to say that people are evolving but what I'm saying is people are being less. They're more being programmed than actually learning or being learning new things.
Yeah, you also cannot have juice on a globe. Juicy. You cannot have juice on a globe. Sorry.
Wait, just a sec. I'm not trying to get my I'm trying to get my race insulted over here.
Well, you kind of started it. You're the one that's being counterproductive.
I'm not talking about race at all.
Oh, I know. I'm talking about your counterproductive beginning of the conversation. You were taking a poll of who's at work, who isn't at work, who's retired, who's this, who's that. I mean, what are you writing a book?
We're talking about basic evolution, and if you guys think that we are devolving.
Why are we moving on to evolution, dude?
What are we evolving into?
No, sorry. I'm just trying to understand, right? If you guys think humans are devolving, right? And 200 years ago we used to read more, right?
Yeah, now they put Katy Perry in a rocket, and everyone goes, "See, we are in outer space."
She's an astronaut.
Yeah, the material has been dumbed down that they're presenting to the masses to keep them believing they live in outer space. People's discernment levels and ability to just even think to evaluate things that are shown to them is on the decline.
Why are we talking about
people have never been more gullible?
That's pretty profound.
I mean, look at your moon landing cartoon they showed you last year.
Yeah, but I mean, we're still on Glover evidence, and we still have not find any. What's up with the evidence? Juicy.
Right, that's what I'm sort of asking about. My perception of flat Earth currently is that it is a
You're
distant
trying
space.
to ask us the question, but you're trying to show us evidence of this globe you said you have.
Okay.
Nobody claimed it matters not your uninformed rationalizations about this.
I just want to know what your theory is, and I will not.
Doesn't matter. Well, the thing is this, man. If you can show us, you believe in this thing that they show you on TV, that picture you supposedly had pictures, but we need to know if you know how the Earth was proven to be a ball, or where is it that you can show us that where you see the curve of the Earth.
I don't know. Okay? I don't know.
So then it's just a religious belief.
No, I'm trying to expand my mind here. I just want to know your beliefs.
Oh, I mean, this as this consensus. I'm not trying to tell me. Then it's a religious belief because you're accepting something without evidence.
So you're saying the belief that the Earth is round is purely based on faith?
Belief is synonymous with faith.
I'm trying to move on from the Earth is round part to more of what you guys think, and I'm really kind of curious about what your theories are.
We don't have theories.
I'm keeping an open mind.
We don't have theories. Theories is an idea.
Or have you proved the Earth is flat?
It's been measured. It's flat. It's measured flat. People navigate it as flat. They aviate as flat. We built it as it's flat.
You know projection? Do you know how sailors navigate the oceans? The Indians navigated oceans. You know how they did it?
Yes. Yeah. So celestial navigation. Yes.
Yeah, and also things with compasses, which use the magnetic field of Earth's spherical shape, and the Mercator projection.
Oh, you think it was because of the Earth's spherical shape?
What part?
Yeah, how do you do celestial navigation?
Celestial navigation, it was done numerous ways. In the modern day, we use simple triangulations using what's called a Mercator projection.
Hold on. There's a problem there. If you're using triangulation, you can't have a round triangle. The base of the triangle has to be flat.
So the corners can still be at 90 degrees.
The
See,
base of
regardless
a
if it
triangle.
doesn't necessarily have to be exactly flat.
Oh, really? So
Triangulation.
how can you have a 90 degree with a curved surface?
Well, in terms of the actual signals hitting each other, they're going to be straight. I mean, we're not
How
talking about
can you
signals going over
have
the actual surface
how
of
can
Earth.
you have 90 degrees with a curved surface?
Oh, no, I agree with you, but that's not what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm talking
So
about
then
radio
you
signals.
need
They don't
a
adhere
flat
to the surface of
surface.
Earth.
So you need a flat surface to be able to create a triangle and triangulation.
Not necessarily. I mean,
Really?
if
So how are
someone
you
can
going
go
to
to
get
a
the actual
mountain,
degrees to a star without a flat surface?
I mean, there's a quick Google search we can do, which will, I'm sure, give
Oh,
me
so
some
you're gonna
mathematical
Google it,
formula.
right? So with a curved
Yeah, because we
surface.
live in a modern society where I can Google things if I have a question about them, which obviously you haven't been doing, because I'm sure there's a very clear answer online about that question you're asking right now.
So ask Google, can you have a curved surface on a triangle?
That's not the
A
question.
base.
I was explaining in terms of radio signals.
Ask it if you can have a base of a triangle that is curved.
No, they won't all be at right angle degrees. They won't all be 90 degrees. It doesn't work. It's actually how we measure. I think it's how we measure
You
the.
don't have a right triangle with being 90 degrees. All angles being 90. You have one angle being 90.
Yeah.
Right. So can you have curve anything on a triangle be curved?
I'm confused what the question is. I'm trying to understand. See, you can't have 90-degree angles in a curved triangle. No.
Right. So can you then if we're doing a 90, then the surface can be curved, can it? If you're doing triangulation.
Well, let me have a look what Google says.
So the ships are navigating over wavy yet flat seas. You can run around a track. Yeah, just because you've run around a track, does that mean you've run around a ball?
So did he leave? No, he's here. So Brewski, present evidence of a ball. It's on you now.
Evidence that the Earth is spherical.
You didn't say the Earth was spherical?
I mean, present evidence that the Earth is a ball. I mean, if it's a ball, it's spherical.
Yeah, so present it. Oh, I thought you said you didn't say that the Earth is spherical. I thought that you're saying you weren't making a claim.
Oh no, the conversation we're having is how can anything be triangulated if the Earth is spherical? Therefore, you can't make right-angle triangles. But when you do triangulation, it's normally over short distances, a few kilometers. So the curvature is minimal. So I guess these triangulations, they are approximate. That's what the conversation was.
Oh, so now it's approximate, but you swear it up and down that they use they navigated through a curved surface somehow. I mean, I've never seen curving water when water's at rest. I mean, yeah, there's
I was
waves.
referring to the Mercator projection. That was a completely different conversation.
Yeah, there was a certain bluster 2 minutes ago.
I just have a bit of a question here. Sorry to cut you off, broski. Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
you.
Okay. I just want your thought on something I was just thinking. If you attach like a camera to like a helium balloon, a lot of helium balloons, and you see that camera and it goes really high up in the sky, to the firmament. You know, if you guys believe what the firmament is.
You mentioned the firmament.
I believe in the firmament. I wasn't asking about your beliefs. So if
Hold on, do you think there's a firmament on the globe?
Yeah, obviously, clearly.
Where is that in their model?
Right?
Where is that in their model?
The same model where the flat Earth is.
No, on the heliocentric model. They have no barriers.
Right. I was
You
just
could
having a
freely
bit of a
go
joke.
to.
I was just
I
having a bit of a
understand
joke
that.
there. I was just having
Right.
a bit of a joke.
He's coping. He's coping.
Yeah.
My bad. I am coping. I'm just having a bit of a joke.
Can I debunk your entire argument, please? There's a pressure gradient which makes Earth a closed container.
My question is, so if you attach helium balloons to a camera and you look at that camera later on in that footage, is that and it shows curvature. If you go really high up in the sky, how do you explain that?
I think take a look at the chat. I'm pretty sure people are posting a bunch of high altitude balloons. Picture.
Sorry?
It's actually called a Snoop Dogg fallacy, going really high.
It's true. That's Zemzi's fallacy.
I didn't get an answer to my question.
Well, can lenses not create curvature? Juicy, messy.
So, thank you. I've always wanted to be messy.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, that's an option. Yeah, that's an option for why that curvature could exist. Lens.
It's called barrel distortion.
Can you let me search up what barrel distortion is.
Barrel distortion. And Broski.
Why is there no barrel distortion where land is?
Oh, there is definitely barrel distortion when land is.
You take a standard camera.
If you get who sent a standard camera? Hold on. Who sent a standard camera? Every time they sent one up is usually a GoPro. Anything with a wide angle lens. And you can see it a few feet off the ground. You start seeing the distortion depending on the way they actually depending on how much of a wide angle lens it is. There's some that have had
no one has ever sent. Sorry.
There's some all cameras create barrel distortion. There are some I forgot the linear lens, but it still has minimal, but still has some barrel distortion.
Any curvature of Earth is a result of barrel distortion. Is that what you're saying? That we see on camera?
Cameras create barrel distortion. That's 100%.
Yeah, I said it gave an option. He was saying, "What's up if I have curve for my high altitude balloon?" And I said, "Well, that's an option."
Broski,
that
how high does an high altitude balloon go? Do you know?
Are you asking me?
It's Broski.
Why is that relevant?
Well,
what are you trying to
there is a relevance to that question.
They don't go high enough to see Earth's curvature. I can say that.
100% correct. Matter of fact, there's a mathematician, he's a planetarian mathematician that says that not even from the ISS you should be able to see the curve of Earth.
Okay. You send me the article? I would love to see it, bro. I've never heard this.
It actually has a video just actually explaining all this.
I want to see the mathematical calculations.
Yeah, well, you go talk to him, but he's given a presentation to some people in a planetarium. I don't know if anybody can look that up. Usually, Indio has it somewhere in his YouTube.
So that YouTube section. So How is there not any curvature seen there? YouTube video.
Say that one more time.
Dwayne Kellum posts these videos. On the video, high altitude balloon 15 with the infrared camera. How is there no curvature shown there? Hello?
For some odd reason, the phone is very my Discord is very wonky. So on my phone, so my chat's not really updating sometimes.
Well, because the Earth is flat. The Earth is not a ball.
The Earth's curvature from a plane.
There is curvature seen in that YouTube video there, which is very scientific.
Hold on, broski.
Yeah. What's up?
What would you say? What was your question, broski?
Someone made the claim that the Earth is obviously flat. I said you can see the Earth's curvature from a plane.
Okay, so
no, my lord. Well, now you're claiming a tiny Earth.
Hold on.
Can I control V into the chat this image?
Broski. Just a few minutes ago, you just said you can't see it from a high altitude balloon.
Not distinctly.
But you can see it from a plane?
Not distinctly. Yeah, let me show you the photo. It's not very
This
distinct.
guy's like the king of doublespeak, or talking out of both sides of his mouth, or maybe he just has amnesia.
Yeah.
You can see those.
I mean, how do you even answer that when that's the sequence of what he just did? I mean, what's going on? He doesn't even hear himself doing it. You can clearly see.
My character.
Come on, bro.
We're resorting to that, I see.
No, well, you're resorting to going to a lower altitude to see the curve more clearly.
No. I
That's
never
what
said
you're
that.
resorting
I say it's
to.
more distinct from a higher altitude.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, let me send the photo.
What you just said was it's not that distinct. When he reminded you that you said that you couldn't see it from these high altitude, yeah, you said it's not that distinct. And then you go, hey guys, if you're on a plane, you can see it.
Yeah, not distinctly.
Why bring it up?
I'm emphasizing a point. I'm emphasizing that we can see Earth's curvature.
Well, then the point you're emphasizing isn't the point you were hoping to emphasize, because you just gave another example of where you don't see the curve.
I mean, it's very hard to see Earth's curvature from a commercial plane.
You just brought it up. What the hell's going on here?
I'm going to show you a photo. One second. I cannot find this.
Listen, if you're claiming to see the Earth's curvature from 35,000 feet, you're claiming a tiny Earth. Complete the circle of this curve you're saying, and then the city you're beneath is what, going to take up 1/3 of the Earth's surface?
Yeah. It's a 2.5 degree angle.
He's not even listening. Good luck, Alba.
I'm sorry, I sent the proof. Is that good enough there?
No, dude, it's one ear in, one ear out the other with you.
This is now proof. He definitely hasn't listened to a word you've said.
All right, what do you want me to speak to you about?
Never mind. I'm just reminding you that you just jumped in and said, "Hey, if you've ever been on a plane, you've seen the Earth curve." And then I kind of asked you about it. You said, "No, you don't really."
I never said you have. I said you can. You can see an outline if you look hard enough using a wide angle.
We just talked about a high altitude balloon being 130,000 feet. How high is a plane flying?
30,000 or 40,000 feet.
Right. So way lower.
Yeah.
And you believe that you could see the curve of the Earth, and then you just show me a picture that clearly has barrel distortion.
It says it used a wide angle lens, and I think it even specifies what
exactly the point. What does wide angle lens do? And wide angle lens have barrel distortion.
Let me double check that.
No,
I think it was actually the opposite.
No, bro.
So, sorry guys, is this like a 24/7 kind of thing, or?
Yes, you come anytime, and we'll be here speaking about the Earth.
So this is like this is like your full-time job, for example.
Yes,
Yeah, we all get paid. Yeah, all got national insurance. Yeah.
We all
A
get
dental
paid in
plan.
Clover tears.
Yeah.
As a fellow unemployed,
We're not employed. We get paid by Flat Earth. What are you talking about?
it's very funny.
Yeah, no shit. What do you actually fucking want?
Right? You repeat that?
What do you actually want?
I'm just saying, as a fellow unemployed, I'm just sort of on the internet, and I will pop by later on.
Okay.
Yep. I'm gonna miss you guys.
You're a smart ass, Juicy.
Go get a job. I'm not going to even think about you after you've gone.
Oh, Jedi. Why not? I thought I made a bit of an impact.
No, you ended
it's part
where
of
you
their
started.
ideology. You can't really change the way they think. I mean,
I'm not trying to change anyone. I'm not trying to change anyone. I'm just trying to.
Well, no offense, bro. You kind of highlighted to the whole class that your thinking is completely wrecked. You can't even keep track of your own words and claims.
Whoa!
Not you, Juicy. You can't even keep track of who I'm talking to. I'm talking to the other guy. Remember, Juicy, you came in here being a smart ass, and then this guy held your hand and cheerled and took the baton from you because you failed. Anyways, carry on. Didn't you hear Didn't you hear the contradictions in what the other guy was saying, Juicy?
No, I did, and I just don't agree with him. Honestly.
Okay.
Hey, Indio, you there?
Oh, damn, bro.
Yeah. What's up?
Indio, what's that planetarian guy with the math with the I know you used to have it on your YouTube. Last time I went there, I couldn't find it.
Oh, the Larson.
Yes.
Paul Larson.
Paul Larson. Yes.
Yeah. He was a finalist to go to Mars. So NASA had a little competition. Who are we going to send to Mars? He was like in the final 5. Needless to say, none of them have gone yet, or are ever going to go. But it's great. Great press, I guess.
Guys, I'm also once again just gonna announce my departure. I hope you guys remember me. Yeah.
All right. Oh, Broski left too. Huh.
I hope you guys will.
I'm a good one, man. You're welcome here anytime, man. Good talking to you.
Yeah. I felt
See if
very
you can find any glow
welcome.
proof when you on your off time.
I'm not trying to waste my time and stuff like this. This is your full-time job, not mine. Sorry?
Yeah, go watch more TV. That'll solve it.
Yeah, bro. No, because I live in my mom's basement. Yeah, so yeah.
Your entire worldview comes from the screen. Stop lying.
Right?
What do you want us to say? Please don't leave us. Holy.
Yes. I want you guys to let me say.
It's a waste of time to observe reality. Like just keep watching your screen, brother. Just keep watching your screen.
Oh.
Look, do you think you can answer what the shape of the Earth is from inside your house?
Alpha, I'm gonna miss you, bro.
Oh God.
Hey, sooner or later, we're all gonna be fighting for the McDonald's applications. Are we not? I'm laughing as well because
Speak for yourself, dude. I have marketable skills.
I just saw a video of a lady that unwrapped a burger she's had in her shoebox since like 1978. she unwraps this hamburger and the French fries, and like no mold, no, it's not rotten. It's a wow. Just like I've heard stories about it, but I was just like, wow,
Guys, yeah, but
freaking 60 years.
You think you can only be rich if you believe in the globe or something? Is that like a requisite? Like when you open a bank account, they're like there's a little checkbox. Do you believe we can go over flat Earth? And if you check flat Earth, they won't open the bank account.
Hello.
What up?
Hey, India. You there? Is India here or no? No, you might have stepped away. And then Alpha's on mute.
I mean, I'm here. I'm just, I don't want to take up all the spotlight. I want other Globers to be able to talk.
Indio's here. He's just here. Probably just got.
Anyone in here think it's density that causes things to go down?
That what? What'd you say?
Anyone in here thinks it's density that causes things to accelerate to the ground?
That is lack of black and white important.
Trying to figure what you mean by that. You think?
Does anyone in here think density is the reason things accelerate towards the ground?
I heard what you said. I'm just trying to think. How is that what you think?
No.
Oh. Is that what you think?
Doesn't cause anything.
Is that what you think we think?
Would I be asking the question? Does anyone think that? If I knew you think that?
And why ask that question?
Yeah. So then why ask?
Because I don't know what you guys think causes things
I know.
to accelerate to the ground.
I know. I'm not saying that you do or don't know, but that's why I said, do you think that we think that? Not doesn't matter if you know or not, but is that what you think we think?
Some people have said that in here.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody say that density causes things to fall to the earth.
I have heard that in here. I definitely have heard. So I'm not saying everyone believes that, but people have said that in here.
Okay,
That
so
density causes things to fall to the earth.
Yes, flat
yes,
earthers in here
Yeah,
have said that.
then you're misunderstanding the person.
yeah, that just doesn't even make like how can that make something fall? Or is that what you're asking? Is that what you're trying to? Do you want like an explanation from someone else's
I
thoughts?
think it's a pretty simple question. Does anyone in here think density is the reason things accelerate towards the ground? I think it's a pretty easy question to understand.
Yeah, I guess nobody in here does because no one has said yes.
Okay.
So I think that's the answer you're waiting to hear.
Well, I mean, it'd be better if people would say like, "No, I don't think that."
I mean, well, let me help you. Everybody with the chaos on the mic.
I mean, everyone doesn't have to talk at once. You know.
Someone say my name.
Yeah, I was calling you earlier, India. I was wondering if
Yeah, I was on a phone call, so I'm here.
no worries. No worries. I was saying that if you were, I was going to ask you if you saw that video that Peter made and tagged me, you, and Alpha.
Oh yeah, I haven't watched the video, dude. I'm not listening to him freaking. I watched like 30 seconds of the first one, and then like I ain't watching this. Oh, dude, I can't say the word. Starts with an F and ends with a G and has 2 G's in it. Let's put it that way.
I got you.
I ain't watching that fucking shit, dude.
I got you. No, I added that Sarah McLachlan "Arms of an Angel" song to it. It's funny. I put it on my TikTok and also on my X.
Dude, I was like, listen, I'm like watching it, right? I'm like, man, why is this dude got the camera all the way on the ground? And I'm looking, man, I'm like, that ain't like that dude put the fucking camera on the ground so no one knows he's like 5'3". That's some bullshit, man.
He's hiding
No,
his
seriously. Yeah, dude, I think he's hiding his height, dude. 'Cause I looked at the chair, I'm like, that chair ain't that big. And then I'm like, okay, but see if his feet touch the ground. They barely touch the ground, and I'm like, what the fuck? The dude's like 5'3". He put the camera on the ground to hide his height. I like fucking Batman detective, dude, for camera shots, like especially people like him because he's all dressed up, right? That was it. Like he thought about that. He didn't just like, oh, I'm gonna make a video. I'll just throw the camera anywhere. He thought about the whole framing. He probably spent like 6 hours trying to frame that whole thing.
He put the globe next to him. He set up a desk.
Yeah, made sure the lighting was right, got the right angle. Like he was doing all sorts of shit.
You know, I think you're onto something. He might be small because he looks small in that chair. It looks like, you know, like when you put a kid in a chair and the kid's small in it. You know what I mean? Like, it does kind of look small in it. That's funny though. Because no, go ahead. I get what Alpha was saying. How it's like it's sad. I kind of feel bad for the guy.
Yeah, dude. Like you said, he looks small.
Hey Nate, who did you hear say that density causes things to fall to the ground?
This was a while back, but I'm not lying. I'm not saying anyone here. I really don't remember the name. It might have been Nathan. I don't think I was talking to Nathan Oakley about this. I don't want to point anyone out.
I do
that's
think
why
it's
I'm
just a
not sure.
misunderstanding of the conversation, to be honest.
I do strongly remember we were talking about gravity, and then their explanation was, well, it's density, not gravity, and yeah, that's kind of how the conversation went. I don't remember who it was.
No, I get. No, I hear what you're saying, but I think it's you're just misunderstand. They're just saying that it's density and buoyancy and stuff like that. That's the reason why. Like this thing's more dense than this, so that's why it goes down. Like I think that's probably what they were saying. Whoever was saying it.
Yeah, I think that's a misinterpretation.
But that's not what causes. Like it's not. There's you can't say what caused it. We don't know. But I guess that's where the argument comes in, right? Because you guys say we know what does that, but you're just saying that. Like, you don't know that. And then gravity is just a word. You can say, snowflakes does it. It's just a word. But you're trying to claim, or Glober will try to claim, this is what caused it. Like, you don't know that. And there's no valid experiment that can prove it. Because there's
I just want to ask you what you think causes it.
Gravity. I don't think scientists can prove gravity right now, but I do believe them. Obviously, I can't prove it.
Right. Well, that's kind of that's why this exists. That's why there's this two sides of a coin where Globers believe in gravity, and that obviously there's a lot of Globers that still believe mass attracts mass, even though that was proven to be, even in your own paradigm, they proved it, quote unquote, to be wrong. It's still a falsehood. That's like a falsehood, debunking a falsehood. But I'm just saying, you guys are just stuck on this whole thing, and this is why this argument is always here.
What do you mean they proved it wrong?
So, like, they use mass attracting mass. They use mass attracting mass. That's the claim, right? That's the falsehood. And then they use another falsehood, bending of space-time, warping and bending of space and time. So they use one falsehood to debunk another falsehood, but they're still both falsehoods. You get what I'm saying?
No, they also say
they also say the cause of the effect. Like, from what institution did this testing? I'm curious.
What? Einstein? What do you mean?
You're saying Einstein contradicted himself then?
No, dude. See, do you even know the paradigm, bro? Okay. Who came up with mass attracts mass? Let's start there. Who did that?
Was that Newton?
Okay. So then, and who came up with the bending and warping of space-time?
That would be Einstein. But
okay. So then Einstein said, no, guys. It's not mass attracting mass. It's the bending and warping of space-time. And there gave birth to the theory of relativity.
Sure, that's fair.
That's why you have. That's why.
What Oxfam's trying to tell you is they're incompatible.
Okay, that's fair. We didn't understand it well during Newton's time in like the 1600s or whatever. I think science is constantly evolving, right? It's constantly improving upon itself. So I can accept that Newton was probably wrong about a lot of things.
They didn't use science.
But I guess my issue is, did we prove that gravity is wrong now? Like, what institutions that are respected by like the general public has now? That's kind of what I got from saying.
They've never proved it was right.
I know they never proved. I know that. I know that about gravity. We don't understand it all. Or at least that's what they say.
And I'll tell you why. Because if you ask them, what's the experiment that causes like an object to fall? No one can say. No one can say what that experiment is. They conflate the cause with the effect. Right?
Well, my question is,
what causes something to fall? Gravity. How do you prove gravity? Drop something. That's circular.
My question, though, is from before with, I can't remember who said it, but that we proved that gravity was actually incorrect, or understanding of it. That's kind of what I heard, but.
No, the description of what, like, falling objects do, that is correct. That's little g. You don't need a theory of gravity to determine that. You just need to drop shit and measure how it falls.
I know, but I think an important claim was made before, saying basically that our own scientists disproved gravity, and I'm just curious if someone could lead me in the direction of where I can find that. That's what's important to me. I want to.
It's not proven.
I know. Well, they were saying it's wrong or whatever. That someone said that like 5 minutes ago or so. Not even.
Yeah,
the real problem is it's not a scientific theory. That's the problem. It's just crap.
Right. Well, I know. But what's important to me is now hearing this from people who believe that the Earth is a globe, and that's basically the claim I heard, is that people who are scientists that have been saying the Earth is a globe are now saying that gravity isn't real or whatever. I'll go back.
Dude, yeah. They admit it's wrong, right? So they admit it's wrong at large scale. They admit it's wrong at small scale.
Sure.
Right.
So can you point me in the direction of them admitting that?
Well, I mean, they're still like looking into it, right? So one of alternate theories. Well, if you just type in like Google, right? Type in alternative theories of gravity, and you're going to get like 100, and they all technically work, right? They all make like the same predictions, but they have a different fundamental premise, right? They're founded on different principles.
Okay, so then we're going back on that statement. Then that the people who said that gravity was a thing are now like. I mean, it sounds like people claim that the people who are claiming that gravity was a thing is no longer a thing now. That's kind of what it sounds like, or what it sounded like from the person before.
No,
so I'm
what
kind
you
of scattered
said
around.
was
This is the problem with so the reason we're having a problem with the discussion is because conflation of the cause with the effect. We know the effect. We can observe things doing all sorts of things, right? We make the observations. We can plot them on a graph. We can do data fitting. We can make kinematic models. We can make dynamic models that fit the description, so you can make predictions. But the explanations behind these descriptions, why any of that happens, all of those don't have any evidence to support it. Just because you have a mathematical description and you add a story to the words of the mathematics doesn't validate the explanation is true.
That's fine. I think we're talking about different things though, because I heard a claim
Because
before
all you're saying
that
is it worked.
I heard
you understand what I'm saying? You're saying it works, so it must be true. No.
I'm just asking about where the evidence is that the scientists who originally said that gravity is a thing are now walking back on their statements.
there's no scientists that
Dude, that's easy to find, dude.
Oh, okay. So then
I'll give you an example.
Wrong.
Eric.
Well, we can talk about other stuff, but I was just curious about the scientists walking back on their statement of gravity.
Well, I'm going to give you a specific guide, specific theory, right? That is being farted around in the mainstream. So it's called emergent quantum gravity. Is the name of it.
Emergent quantum gravity.
And the name of the guy touting this theory, his name is Eric Verlinde, like Verlinde, Verlander or something like that. And it's kind of a heterodox theory. I'd say maybe, hasn't like the problem is the ability to test it, right? So a lot of these have to be able to test the theory. So there's lots of theories, so like a lot of them aren't testable. Even the current ones are not testable.
Yeah, so I was saying that no scientists because they're not scientists. They're theoretical physicists and astronomers and whatnot.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just curious about the they that walked back on their statement. That's what I want to look into.
It wasn't a walk back. It was
or just said that it was false.
I'll give you an example where it has to be false, right? Where the current theories have to be false, and they know they're currently false. Is the rotational curves of galaxies, which is why dark matter exists. Dark matter exists is because the theory is 80% wrong.
Dark matter exists because their theories are wrong, you said?
Yes.
How is that the case?
Because the galaxies should be rotating at a certain rate, and the rate at which they're rotating, based upon the visible mass, it would fling off stars.
Why should galaxies rotate at a certain rate? Because
if you have a mass, right, you can calculate how fast it should rotate from the mass. How fast the outer star should be orbiting the galactic core based upon their mass.
The rate in which something orbits around another mass is dependent on its size?
Depending on the mass.
I don't... Do they even make that claim about our own planets?
Yes. It's a mass velocity relationship, right? So check this out.
It has no bearing on the distance that the object is from the mass that it's rotating around, you're saying. So it doesn't matter how close an object is from the sun.
The speed that you're going determines how far away you are from the center of mass. It's completely a velocity equation. So if, say, the ISS You think it's going 17,000 miles per hour, 250 miles per hour. If it's sped up, it would be in a higher orbit. If it slowed down, it would be in a lower orbit. So they can measure how fast are these rotating.
Right.
Okay, they're rotating this fast. The only way they should be held in their orbit, right, at this distance from the galactic center, is if there's this much mass, right? And they go, fuck, dude, that mass ain't there. We don't see it. You go, okay, there must be some dark matter there. This extra mass that no one can see.
I don't think things orbit around an object based off of its mass, though, solely. It definitely. I'm looking it up now, too. So I'm seeing, at least the scientists are claiming that Mars, of the 8 planets that we recognize in our solar system, is the second least massive. But Mars rotates around the sun the 4th fastest out of the 8. So that's not a direct relationship of mass and speed, the object that it's orbiting.
4th fastest out of the 8, and it's the 4th furthest away.
It is the second least massive and is the 4th fastest to orbit the sun.
And the 4th furthest away.
Yes, sure. But we were talking about mass, though. I said, yeah, distance matters too, but what I was just hearing was the mass of an object is dependent on its speed only, not its distance.
Well, it has to be the mass. It has to be the mass of what it's orbiting in its mass. Because the formula, right? What's the formula? G times n1 times m2, mass 1, mass 2, divided by r squared.
Squared or whatever, yeah.
Yeah. So the mass has to matter.
I agree, the mass matters, but yeah, no, the distance matters too. So I guess that's why things have different rotational velocities.
Distance is determined by the velocity and the mass. Dude, this isn't like debatable. You can just go read up on it.
The distance that an object gets locked by another gravitational pull is dependent on its mass. I don't think there's a direct relationship to
mass and velocity. I said it like 5 times.
Oh, mass and velocity. Okay, mass and velocity. Okay, that's fair.
I told you that you look at the rotational curves. How fast is this star going around the center of the galaxy? Oh, it should be going this fast. We see it going this fast. Well, if it's going this fast, then there has to be this amount of mass holding it to the galactic in the galaxy. They don't see that amount of mass. They see it 80% less than what they should see.
But couldn't the other variable that changes why it's moving at that speed be the distance that it's orbiting around the sun or whatever object it may be orbiting around?
Yeah, but that distance correlates to a rotational velocity.
Yes.
Yes, and that rotational velocity is too fast for it to be at that distance.
Okay. Could you point me in?
It should be. It should be
on this?
flung off, and I mean, you could. Even for this, the wiki page would even be good enough. This is not controversial. This is what their modern cosmology believes in. Not.
This is how they quote.
This ain't my idea. Yeah, this ain't my idea.
Yeah, this is how they quote unquote discovered dark matter, right? Because there's a problem with the mathematics.
Yeah, every time something's wrong, it's a discovery. Didn't you know that?
Yep.
We discovered our theory is wrong. No, we discovered a new feature of our theory. It's like Microsoft. It's not a bug. It's a feature.
It's ironic. when you look into it.
Say moronic. Yeah, I agree. Moronic.
Yeah, it's the gas it doesn't naturally clump, right? It doesn't need just come together, and then the gravity from the gas and stars, it isn't enough. So then they just like invented this mass to plug, that void, and they called it dark matter.
What about the ether? The ether.
What about it?
I think it's pretty similar. Like you said, I kind of know about it, but not really. If I would know really about it, I would be there.
Oh.
I guess the question too with that is what makes it wrong? Because I don't know too much about dark matter, but is it a theory right now that it's dark matter, or is it?
It's just you can get free energy by magnetism, and then you can operate that. We could say by doing it by buildings, and with some, for example, it's called orange mercury as well.
What?
Yeah.
No, that wasn't answering our friend's question.
Well, he spoke about black ether, or black matter. Sorry.
Dark matter.
Dark matter. Sorry. Yeah. So it's kind of you can create that by magnetism energies, by the power of the magnetism. Such an abstract thing to understand, but once you see it, you can understand it.
It's just something that
dark matter is a gap filler. It's something they thought of to kind of explain why things don't add up. So they can kind of throw it wherever they want and say, oh, it doesn't work because there's this much dark matter here.
I think the important question is how they discovered that,
Well, okay, it's not something that's discovered. It's something that's theorized because they realized that there wasn't enough gravity from the things that they were. The way they say that gravity works and the way that time and space is bending. So just like Theo was saying earlier, like there wasn't enough. So then they had to create, like they theorized, oh, well, there must be this invisible matter that we can't see because it has to make sense in their paradigm. Just like,
well,
go ahead.
No, sorry. I mean, I understand your point is really nice, but my point is it's kind of different. It's about like gravity is like a theory created to make people believe about the globe and about the space. Like in past terms, we could say that thanks to the gravity, like thanks to there is no oxygen outside in the space, the water in the water can stay stick into the globe. Because if you throw water into a sphere, it doesn't stay stick to the globe. So they say that there is no oxygen outside that can help the water to stay stick to the sphere. It's a bunch of fucking fake theories made by that.
Hey, today's a real problem because if it was a vacuum,
who's everyone's favorite bodybuilder in here?
Water boils in a vacuum, brother. Forget the sticking; it would never be there in the first place.
Yeah.
You can prove it like with an anvil. That's how you say anvil. You put anvil into mercury and it doesn't float. So that proves there is no gravity that like they tell us. Of course, you throw an object, it goes down, but
it does float. You got it backwards.
Yeah, it does.
This is a weak ass straw, bro. This is weak.
No, man.
Yeah, except it's partially submerged. So why is it partially submerged?
Well, it's a long thing, but it proves that there is no gravity as they tell, because the anvil, because of the volume and the mass of it.
Yeah, no, the anvil and the mercury still get submerged despite the mercury being more dense, right?
Wow. But it's still not dense enough, though. Right? The anvil.
It is not. Well, it is not. I agree. It is not.
Because if it was, it would sink. If it was, it would sink to the bottom. Okay, like putting a bowling ball in the pool.
Yeah,
that's what they say. Same as 4 to 5 kilometers, you will see curvature. There is none.
You're roboting, bro.
Complete float on top of Mercury. It wouldn't displace it at all.
You're roboting for most of that.
Yeah, man. Can you say again?
Yeah, if there isn't another force acting on the anvil to cause it to be partially submerged, and if there's only density, then the anvil would float on top of the Mercury. It wouldn't be partially submerged at all.
That's what they say. That's my point. You know, same with the curvature. To 3 to 5 kilometers, they say that there will be a curvature, and there is no curvature. They impose a lot of systematical things to measure, and it's not like a clear one. You know what my point?
Well, it's explained. It's explained as the reason why you're talking about, Darkin, is there's a pressure that is pushing down on things, right? Pushing down on you, right? That's what they tell us, right? We live in
the G-force as well,
where there's a pressure all around us, right? A pressure that's created by the gradient, by the way, in a container, by the way.
In a container, because there is a dome.
And now we're back to
pressure. There is a dome, bro. What about Fishbowl project? What about high jump?
Yeah, what about the pressure that we breathe?
The pressure that we breathe? Nah, man. Well, that's different.
Yeah.
Hold on. What about all the astronauts who have?
Hold on.
Tell me.
Trying to help you. I'm not going to be able to help you if you keep talking through me. You're missing the point.
Tell me.
Yeah, I will. So we're breathing gas pressure, aren't we? What's the cause of pressure?
You asking me?
Yes. What causes gas pressure?
That wasn't in the fake flat Earth script.
Is the amount of the heart pound.
Energy.
Say that again.
Sorry, my English is not like crazy good. You know, it's my third language or something. But I'm saying
You tried to say that last time.
It's like the amount of the blood of the heart who pumps.
What?
Oh wait, what? Yeah. You're saying the cause of the pressure, but you don't say about the earth.
I'm talking about gas pressure. Any gas pressure.
Okay. I thought you said about humans, you know.
What's the cause of gas pressure?
It's all about particles holding in a container.
Bingo. So we have gas pressure. That means there must be a container to cause the pressure. Cool.
Yeah.
Where's the container
the volume of the container as well?
The atmosphere.
Or we increase the temperature as well. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, we do. We did it.
All right.
How come the higher pressure air isn't shooting up to the lower pressure air?
You can thank physics for that, mate.
Yeah. Go on.
Are you asking me or who? I study marine biology, bro. I just know physics like basic physics and normal physics, bro.
Why is the higher pressure air not shooting up to the lower pressure air above?
Can I answer this one?
I thought high pressure goes to low pressure.
The answer is it does. That's why there's gas pressure up in the sky, because it does do that.
Funny, I'm on the ground right now. There's lower pressure air above me.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, bro. What about the ground under the sea?
Lower pressure.
Okay. So you're asking us what causes graduated pressure. Okay. First,
I'm asking why is the higher pressure air not going to the lower pressure air in your container? In your container, why is the higher pressure air not going to the lower pressure?
Yep, I get it. Thanks. So you're asking what causes a gradation in pressure. Okay, first answer is going to be
no. I'm not what's causing it. I'm asking why is the higher pressure air not going to the lower pressure air?
How and why? Yeah, how and why? Yeah, what causes it? Why does it do this? Fuck's sake. First of all, you're going to need a fixed volume for the gas to press against to achieve pressure. Then you're going to need mass put in and taken out of the system, and you're also going to need energy, temperature within the system.
Who's your
I have a
favorite
question for that,
bodybuilder?
though. Can you manipulate that? Do you think that in these days we
I
can
didn't
manipulate
hear
that?
a reason as to why the lower pressure air isn't shooting up to the higher pressure air. I didn't hear any reason in any of that.
Because of the energy within the system.
I explain. Why is the higher pressure air not going to the lower pressure air?
Can I try? I'll try.
Yeah,
so, since Earth is a dynamic system, all of the air comes from the ground, right? So there's air coming up from the ground constantly.
Good point, brother.
Well, since there's always more gas on the ground, there will always be more pressure on the ground because that's where the gas comes from.
You're not telling me why the air isn't equalizing in your container.
Yeah.
Oh, because it's a dynamic system.
Dude, he did.
You're forgetting about plants, bro. About the plant as well.
It's a dynamic system.
Yes, as you said. Yes, he didn't listen to you, bro. It's a dynamic world. That's why the pressure is like that, man. He literally explained to you, and I'm a Spanish guy.
Okay, you're done with talking. Okay.
No, he's not explaining to me why he's not explaining.
Yeah, it was explained. You're just playing pretend. That's what you're doing. No, you're playing pretend.
No, I'm not.
Steelman, what he said
No, I'm
to you.
not.
Steelman, what he said to you.
That air is being created in the lower parts, which is why it doesn't equalize in the higher parts.
Okay, it's being created at the so there's a source.
That's what I said.
There's a source where the air is created. Obviously, there's going to be more air at the. Like, say you have a hose spitting out water, right? And it's diffusing, like in a spray. Obviously, the density or the pressure at the hose tip is going to be higher than away from it. Obvious.
Does air get diffused into the ocean?
Where do you think oxygen from?
Does air get dissolved into the ocean? Does air get?
Yes.
So air gets put into the ocean. So that's going down, right? That's going down.
No, it gets dissolved.
Not up.
It gets dissolved.
So the air is going down into the ocean.
No.
You know, you can carry water, right? Carbon dioxide, soda water, right? Dude, you can't be that stupid. You really can't.
Where do you think oxygen?
Yeah, you're saying, yeah, the air is going down into the ocean.
No, where do you think oxygen is produced? Where's oxygen produced, dude?
I think someone's produced.
Is he roping for everybody else?
Yep. When you look into a bottle of soda, do you see
stars? I said stars produce the oxygen.
No, phytoplankton in the sea produces oxygen. It goes up.
Wait, no. The plankton are taking the oxygen out of the water.
No.
They're not making it.
No, wrong way around. That's where...
they're taking it out of the water.
You require citation for this.
Okay, plankton aren't plants, dude. They're not doing photosynthesis.
Yeah, plankton take the... Yeah, the plankton are taking the oxygen out of the water.
Okay, are they emitting any gases?
Yeah, sure.
So
but they're getting it from the water.
And those gases are probably being dissolved back into the water?
Maybe some of them are. So maybe some of them are, floating up to the top. But the fact is, Air is constantly getting diffused
Do you know
into
how
the
chemical?
ocean.
Do you know how
So that's
dissolving into
air.
liquid works?
Somehow, air is still getting diffused into the ocean, and that's air going down.
But you know what dissolving is? What that means? Physically?
I'm not saying dissolve. I'm not saying dissolve.
But that is.
I'm
But
saying
it is
diffuse.
being dissolved. But it's being dissolved.
No, it's dissolved.
It's being dissolved. CO2 gets dissolved into the
No,
ocean.
it's not.
Yes, it does.
gets
It depends on the
diffused.
temperature. No,
Sorry, I have
dissolved.
to ask him again. Go
Dude,
ask him again. Sorry, India, go.
No, I'm just saying, dude. Dude's just okay. It's not my fault. You're ignorant. But gases get dissolved into liquids. Okay, and how much it's dissolved depends on the temperatures and the pressures.
No, all gases come from the ground, the surface, either the ocean or the ground.
What I'm talking about is there's going to be a constant dynamic system where sometimes the gas is being dissolved, sometimes it's being released. Absorbed, released constantly. Depending on the temperature, pressure, other factors, right? Currents, you name it. It's a dynamic system. Dude's asking why, hey, well, why is the pressure equalized as if the whole system is static and closed? It's not.
Yeah, it's kind of funny too. Like
So why is the gas going down into the water?
he already
It's coming up out
Nobody
of the
said it was
ground.
going into the water. You said that shit.
Yeah, because it is.
Where's gas produced?
Then why is it going down into the water? Why did you? Why, if you think that, why did you ask us?
Oh, I think that's really more because of So I'm trying to talk. Yeah, I think it's because of the molecular connections, like the nuclear bonds that the air forms with the water molecules, and that's how it gets diffused, like for carbon and oxygen and stuff. But why the air is there? So, like, I mean, that's really gravity that causes it. It's the nuclear force that causes that before any of this other stuff.
You were a robot. Where is gas produced?
All over.
So all over the ground.
Stars.
Sorry.
Stars.
Let's be more specific. Where on the Earth is gas produced?
All over the place.
What, up in the sky?
I mean, tall trees produce gas. Yeah,
The trees up in the sky?
Yeah, there are trees in the sky.
Or are they at surface level?
I'm looking at a tree right now. The leaves are in the sky.
Listen, I'm going to lose my patience. The tree's growing out of the ground, isn't it?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, good. Okay, so is the gas being produced in the sky, not by a tree in the sky, the sky?
Is the gas being produced by the sky? No.
Cool, awesome. Will we agree that the gas is produced within and on the surface of the Earth?
The majority of it, yeah.
Yeah,
the majority
of it, yeah. All gas is produced by trees, biological and chemical cycles,
all gas is not produced by trees.
Animals, biological life on the surface of the Earth. Or a bird might fart. There you go, that's in the sky. It produced gas in the sky. So the gas is produced on the surface of the Earth. It goes up to fill space. No, it goes up.
Gas gets produced in space too.
So gas is produced by absence of anything?
Huh?
You said space.
Yeah, gas is produced in space.
Okay, if you're going to talk about your story about things that are exploding in space, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the gas on the Earth.
You asked me where gas is created.
Yeah, on the surface of the Earth. That's where it's produced and reabsorbed. So there's going to be more gas pressure where the mass is being produced and reabsorbed.
And why is it not equal? In your container? Why is it not equalizing?
Okay.
You already got the answer 5 times now.
Yeah. So for the 6th
No,
time,
because you're still not telling me why it's not
Oh, we
rushing
did.
up. It's
You
still
don't
not telling
understand
me
the
why
answer.
the air
That's a you
pressure is
problem.
not constantly rushing up.
Yeah, we
No, because you're not
told
explaining
you
it. You're not telling me why air is
I
not
did.
constantly being pushed up. Like, no, you're not.
Yeah, I did.
Because we are constantly in a dynamic system. Temperature is never equal in the entire volume where those gases are. So it's because it's a dynamic system, it won't equalize.
Look, this is just a golden stick, right? This is the
Would it try to equalize though? I understand you're saying like it never will equalize, but would it try to equalize?
Yeah.
Yeah, the day where they will.
Okay.
The day when.
It is one of the ways it would try to equalize by having the higher denser air rush up to the lower denser air?
Yeah, the day when it's not anymore a dynamic system, yeah, it will equalize. When the temperature will be homogeneous everywhere, so every gas molecule will have the same temperature as the other gas molecule, yeah, it will equalize.
No, I'm asking if it's trying to currently equalize right now.
Dude,
it's thermodynamics. My goodness me, it's thermodynamics, yeah.
Okay, so why are we not seeing like constant air?
Hey, listen.
No,
Hey,
we're not.
My God.
Yes, we are, dude. It's constantly happening. It's
No, we're not.
Now
Yes,
somebody
we
else
are.
is jumping in. What do you think wind is?
Gotcha, bitch. Yeah,
Thank you. I was going to say
no,
wind.
not
I was
really.
going to say that. Thank you.
No, because then, wind is air pressure moving from higher pressure to lower pressure. Why is there not constantly a wind of the higher pressure, lower elevation air being pushed up against the lower air pressure above it? No, there's not.
Oh my gosh, bro. Listen. There's constantly, it's dynamic. So it's constantly going from one to another. But ultimately, you're actually helping our argument or our position because you have to understand that this dynamic system of that even taking place is only because one, we're contained. And then when the air is going up and then it's dispersing, but then it gets to a point where now it's so far from the ground, and then all of a sudden you have this beautiful thing that happens to where all that it creates this gradient. And you're saying, why isn't the bottom air rushing to the? It is rushing up. That's what's creating the gradient that we see today. Because then you have even the higher you go up, the colder it gets, right? So the molecules are less excited and then they're slowing down. So then when they're slowing down, then that's why you have a thinner air because now there's less of them. And then it goes back into the dynamic system that comes. Dude, what are you talking about, man?
Finish him. All right, so this container, it must be touching the ground at all points to seal in everything, right?
The ground.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, like this container that you guys are talking about, it has to seal all this air in. So like it has to be like meeting the ground and completely like solid, right?
It's a container, yeah.
Okay,
yeah. Okay. So why have we never found it?
Maybe we have.
Oh, really?
I don't know. We're talking about hypotheticals. You're saying no one's ever found it because no one's told me on the 6 o'clock news. Maybe somebody has found it. They just ain't told you. I don't know.
Well, check your double standards also, because you haven't found curvature or found gravity, but now you need to find the container.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cavendish experiment. Just sharp, vivid horizons on the ocean. Ships disappearing bottom up. Reciprocal zenith angles. Higher mountain peaks appearing lower in your view. then
All those are
Willard
just
Nelson and the
validation for
P.
flat Earth.
What else? What else
That's
is
not
there?
Yeah, welcome to flat
I
Earth.
mean,
Yeah,
Welcome
one
to
at a
flat Earth.
time. It's not
all those things
scattergun.
represent a globe.
No,
There
no, no.
is a
No, it's not.
scattergun now.
No, it's not.
All those things just represent.
No, no, no. No, it's not. No, it's not. You think when you would just rush in that list, you would just run with that? No, no.
Lines
We can break down that
as you
shit
go
one
from
by
the
one.
equator.
No, it's not.
There's
So
that.
welcome to flat Earth.
What else? I mean, how
Yeah,
many
welcome
more
to
can you
flat
do?
Earth. Just for flat, in flat Earth doesn't exist on a globe because the globe doesn't exist at all. So those things are just in your imagination. It's not something that you can validate.
I mean, sure, you want to say that.
So seeing a boat disappear isn't finding
Yeah.
curvature, ding dong.
And sure, you won't understand that because of cognitive dissonance. It's something normal. I won't expect
Incredible.
more than you.
Longitude lines isn't fighting curvature either.
Dude, I can't believe you just used reciprocal angles for fucking proof of a globe. That's ridiculous.
Longitude lines converge as you go from the equator, which
Dude, I know
only here.
I can't believe
geometry. It's just geometry. It's just geometry.
No, how do you know that on the Earth?
How do you know that? Yeah, it's just geometry.
No, we understand the
No,
geometric.
it's been measured. Okay, it's been measured.
With what?
Oh, with it used to be with
in your dreams.
It used to be.
You don't even know what
It used to be with.
what they represent.
It used to be done with things like chains. Now it's done with more fancier stuff. We use satellites,
More
we use
fancier
GPS,
stuff?
GNSS
Yeah,
receivers,
the stuff that you get from
we use
Narnia.
total stations.
Fantasy stuff? The one that you get from Narnia?
It's not fantasy.
Yeah, fantasy stuff that you said. Huh? Yeah, more fantasy stuff.
No, not fantasy.
Yeah, it's something fantastic.
No, this is
fantasy word.
Yeah,
This isn't productive.
He doesn't even know what a longitude line is. He doesn't even know what it is.
Yeah, shoot your tennis ball.
Yo. Who's everyone's favorite bodybuilder in here?
What?
Sister.
Who's everyone's favorite bodybuilder?
Obama. Like building bodies, like
Yeah.
Your sister.
I got a decent amount of bodies.
Oh, mine's Mr. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh. Who?
Heard of him already.
I give that a 0 out of 10.
This dude, he was already debunked on half the shit this morning, just like NBC reset just now.
There's a term we've come up with, folks. It's called claim stacking. That's exactly what you just saw in 4K there. I'll post an image in the chat.
This dude don't even know the claim. He just knows the title of the claim. He didn't even read the article.
I mean, I was asked for all the different things that represent the spherical Earth, and I just listed them.
No, you weren't.
So,
No, you weren't. That's not what you were asked.
You don't even know. You don't
absolutely.
even know how they represent.
No.
You don't even know how they represent anything you said.
You said I need to find the container, which is a weird double standard because you've never found curvature, you've never found gravity.
No, we have.
No, you have. You just said both going over the horizon is finding curvature. You sound stupid.
Not really.
Yes, you do.
No, not really.
Hey, Darkin, you don't even know what reciprocal zenith angles are, bro. Like, why do you keep misrepresenting it because McToon said it? Like, he don't know either, dude. You guys are both cooked. Like, do you understand? Hold on. Do you understand that reciprocal zenith angles? Do you understand that they are just opposite in orientation when you're doing a survey? Like, dude, you say you're a surveyor, and how do you not know this? They are just opposite in orientation to where together they should make 180. Now, the problem that they do though. No, dude.
No, but
they
don't.
always. Hey, listen. They always make 180. Hey, do you just shut up and listen?
But they don't.
Listen.
But they don't.
Holy fuck, dude! Just listen. They always make 180 when you physically have it transferred. Okay, when you physically do it. Okay, not fucking the when you say they don't is because when they formulate. So when they go, oh, we're going to add our Earth curve correction, then that's going to be greater than 180. But you have to realize though, that is something that you add. You formulate that curve. You don't measure it. Because when you accurately do it, right? When you actually set it up and actually transfer those, it will be 180 without pencil whipping it. And what you guys don't get is that, okay, so let's say that is obviously not going to be perpendicular to each other because you're establishing they're on different elevations. That's why you have a reciprocal angle.
Different elevations.
Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Let me tell you.
Well, like,
yes, that does matter.
elevations.
Yes, that's
they absolutely do not.
Dude,
they do not.
How are you a surveyor?
Matter.
How are you a surveyor? You don't even know what the fuck you're doing. You don't even know what the fuck you're doing, bro. Listen, when you have an angle from point A to point B and it's different from B to A, that's called the reciprocal zenith angle. So like, and they're together, like ones that, I don't know, fucking make up a number, 92 fucking 0.3, right? And then that means the other one, the other angle is going to be the equivalent to where it's going to equal 180 overall. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. And you say you work there. Let's say it's 87.7 degrees on one. That means the other one's going to be 92.3 because together that makes 180. But that's how you're establishing that change in elevation. So you can literally do the math and figure out the elevation. You are not a fucking surveyor. You're a fucking pretender clown, bro. You're just getting exposed right now. And the point is that if you were to take those level. The two theodolites that are set up that you've created a 90-degree position to once you establish level, then what you would do is if you took benchmarks from their eye, okay, from their lens, okay, and you transferred those lines horizontally, then because you're setting them both up at 90 degrees, both of them they would be perpendicular because you create a square, if you will. You can, but that is to show you that's still parallel. Your baseline is still there according to elevation. So you can't say the reciprocals. You don't even know what the fuck that is, bro. But McToon and those other fucking morons keep saying, "Oh, reciprocal zenith angles prove a fucking globe." No, they fucking don't. You don't even know what the fuck they are, dude. They're just. You're wrong, dude. I'm getting fucking frustrated. I gotta go on mute, bro. I'm about to fucking sock a wall.
Fatality.
Flawless victory.
Bro, this is crazy, dude. Who's next?
Yes, sorry if that whooping and that cooking shut down the room for a second, but maybe and there needs to be a moment of silence, maybe just that way that everything I said marinates, and even the Globers can be like, wait, hold on, okay, I get it. Maybe, I don't know. I know all the flat earthers understand. Like, we get it. Like, you guys fucking don't understand what that angle is. You're idiots.
In boxing terms, he worked him into the corner and you just unleashed a deadly combination on him, and we all just dropped our jaws. It was awesome, man.
Falcon punch.
And bro hit him with the Falcon punch. Damn.
I'm just honestly, I'm just getting frustrated, bro. Like, I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to pull away from flat Earth for a day or something because I'm tired, especially, or maybe just this guy, like him and other Globers that are just they say it with such confidence, and it frustrates me more, Duncan. You fucking have your little picture of a guy wearing a fucking construction vest. You come in here and say you're fucking working for a surveying company, and you don't even know what the fuck that pisses me off, dude. Like, because that is just being you're spreading disinformation, dude, and that's not cool. Like, you need to be called out on that and like check. Like, dude, shut the fuck up already. McToon too, with his dumbass fucking. He doesn't even know what the fuck. He never set up a fucking theodolite in his life. He's a fucking idiot. You just guys just got to stop fucking making those false claims, dude. You have to understand what that angle even is. It's just the opposite position to where it's making 180. Why the fuck would that be? Look at the definition, you dumbass. Look into it. Go read your fucking book. They're not saying, oh, they come up to greater 180. No, they fucking don't, you idiot. They're always equating to 180. It's when you fucking mark it down and then create a curve that isn't there, and then you don't call that a reciprocal zenith angle. You guys are all just fucking wrong, dude. I'm tired of it. All right, my blood pressure's going up, bro. I gotta chill out.
Do we?
Champ,
What do you guys think? Let him respond or move on?
give him the opportunity, I guess.
All right, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah, so in his little speech, he said that even if one angle is 87.5 degrees, the other one would be 92.5. If that was the case, then those 2 points would be at different elevations, meaning you don't need to do the test at the same elevations. So he proved himself wrong.
No, you fucking idiot. Oh my God. That's why I swear to God, dude. I swear to God. Okay, when you can take your position and you see the angle is this, okay, right? This is my angle to that point that I'm shooting. And then you can go on the other side and then you shoot it and you go, oh, look at this is my angle. Okay, that is explaining. This is how you are fucking determining the actual elevation from one point to another. That rise over run, right? Like stairs, like going up a fucking mountain, you fucking moron that's never built anything in your goddamn life. You're a fucking pretender clown, dude. You're an idiot. See, that's why the problem. You and McToon and all the other dumb fucks are saying if we put two theodolites on a flat surface, we're going to have diverging fucking positions. So then that's why it's no, you dumb fucks. That's not even why you would set up a theolite. That's not even why you would even calculate that, bro. What's up?
APOC, if I'm looking at a thing and my angle, my zenith angle is 93 degrees, am I looking at something at a different elevation?
Yes, obviously, you fuck.
Okay.
Obviously.
Okay, so can you do that test then if you're looking at a different elevation?
No, this is my point to you idiot.
Wait, you're saying that if we do the reciprocal zenith angle test looking at a higher elevation.
No.
Like
Hold
if
on.
one is 93 degrees,
Wrong.
The other one won't.
Look, you're wrong.
Wait. The other one. If just let me finish. I'm almost done. If one is 93 degrees, would the other one be 87 degrees?
Yes.
So you can do the reciprocal zenith angle test at 2 points with different elevations.
No, what the dude? That's the reason. Oh my God, bro! What are you not fucking grasping? I'm telling you.
You said that you're not allowed to do the reciprocal zenith angle test.
Listen. No, you fuckface. So stupid. You're breaking up. You're roboting. I didn't even hear what you said right now.
Well, I'm sorry. You
want to leave and rejoin, mate. It's terrible.
Elevation points. You said it can't be done.
Dude, okay. I don't know if you didn't hear me or you don't. Go ahead, Jedi. What were you doing?
No, just tell him to leave and come back.
Yeah, you're roboting really bad. But if you can hear me, I'll just say it. That what I
can
already
hear you.
told. Okay, listen to what I'm telling you, because I don't want you to say, "Are you telling me?" Listen to what I'm telling you, okay? When you are established, and why in the fuck am I telling you? You're the surveyor, right? I'm the one that just worked with surveyors. I'm the one that just did set up the theolites. I'm the one that did take shots, but I'm not a fucking surveyor. But I know how to fucking use the equipment. I had to pass a test to get out of my fucking punk school years ago when I became a journeyman. But I know the equipment. I studied what you actually do, okay? What and why you do it. When you're setting up the theolites and you look from point A to point B, you can use math to determine if you know your elevation from point A, okay? And you have a fucking angle, all right, to that other one, right? And then you shoot back and you'll say my reciprocal zenith angle has to be 180, so I could logically fucking think that if I got 87 on this side, then logically I should be at 93 on this side. And then it will be if you transfer it fucking accordingly with with a true benchmark. I'm not saying you have to go and pencil whip it or let me add for earth curve, because that is where globers are saying we know it's a curved earth because our reciprocal zenith angles are greater than 180. But the reality is no, they are not physically greater than 180. They are actually calculated and formulated to be greater than 180. And the problem is that if you were to take your angles, okay, and you said, oh, I'm going to add for earth curve, so then here we're going to go, this is what it's going to be, then you're going to be bigger, okay, on one side, which actually brings me to an idea. That's probably why when you transfer lines for over 4,000 feet, they don't add up to the NGS disk in the ground, because they have turned the earth away from you and dropped it, when technically you actually have the correct elevation because you transferred it manually. So there was no greater than 180. No, you actually did measure along that angle that would be 180, no matter how you look at it, from left to right or right to left. But you're trying to combine the glober position into reality, and it doesn't work, bro. Even by definition, it doesn't work.
Can I just get, because my phone's about to die, can I just get a yes or no? Can you do the reciprocal zenith angle test of 2 points with different elevations?
Did you not? Holy fuck, bro. That is what it, by definition.
Out of everything you just said, I'm not sure where you stand.
Okay,
I'm not sure. So it's just a yes or no question.
Okay,
can you do the test?
Pay attention.
It's a yes or no question. It's just a yes or no question. Oh my God, can you do the test on 2 points of different elevations? It's a yes or no.
Okay, first of all, it's not a test. You're not testing anything. That's why you're pissing me off.
Whatever you want to call it.
Because you're trying to make.
You want to call
it. Look it. Now let me tell you again.
On 2 points of different elevation.
Listen.
It's a yes or no.
Listen. By definition, the answer is yes. By definition, when you have reciprocal zenith angles, that means they are at 2 different elevations. So you're going to have 2 different angles, but they're going to equal 180 still. Even still, they're going to equal 180 because they're still being taken from the parallel position of that baseline.
Yeah, if the Earth was flat, they would be 180. I agree with you.
No, oh my fucking God. All right. Yeah, I have it enough, bro. I can't fucking stand
it. If the Earth was flat, they would be 180.
No, you fucking idiot. It's not if the Earth was flat. It's the fact that they are taking a position that's, you have 2 level points, and they are derived with their elevation. They're derived from sea level. So you have a baseline, a parallel position to that baseline. So they know no matter how the fuck we're looking at each other, we have to equal 180. Wanna know why, you dumb shit? Because within this 90-degree position on that side, 90-degree position on that side, that means we have a full fucking left to right of 180 fucking degrees. So if you have one pointing down this way and one pointing down that way, or pointing up that way, they're going to be reciprocal angles because they have to equal 180. What the fuck don't you get about that?
So I completely agree with you.
Okay,
if you had 2 points at the
Welcome to
same
Flat Earth.
elevation, hang on. If you had 2 points at the same exact elevation and you did the reciprocal zenith angle test on those 2 points, if the Earth was flat, you would get exactly 90 degrees each way. That's what would happen. Before you said you can't even do the reciprocal zenith angle test on 2 points of different elevation, but it seems like you changed your mind.
No,
you said now
what the
that
fuck?
you can.
No, I said no, you moron. No, listen, bro. I told you.
By definition,
They are
yes,
two different elevations. By definition, what you're creating.
You can do it,
dude. By definition, what you're creating. Okay, so for instance, let me give you a test real quick. Let me see if you fucking pass your own fucking test. Okay, if you have one set up and you get a 90-degree angle, what is the reciprocal zenith angle of the other theodolite going to be?
Depends how far away it is.
But no. It doesn't actually. It doesn't.
It actually does.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Because
it does though.
Look at. Pay attention. If you have a 90-degree, see, this is why you're fucking broken, bro. This is why you just flunked the fucking test. The answer would be 90 degrees. Because remember, listen, you fuckface. It's reciprocal zenith angle. That means whatever's, listen, you fuckface, whatever's on one, it has to equal 180 with the other. So if I'm at 90, that means the other has to be at 9. You would have flunked your own fucking test, you moron. God damn, you're an idiot. But want to know why? Want to know why? Because you can't admit that it would be your reciprocal zenith angle from a 90 degree would be also 90. But the point being here,
depending
is that
on how far away the theodolites are. It would be 90 if the Earth was flat, though. It would be 90 if the Earth was flat.
It
would definitely be 90 if the Earth was flat.
You're a fucking retard, bro. You're a retard. You're just
if the Earth, would you? Fine, hang on, APOC. Okay, call me a retard. Fine. If the Earth was curved, would the distance between the theodolites affect the reciprocal zenith angle?
Then you wouldn't have a reciprocal zenith angle. Want to know why? Want me to answer this for you as well?
I don't know why.
Okay, the reason why is because by definition, they equal to 180. By fucking definition, you dumb shit. Okay? So if you have something greater than 180, that's no longer a fucking reciprocal zenith angle because it has to equal 180, you fucking clown. Here, I'll tell you what. Let me do something for you, since you're obviously a fucking moron. Stupid. This just destroys your fucking position, dude. That's why I was very surprised, very fucking surprised when you said, "Oh, this is proof of the globe." Really? Okay, so by look at wait. Actually, let me do this. You're a fucking moron, dude.
Let me ask you this, APOC. If you have like a line, right? Like that creates an angle. Well, it's not a line. Let's say you have an angle that creates 240 degrees, and then you have a line that like crosses into that.
I thought you didn't want to do line.
Reciprocal angles on those lines would add up to the total of the total angle. That's what reciprocal means. Like no matter what the line is, the total angle.
But in the world of surveying, you're breaking up again.
Robot.
It would end up to 180 degrees.
You're breaking up, dude.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything what he just said.
Dude,
Matthew, are you going to try to back him up?
In the land of surveying, it's 180, dude. Matthew, let me see what you got to say on this, Matthew. I'm very curious what you say.
So first of all, I've never used the theodolite, and I think that he's saying that if the direction of vertical is different in two different places, which you can show with the theodolite. I think that's the basic idea.
At this point, I don't know what he's saying at this point because he just keeps repeating the same dumb shit. So I don't know what he's trying to prove now. I already answered him, but whatever.
Yeah, so if you have just guessing, if you have distant places and you measure the angle from straight up to the other station, that is some angle. Let's say it's like, 89.5 degrees. And then you go to the other place and you measure the same thing from straight up to the other location, and it turns out to be 90.6 or something like that. Then if those two measurements add up to be 180, then that would mean that the direction of vertical isn't perfectly parallel. But again, I've never used a theodolite, so.
Well, what the point being though is that in the world of building and in surveying, you're always, it's always going to be to 180 because you're always. This is what's comical to me, dude. That he doesn't get it. When you're building something, you're always establishing it from zero, from mean sea level. And then that's why there's a benchmark created on the job site, and you're going to treat the entire fucking plane around you from that position. Let's say it's 452 feet above sea level, but that's the new zero. Everyone's going to build off of that zero. So then when you establish from one end to the other, let's say you're building a fucking huge fucking warehouse, right? You want to make sure that we're going to be good. Way on the end on that side is the Amazon warehouse. Way on that side, we want to make sure you're still zero from my position. Okay? So then you're going to fucking set that up. Now, you're still basing it off of 180. So if they go, oh, hey, we're fucking at this, and then I'm at this. Okay, well, then that means we have to backfill that side this much more to bring it up because we got to make sure we're at 180. Because that's what's going to fucking establish that, like the bottom of a protractor, right? You know what a protractor is. Nice and fucking flat, nice and straight across at a zero position. And that degrees from left to right, it goes up to 90, then goes down to 180. Now, Globers, like McToon, I can't believe, I looked it up right now. McToon's even like in the AI definition. Like, that's how fucking retarded this world is right now. Because according to what McToon said, this is why this knucklehead's saying that dumb shit. But in his own book, if you fucking went to go learn, if you're at 90 degrees on one, it's going to be 90 degrees to the other because it can't be more than 180 because that's by definition what you're trying to find. You're trying to find two things positioning at each other to equal 180. But then that's where all the other dumb shit comes in. Oh, it's greater than 180. Yeah, only when you fucking pencil it in, when you calculate it and formulate it. Because if you didn't do that, if you didn't add for Earth curve, Earth curve, and then you went ahead and built on that fucking plane where you didn't account for, guess what? You'll be accurate. You'll be fucking spot on. When you get to the end of it, oh, what about that? Look at that. We didn't account for Earth curve, yet we're fucking spot on, according to what we fucking were doing locally here building it, right? But then that's why they say, oh, well, when you're local, you can build level because it's so small of change is insignificant. Okay, if you fucking built like that locally for 3,000 miles, okay, but you never once accounted for curvature, then when does it curve? If you went local, all the way across and never account for it, then where the fuck did the curve come from? Because you never account for it. It's just a mathematical formulated thing, dude. I'm tired of these fucking clowns.
Oh, he's not a clown. This is just the way that construction works. That you assume that the direction of vertical is always parallel across the whole construction site.
You don't assume it; you establish it, Matthew.
Right. You assume it, and then you find it. You measure it. You can use a plug to figure out. But basically,
no, Matthew. If it's verified and it's part of the process.
Yeah, Matthew, you don't assume the elevation. You establish it. You literally will transfer in, as we have, right, from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast. It's that parallel baseline has been transferred in over and over and over and over again. Every time you say, okay, I'm level, what do you level to? Oh, I'm level to the sea. That's 1,000 miles away from me. Or in my case, or our case, what is it, like 15 miles off? Depending where you live, 10 miles off. 5 miles off for some. But the point is that you're transferring it from a baseline that you're going to say this is 0. And then if you go all the way in and you're like, oh, I'm level to what? Oh, I'm level to mean sea level. That's what it is. And we've transferred that over and over and over again. Parallel, perpendicular. That's all you're doing. That's all you're establishing. That's how you build plumb level square, because you're dependent on that position across your whole city, across the whole state. That's the way you're finding out when they're building that subway. You're going negative now. You're going to be, oh, we are minus 72. We're 72 feet below sea level. Yeah, so that way you're still keeping that parallel line all the way across. It's real
Yes,
simple.
you're right. You described establishing the elevation. Yes.
Wait. Oh, hold on. Amish, sometimes you say things that kind of it makes me think about you. Are capable of ascertaining universal level with that method. Okay, now I guess. Okay, I understand that what you mean, that there's errors but even still, the what you're saying then, what you sound like right now is that one guy that came in and said, oh, the Earth's the ball, there's infinite horizontals. And he said, and if you take infinite horizontals, because it's such a small change that you can have them go all the way around like a disco ball. That's what that sounds like right now. Because when you're saying, oh, we can't establish the no, that to me sounds like a cop out and saying,
It definitely is, because there's a finite amount of square meters on a disco ball. There's not an infinite number of them.
Right.
How many tangents are
Robot, silly man.
2D? How many tangents are on a circle? So how many tangents are on a circle, a 2D thing? How many tangents?
I don't know. Are you asking Matthew? Are you asking Matthew because he's the mathematician?
Is there an infinite amount of tangents on a 2D circle?
You don't need a tangent.
I got my portable charger going. Are there infinite amount of tangents on a 2D circle?
Again,
you need a tangent
no, fresh. This is what he's saying exactly what that other guy was saying, because technically, when you're dealing with like distance, it's infinite in the sense of, well, 1 inch, and then you go there's a ½ inch, and then you go, well, there's a ½ inch, then you go there's 1/8, and then infinitely you can have like this measurement, because it's always half of that. Like, this is like the way they think, bro. Like, they think that you can't fucking say, no, this is just a foot. And then they're like, no. Is it like 1 foot exactly? You have to be precise. It could be like, 0.99999999999 of a foot. So then by that 0.000000001, you can be off. So then if you add up enough of the 0.0000001s, you can create 25,000 miles of a circular sphere all of a sudden. That's their fucking logic, bro. They think that, no, because you fine tune it, like it could be wrapping around. Okay, so now you got water fucking sticking upside down or whatever. Oh no, it's not upside down, because everything's just in and out. It's gravity. It goes into the whole fucking spiral of bullshit. That's what ends up happening. That argument goes into the whole spiral of bullshit.
APOC. How many tangents exist on a 2D circle?
Are you talking about
infinite?
2D sphere? You should be trying to defend a 3D.
Is it infinite? Yeah, I want to stick to 2D because it's even easier. Like 3D would just make it worse for you. Is there an infinite amount of tangents on a 2D circle?
There's none.
Or is it?
In your mathematical, look at once again, bro. We're living in fucking math, right? A calculated, formulated computer screen. In the math of it, you guys say, look it. There's infinite amounts.
I'm asking what you say.
Bro, I don't.
Is there a finite amount of
I
tangents
don't
on a
care. Look
2D?
at. Look
Or
at.
there
Look at. I don't
finite?
care. Look at. Look at. I don't care what they can try to say happens mathematically, because that's not our world. That's not our world, bro. Our
I'm just
world
asking
isn't.
you, is there a finite
Listen.
a
Our
finite
world
amount
isn't.
of
Listen, bro. Our world isn't a 2D circle. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree. It would be even more tangents on a 3D object. I agree. On a 2D object, is there an infinite amount of tangents or finite?
Apparently, it's infinite. Apparently, because they can never get to
I'm asking you.
the number
I'm
one.
asking you if it's
I
finite
just
or
said.
infinite.
I just said. Apparently, that's what they say. That's what they tell us. That you can
No,
never
no,
get
I'm
to
not asking what it
number one.
apparently is. I'm not asking what it apparently is. I'm asking what you think it is. Is it finite or is it infinite?
Mathematically, it's infinite, but in reality, it'd be finite because
Okay.
do you have an infinite number of beams that could go all over the place?
Okay. So if I were to draw you a 2D circle, you would be able to make a finite amount of tangents on it in reality.
Correct. Yes, but remember though.
That's why.
But remember because how many 20-foot steel beams do you need to just put on the ground, okay? And then just start laying them across. And look at. And here's the thing: we're gonna even go just according to the topography. We're gonna go up and down and all around, and then on the ocean, and then on the ocean, listen, and then on the ocean, just fucking listen, bro. Why are you talking? Why are you talking right now? I'm
Because I
talking.
don't know why you're talking about topography. We're
Why
talking
the
about a
fuck
2D
are you
circle.
talking, bro?
You're being
Well, let
really
me finish.
silly.
I don't care why you don't know. I don't care why you. I don't care why you don't know. But listen, you should be fucking listening, bro. I don't care why you don't know. But just let me
I don't
finish.
understand why you're changing the topic
I don't care why you don't understand. Let
from
me
a
finish
2D
what I'm
circle
saying.
to something more complicated.
Let
You're
me
being
finish
really
what I'm
silly
saying.
right now. You need to stop.
Look at the point that I'm making is this: if you were to take a 20-foot fucking beam, okay, and then or let's fucking make them 100 feet just to make it so it's less. But when we made it to 24,901 miles or whatever the fuck the distance is, let's say we were able to wrap it all the way around your fake globe Earth, right? That would be a finite number, okay? But mathematically, you can be like, well, then how do we know that's 20-foot beams? Because 20 feet could be 0.9. That's fucking retarded, bro. So once again, in the math brain, in the world of math, in the formulated fucking computer screen, yes, it's infinite because your fucking numbers go on and on and on forever. But in reality, right, not the fucking computer screen, we can say, no, well, there would have to be a finite number for your position even. But this is why, like Amish is saying, oh, but you don't have you might have the accuracy or whatever, the tools to be able to account for the amount of curve that would be over so far. I think that's kind of what he's saying. But the reality is, like, no, you establish level, you know that you're going to transfer something that's level horizontal. It's going to be parallel to that position. And here's the reason. And here's the reason.
Hold on, APOC. If they say that, then that's an admission that they could have never achieved the measurements for it in the first place.
Right. Exactly.
No, that would just mean that that would just mean our measurements are accurate up to a certain percentile. That's what you call a margin of error.
Yeah. So the thing that you're not understanding, dude, is that when you have two things that are perpendicular to each other, okay, and then you'd make another position that's also perpendicular to that position, and then you leapfrog it and go on and on and on and on. Like, you've created this baseline, right? From A to Z, and every column in between there, they're all at a 90-degree position to one another. You globers will say, "Oh no, they're all diverging," but they're actually not. You just say that. You don't fucking know anything about anything. You just say, "Oh, they're diverging." Really? When did you fucking build something where they're all diverging? Because that never happens. You just have to say
bridges.
No, that actually doesn't happen at all. No, that's not. They're not building it on a vertical position to where, like, oh, look at that. Those two pieces are now diverging each other only because the Earth is curved. That's totally fucking false, bro. You don't understand how it works. You don't understand how it's built. There's reasons why those towers are leaning the way they do. And so that way the bridge doesn't collapse in on itself. It's engineered that way. They're built that way. They're not fucking just saying, "Oh, we're perfectly vertical here, guys. Let's go to the next fucking column or tower." And oh yeah, we're perfectly vertical. And then they take a step back and be like, "Oh shit, look at that, a diverging fucking thing because we built it on a curved fucking Earth." Because want to know why we know that's not true? Because if you look at a bridge, from the side view, the water's perfectly fucking level, bro, flat. And then the bridge goes up and over. The bridge is curved because it has to for the structural integrity of the bridge. But those towers, they are engineered to be like that. They're not built like that because of the curve of the Earth, bro. That is a fucking fake, false globe claim, dude.
You are acknowledging that towers are diverging, but you're just saying that they're built divergent.
No, they're not diverging.
Not
They're
all
all
of them.
parallel.
Dude,
And
bro.
the only and we have a special reference for when it's not, and they call it like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, right? Because it physically and observably looks like it's leaning when all the rest of them are rigid and vertical.
No, he just said that they are actually leaning.
Look,
it's just
because all buildings would be leaning away from you if it was a globular shape.
No, we're talking about bridges, guy. I don't know why you're talking about buildings.
Listen again, Darkin, okay? The bridges that do that, okay? The bridges that are built that way are because they want to make sure that it's the way they're built. So the engineers are focused on the structural integrity so that they won't collapse in on themselves. So that some are built like that, but all the bridges are not. You can't say all bridges are built like that.
Fine.
If that was the case, listen.
I agree. I agree. Only bridges that actually go.
No, you fuckface. No. There's some bridges
like suspension bridges.
Listen. There's some bridges that they're built so that they're very, very long, like the one in China, whatever. But they didn't have to have their towers divergent because they made it to where they just put enough of them in between so where it handles the stress load and it could disperse it to where it's what's the word I'm looking for? Adequately. Okay, so it could take the stress load and it could disperse it adequately. So they didn't have to build the towers like that. But here's the point, though. Here's my point. If you're saying that they're all divergent, okay, and on a long bridge, okay, then why aren't they diverging on the one that's 110, whatever the fuck? It's fucking far as fuck in China. And then if you see the video, if you see the videos of that bridge, you'll see, bro, that the water's perfectly fucking flat, but then the bridge does go up and it goes down. Like you can see, like that's just because that's the design of the bridge. They built it like that. As it raises up, it goes across, it raises down. And then there's some bridges that have to allow for the ships to go underneath them. It's in the ocean. Then they're built to go up and go down, so that way the ships can go on. Like they have a little entrance way. So that's the only time that's going up and down, bro. That's the only thing curving is the way when they're built to be that way. It has nothing to do with the curvature of Earth, bro. You're just 1,000% wrong. You're just dead wrong, dude. Don't use that again. Don't ever say bridges are built. That's bullshit. Don't ever say that again because that's a flat out lie. It's like straight up a lie, dude.
So on that Japanese bridge, on that Japanese bridge, are you telling me that and compared to the other end are perfectly parallel with each other?
You're robot-y, bro. What are you saying?
That bridge that you were talking about, I think it was like in Japan or China or something, a really long one that has multiple support columns.
Yeah, they're all parallel. They're not diverging to each other.
Right. So like the two ends, like if you were to compare like the last column on one side compared to the last column, you're saying they are perfectly parallel with each other.
No, hold on. Parallel. Hold on. Let's make sure we have the same terms and definitions here. When you're saying parallel, you mean the elevation in a horizontal
if the
position,
towers or
right?
the support columns extended for infinity, they would never cross over each other.
Wait, what?
If the columns extended forever, like for infinite, they would never ever touch. They would never ever meet. They're parallel.
No, they won't touch.
Wait. The last column, the last support column, is not parallel with the first one.
Hold on.
So
Do you know what? Wait. Hold on, bro. Do you mean vertical, or do you mean in that vertical position, or do you mean in a horizontal position? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You can have parallel vertical lines and parallel.
I know, but I'm trying to.
You can have
I'm trying
parallel angle lines.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Do you mean are they vertical, meaning they're not divergent? Do you mean they're parallel in a vertical position?
Yes. I mean.
Okay.
I'm
yes.
asking if they're parallel.
Then
to
yes.
each other.
Yes, they're not diverging from each other. Yes.
What's the name of this bridge?
It's the one over in
I wanna look
Asia.
into it.
So this is the one in Asia. It's like one of the longest bridges. I forgot what sea they're going over. I don't know the fucking name. Look it up. You just go Google it. I don't know the name. Go look it up.
I can't just Google Asian bridges. Asia is a very big continent. You have to be a little bit more specific for me.
Bro, it's sad, bro.
I mean, I posted a picture of the thing before, and Heretic threw a hissy fit, asking me if I can get a better, clear image, and I had to spend 10, 15 minutes finding the website to do that for him. All I'm asking you to do is just tell me the name of the bridge. That's all.
All right, hold on. I'll tell you right now. I'll look it up for you. It's the Daejeon
can you just
Cushion
send me
Grand
a
Bridge.
Great.
It's the Daejeon Cushion.
Yes.
It's 102 miles long. Go look into it.
Daniel Cushing. All right. Yeah, I will.
Danyang Kunshan Grand Bridge.
Dan Yang Grand. All right, I should be able to find it with that.
Yeah, it's 102 miles. Those towers aren't diverging. And matter of fact, if you go far enough away from it and you look at it from left to right, not perspective, not looking down it like where they're fucking saying, "Oh, look at it's curving over the earth," bullshit, because of fucking optic phenomenons happening. No, look at it from the side view. You're gonna see from as far as you can see left to as far as you see right, the water's fucking horizontal underneath it, dude. And then you'll see the bridge is the thing that's going, that's curving, but the water's perfectly flat. Like, bro, come on, dude, stop fucking using this falsehood, bro. Bridges count for fucking curvature. That's fucking retarded. No, they're accounting for the structural integrity built over a long distance. So if you and by the way, all those towers are fucking perpendicular to one another. 90-degree on that side, 90 on that side, 90 on that side, and all the way down. Go look into it. I'm gonna mute up. I'll let someone else talk. I've been talking too long. I gotta make a phone call.
So, any evidence of Earth curve then?
How's everybody doing today? Are we having fun yet? Nobody's having fun yet? Come on.
Always, dude. It's always fun.
Hey, good attitude.
Oh man, I laugh every day at these clowns. It's a whole new genre of comedy, I think. Let's get a room full of flat earthers and one Glober to get up on stage and explain his model. We'll just be, we'll be laughing, having a good time. Throwing popcorn at him. APOC said he fell asleep while listening to the debate show and he had all these weird dreams. Same thing happened to me once. It was I was listening to Nathan Oakley and I fell asleep. They must have been talking about celestial navigation because I was dreaming about this Oakley on a boat just yelling at people, shaking sextants around, and they're like snatching sextants off each other, going, "No, this is how it works. No, this is how it works." And I woke up and went, "Oh wow."
Captain Oakley.
Yeah, but I was right on the boat, like it was right in front of me, and they were just going back and forth with this sextant. But when you wake up and you go, "Oh, it was a dream." There's a minute in there where you think it's real.
I wanted to jump in earlier. I don't think the line transfer argument is positive proof of flat Earth because that would require validating every segment, how they can conjoin together. May not even be possible given limitations to materials design and their specs as well as construction methods. I mean, the method described in theory and on paper is great, but just shoot a laser, man.
Hello, hello, hello.
Sounds like it died down.
It died down?
Yeah, there's a lot of yappuccino going on.
Really? Who was it?
I think it was Jay Reese and APOC again. And Jay Reese did an NPC reset from like 4 hours ago.
You guys already covered that. He's going back to that again?
Yep. Reciprocal zeniths again, as if it never took place, as if that same conversation between he and I and Indio never happened.
What the hell? Where's he at now? He's not here?
Epoch had to go, and so did he.
That's the other thing too. When they don't concede and they just whistle right past the graveyard, it makes it difficult for them to like take on the argument, as in they can understand that the point being made is clear, because he doesn't like even acknowledge it. He's more like, that's what you think. Well, he's doing the job. I mean, that's what he's doing. That's his profession. I don't think he fully understands it. I think he's just getting paid to do a job. So he just knows the basics for using the equipment.
Yep, that's right. It's like a lot of fields. You know, you're told to follow a manual, specific guidelines and procedures, and you don't really have time to consider what you're doing philosophically or academically. Just trying to get the job done and do it in a way that won't prevent your license from getting inked.
Yeah, that's all it is. Because when it came down to it, like, it's always to the base root of like, how do you know that the Earth curvature was measured within the drop over distance? He cannot answer that. He short circuit every time he goes there, and he tries to go back to his point to make it like that point's not valid. His point is using the system that adheres to the, what is it? I want to say WJS84 model, but it could be another one, the updated version. But he wants to adhere to that and say that because of that, the Earth is a globe. He was saying that when I first came in here. Like, I don't know if you were here when I was talking to him, but that's what he was saying. He was like, because of that, we know that the Earth is a globe. I was like, no, you don't.
Yeah. Well, I heard that. He actually referenced NAD 27 from 1927, almost 100 years ago, that he was using.
So what do you do with that when the guy doesn't acknowledge the fact that he doesn't know, like, how they got to that system? Because, I mean, people can have these conventions, but how do you know that it was made based on a measurement?
Right, and if it was a measurement of what?
Good luck trying to get it out of him.
Like, Indio tried describing the process of creating a coordinate reference system, and he kept jumping over that and assuming one. So Indio was describing how a datum is made for his job. And he just skipped over that and said, but I am using a datum. And Indio's like, yeah, I'm telling you how it was created, essentially. And he just wasn't getting it.
That's what I was telling him. Where's the origin story for this? Like, how does it begin? Like, how do they know it's that? He doesn't know. He's like, why do I need to know that?
Yeah, like he's saying irrelevant, when I was bringing up how different datums don't match. Yep, so he's another one of these characters who confuses the map for the territory.
We haven't even. There's so many ways to take them down in this argument. Like, do plumb lines curve?
Yeah, like he brought up the reference geoid, which has which is the product of assuming curving, warbling plumb lines from the uneven distribution of mass.
Mm-hmm.
And the reference geoid that's produced is not going to comport to a continuous rate of curvature around the reference ellipsoid. It's because your plumb lines are going to be warbly bobbly all different directions on that thing. And he didn't seem to understand that point. He also didn't understand, I think, what India was trying to get at. The reference geoid is created from astronomical observations, which is really the genesis of all of the reference systems that are most widely used today and recognized. It's based off the location of stars where they're supposed to be if Earth is a globe, like represented by WGS 84, but the stars are not. So the explanation is the uneven distribution of mass in a ball, when under a different interpretation, you could say, well, there could be an uneven distribution of light in the sky. And so your geoid model could be reimagined as a flat surface with topology in the sky. And the reason why you can reimagine it that way is because you haven't yet established that Earth curvature exists in the first place. Take that topology and wrap it around a reference ellipsoid and make it bumpy.
That's exactly what I was telling him in the beginning. I was like, you can take this system and put it around anything you like, so long as the coordinate system is intact, like as long as the ground positions are the same. It's not the fact that you have a ball Earth. You just took this system and wrapped it around an ellipsoid. That's it. So you think you're living on a ball based on the system, but it turns out there's no drop over distance, so.
Yeah, that's going to be the tiebreaker. That's using a Euclidean tool to see if your non-Euclidean surface is diverging from Euclidean measurements. That's the tiebreaker.
That's what you asked him. You're like, you're using the theodolite, and what's that target bar that they use when what they're shooting to?
Surveying rod.
The surveying rod. So the surveying rod is in place. Now, those two things that are standing in opposition to each other, right? They would be divergent, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, the plumb lines wouldn't be parallel to each other. So you'd have to have a way to prove that.
Yep.
And he said that a surveying rod was locally level. That's fine. It should be locally level. But we're trying to ascertain if it's universally non-level. If your plumb lines are converging to a point, like he said.
Yep. He said the center of mass. That's what he was saying. Yeah. The plumb bob's accelerating to the center of mass.
Right. But then he brought up the reference geoid, which has multiple mass centers or an uneven mass center.
Uneven.
So you don't have one single point. He's all screwed up, and he's getting schooled by a bunch of flat earthers who aren't in his profession and know more about the nuance of his profession than he does. It's probably a source of frustration and embarrassment for him.
Well, and the reason he's resetting is because he's trying to whistle past the graveyard with his system being intact without having to go look farther past in the system. So if he keeps doing that and he gets you to engage in the system, it's only going to circle jerk right back to that, how the system, verifies itself. So it's an endless circle jerk. You're just going to keep going back round and round to how the system is done in such a way that it just maps to a model, and then you go from the model back to the system. It's like you're never leaving.
So he wants that. He wants that endless circle jerk to say, well, see, it's a globe. It can only work on a globe. That's what he wants for you to admit to. It can only work on a globe. But you're only saying that within the system. Outside of like trying to figure out if reality matches that system, you'd have to find out if the Earth is a ball, not assume that it's one. Because the whole system, it's begging the question. It's starting off as the assumption is saying that the Earth is a globe. You'll never get back down to where you're measuring the surface curvature. Like I brought him down. We were talking about that, and he just he didn't want to have that discussion. So I was like, okay. That's because you don't know, dude. He's like, why you keep muting me? I was like, because you're not answering where you measure the surface curvature. And the interesting part about it all too was he didn't even know how the system originated. Where was its beginning? And that's where Indio came in and schooled him.
Mm-hmm.
So what is he defending really if he doesn't know any of the talking points for his position? Dude, if I was him, I would have learned every inch of the globe argument, like inside and out. It's part of my job, I would have to. But if he was honest, but he's not, right? If he was honest, like Shoebill, Larry, he conceded to Andy Hold My Beer. He told him that at the end of all of it, it's just a calculation. Because Andy was like, I want you to break it down to me like I'm 10 years old. Show me how this works, how you measured the Earth as a globe. And he just told him straight up, he's like, we're not measuring it as a globe. We're calculating the distance as if it were. So... And he told Andy was like, yeah, that's what he says. I just told him to explain it to me. So we know that because, Larry's been doing that for a lot longer than Duncan Darth or Reese or whatever he goes by today. So Reese or whatever, he's kind of new to this, so.
Yeah, he seems thinking that the Earth curvature measurement is found within the optical device.
Yes.
And it's a combination of the optical device and local level at all points. And your ability to have a horizontal level match the accuracy of the optical device, which is not possible.
I want you to see something, Amish. I'm going to post what, who was it? Nucking Futz. Nucking Futz posted this. I don't know if you can see it. This is Bedford level.
Yeah, it's like, okay, that's the claim. Now show me that it was done that way.
I want you to see if you can find out what's wrong with this, what he did in both of these, number 1 and number 2. He says, we observed number 2, right? I want to know if you, because I actually got him on this. I got him on this point when he produced this. I got him on the point. This is what I told him. I was like, so you're telling me that this is the Bedford level? Yeah, I was like, so this is Bedford level, right? But check out number 2. I was like, you did a fatal error. You did a fatal error. He's like, yeah, what's that? I was like, there's no diverging plumb lines. And I was like, he's like, well, it's so minuscule that you wouldn't notice it. I was like, hold on a second. You noticed the curve? That's noticeable. How come we're the diverging plumb lines? Wouldn't they match the curve? Uh-oh. So he's like, well, I'll redo it if it makes you happy. I was like, no. This is what you think is going on. What you put essentially was two perpendicular, vertical, to horizontal poles. So now we have what it looks like horizontally and vertically, two poles that are standing upright to each other. So they're parallel. So what does that mean?
It's vertical, isn't horizontal. Yeah, it's vertical, it's not plumb.
Yeah, it's not.
So
According
what
to
he
you,
should have,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say what he should have shown here, next to number 2, that there should be a negative sign, minus 0.0217 degrees.
Yes,
He would have had to adjust his optic down relative to horizontal, relative to the tangent. But he's saying plus. He doesn't know what he's talking about or what he's doing.
Yeah.
And so we point out these errors, and they're too stupid or whatever, dense, or being willfully ignorant to understand it. And we have to educate them on this, and they're unwilling to receive our expertise.
You know how I get all this information, Amish, is I ask them questions and I let them put forward their best effort. When they do that, they give up the ghost, because in no way can they demonstrate how it's possible to have an observation, like, they do it on a diagram or whatever, that they can actually detail how it looks like in reality. Because the reason why he put those two poles that are upright vertical to each other is because that's how we see things in the distance. He has to imagine the curve in between. But if that curve was as pronounced as he says in the Bedford level, well, guess what? We'd have those two poles diverging. And you'd have to be able to measure that divergence because you measured the curve. Interesting, right?
Yep. So a way he could have checked for this too is he could have purposefully tilted his level up by 0.0217 degrees.
Yeah.
So that way it's going to produce a horizontal that touches the top of the surveying rod 3 miles away. So, right? And then adjust his optic down to horizontal by the same amount.
Fatal error.
There are things they put into these manuals, like you can take your optic and like flip it upside down while maintaining the device level and fixed where it is, to see if there could be a distortion in the lens of the optic that could be throwing you off. Or taking your level and keeping it in place, but spinning the optic 180 degrees to see if it's giving you the same reading in the opposite direction. Looking backwards.
Yeah, look at Bar Grunt. He's trying to be an apologist for Nuckenfutz. He's like, how much would they diverge? Dude, I'm not the one that came up with this diagram. That's his problem, not mine.
Yeah, we don't know, Bar Grunt, because we don't have any evidence that they were level the entire distance to match the optic.
Exactly.
It's probably going to be a leveling error. And these devices have little bubbles in them. And the leveler is the main reason why the theodolite is not supposed to be used at such vast distances. It's not the optic. It's not your ability to measure freaking arc seconds within the optic.
Yep.
It's the leveling device that's going to be your main issue. I mean, look what FD Core had to do. They realized the problem wasn't the laser, it was the leveler. They had to build a salad. They had to use like
super accurate laser.
Yeah, leveling. Yeah.
Leveling device.
It was the gimbal level that they had in there that allowed them to do like millirad adjustments. And then they had it like certified and everything else. Like they could have probably sold that they could patent that and sell that device. It was so nice. And those things are going to cost more than these total stations. Like salads will cost more than a total station. These guys are all idiots.
The devil's in the details, yeah?
Yep.
just more often than not, I want them to explain the method by which they understand the Earth to be measured or calculated or whatever. Just tell me how you know what you know about the thing that makes the Earth be a globe. And as they go through what they say, then we can critique whether or not that's something that's valid, something practical.
Yeah. Now that we're talking about the leveling device being the most likely cause of error, something that they never mentioned or acknowledged once in the past 8 to 10 years. Now that we've been talking about it for the last few months, kind of revealing what we know to be true, which seems to have escaped them. Watch them come in here and suddenly be experts on leveling devices and accuracy. Watch them update their rhetoric as if just like they did with the refraction argument. Change their position.
The problem with that, though, is that they're going to have to redact all the stuff that's in the past.
Yep. Uh-oh. It's all out there, just like all the other shit.
Yeah, the toothpaste is out of the tube, man. You can't shove it back in the tube. It's already out, bro. So they can try to correct for it now and say they got something better, but what were we chewing on this whole time?
Right. So now we'll get them in dishonest engagement.
Yeah.
Yep. Now we've got a trove of historical data to back us up and show that they're being dishonest.
Yep. So what does that mean? As soon as they come up with something better, it's incriminating. It'll immediately put them in a very compromised position.
That's right. Their credibility shot.
There's no winning this. The only thing they can do is concede. Like, that's the only option. That's why I'm saying this is it's not a debate. You can argue the hell out of it, but if it was a debate, then they would have at least some form of evidence to put forward. But as it stands, I mean, they don't have anything that's verified.
Because it takes too much effort for them to come up with a new magic trick. It's harder for them to come up with new magic tricks as it is for us to go out and make simple observations. So there's an asymmetric war going on here for information. Our truth is a lot easier to produce than their lies.
Exactly. They love and hate this forum. They want to come in here and complain about the mutes, but they know that this is the only place that they're going to be challenged like the way they are. Other forums won't do it for them.
Right.
That's why, like, Peter and the rest of them are like begging to come back with their FaceTime apologies and all kinds of shit.
Yeah, they're tired of talking to like ice wall toroidal field earthers on TikTok.
Yeah,
it's just
that's
not
all they
giving
got.
them what they need. Yeah, it's either that or us, folks. So you destroy all your credibility and goodwill with us, and we ban your ass. Don't blame us when you're outside the castle gates begging to get back in again. You did this to yourself.
I mean, they're shellacking the esoteric flat earthers, but it just doesn't have the same. It hits different, They're like, I don't care about winning this one. Like, this argument is bullshit, dude. Like, I don't want to win this. It's probably akin to winning one of those little prizes you get at the supermarkets. On the side, you put a quarter in there and you spin it around. You get like a little plastic spider that you put on your finger. Like that's
what they're stuck with, trinkets. Freaking gumball trinkets. Yep, and they're they wanted to talk with us, and it pisses them off when we start shellacking the esoteric flat earthers too, and we do it better than they do. And in the process, we actually help the esoteric flat earthers ditch some of their nonsense and become better flat earthers. They really hate that. They really, really hate that.
There's a problem with shedding arguments, and like when I first started Amish, like I'm gonna tell you, man, it was difficult because I couldn't discern. Like I know that the one thing that was clear to me, the Earth is flat. Like that, I understood. But the nuanced arguments were a bit more difficult to chew on. Like the actual, getting into the details of like how things are actually constructed, the conventions that we use, right? Like that to me was a bit more nuanced and difficult to actually dissect. As time progressed, I started to realize like the importance of certain things, right? Like what's being proposed by academia, like how we can logically and consistently move through arguments without having to, basically cutting the fat out of all the argument. Like we don't have to bloviate on certain topics. We can kind of get a little bit more concise. So that took some time to actually get, the way we are now. So you know exactly where to go when certain arguments come up, or at least what's being said in this realm. So I think now we are as prepared as we can be to have the arguments in mainstream. I think that's the reason my whole push on like for us to actually move into that arena. But I think I'm going to be selective when it comes to that. Like there's only a few bit of us that can actually get out there and represent a coherent discussion for these arguments,
Yeah, there are very few people that can discuss a broad range of topics. That just comes with experience.
Because the critiques are going to come in, of course, because if we are a bit more popular, and people see us as prolific, they're going to want to ask us things, and, we're going to be more scrutinized, and, just as we are in Discord. So that's why I think, allowing somebody to go through and just letting them present their position, and then you can like ask them questions like, where did this information come from? How do you know it's foundational? What are the methodologies to like figure out what it is? That's all pertinent to like the details of the understanding of certain topics. Like, let's just say, even if you're not well versed in a topic, you can ask questions that they can answer, right? Like, hey, do you know if this is what it's supposed to be? They could say yes or no. They don't have to skirt that and be like, well, why do we need to talk about that? Let's talk about something else. You're like, dude, if you know, just state how you know. That gives more clarity to what your knowledge base is when you're describing the thing. And that's the other thing, too. It's like you're demonstrating to the audience that people have just foregone conclusions. They don't know the methodology or the origin of which this came from, whatever it is. And sticking to that, like I found it to be a little bit, I get a lot more fruit out of that because the interlocutor is a bit more kind of either unwilling to produce that information or they start to throw a red herring as to like, well, that's not important. What I'm saying is more important, Like Jay Reese was doing earlier. He wanted to talk about the system of how it operates within the globe paradigm, but he didn't want to say like either the origin or the method of how he understands where it came from.
Correct. He didn't want to evaluate the efficacy of the system itself. He didn't want to challenge it.
Correct.
Yep. He just wanted it. And he thought that our problem was not understanding the system. It's like, no, our Bloom's hierarchy of learning actually is at a higher point than yours on this. We understand the system. We're not calling it into question. You, dude, are still figuring out your system and trying to understand it. We're judging it.
Yeah. I think more than anything else, though, Amish, I think it's complacency. He's just happy to be in a globe mindset. He's just like, I really don't care about it not being a globe. It's because everything about it is all of what I think it is anyway. So I'm gonna stay right here.
Yeah, you don't face any negative social repercussions at all for going with the mainstream.
Yeah, it's easy just to remain, so he's chuckling in the background and he's doing all kinds of things because he thinks I've got everybody on my side. You are the foolish one trying to prove me wrong. When it's like, dude, you don't even know what you're talking about. For number one, you're in a discussion that you're weighing over, you're punching, like Huey says, you're punching way above your weight class. Like, and that's because you work in the fucking field. Like, that's what you do daily. I mean, shit, I heard him in the background. People were like, hey, I need this over here. He's like, yeah, you put it over there. I'm like, you're fucking working with this shit. You mean to tell me that you don't know the history, the methods, like all of this shit is just like information that you recall and just like doing it because as a job, that's just a typical end user. You go to a job, you learn how to do the job, and that's all you do. You go home. You don't know anything about how the method was actually constructed. You don't know anything about the job, the ins and outs.
Yeah, like how deep do you really love your job? Do you love your job just kind of working at it with the superficial level, just following processes and procedures and enjoying being a rule follower and then going home? Or do you like getting into the theory and the history? So, I mean, plenty of like pilots, right? Believe in the globe, but don't ever see one. And they don't think about their navigation systems being Euclidean measuring devices, measuring angles of altitude, angles of attitude, and azimuthal angles with reference to north and all this. They're not thinking about these angles having to be used in a Euclidean Cartesian way and trying to reconcile it with Earth being a globe. And if they do, they're like, well, maybe just Earth is too big. None of this really matters. They just go about their day, get from point A to B. Everyone's safe. I followed all the procedures and checklists. Nobody's going to take my license away. Nobody's going to sue me. I had a good day. Time to go home. That's it.
But
that's what most people do.
It's kind of akin to a sunk cost fallacy, because the moment they start to question that paradigm, it throws everything into question and or compromises them in their livelihood. So what could be the case is if the moment they start speaking against this or questioning this, it could question their intelligence within the job that they're doing, the function of their job. They're like, oh, wait a minute. Are you mean to tell me you think the Earth is flat and you're using this high-tech equipment? I don't think so. Like, I don't need you on my job site. You know what I mean? Like, it could compromise them. So sunk cost fallacy could be like, let's just roll with the punches, even though we know it's not measured as a globe. We're just using the technology to function within our job.
So
that's what it seems like to me, dude. Like,
it really is. They don't think so. Like in the case of Jay Reese, man, he's not thinking about this. Okay, here's what's happening. You get your 3 theodolites out, like Indio set up. They all see each other, which means you've established a flat triangle optically between each of the devices. No curvature. Great. So what's the next step? The next step is establishing where you are. So where am I? Oh, here's my Latin long at this place. Here's my Latin long at that place. Here's my Latin long at that place. Great. Let's do a calculation of curvature. Bam, bam, bam. See, we proved Earth curvature. And gee, that's how much our devices must be diverging. I just got a reciprocal zenith angle. And all of that's based off of the stars. Because you got your Latin long position derived from the celestial sphere, such as those described in nautical almanacs and in celestial surveying chapters of surveying manuals.
Yep. One hand washes the other. And then it's just a giant circle jerk. Pun intended.
It is. And I tell you what, folks, your leveler on your theodolites aren't accurate enough to establish how much your horizontals were not lined up with each other. It's calculated. The actual calculation is called a mathematical reduction. I think in Helmert's Higher Geodesy, he called it that, but it's also called that in all these manuals. You reduce that flat triangle that you see down to the orange, and then you curve it appropriately, adding extra space. And then you can go from having a nice orange to a potato, like a geoid, and get extra accuracy that way. So that's what they're doing. They're taking potato models and applying it accordingly.
Which was the problem with Jay Reese's explanation when he says that the plumb bob's accelerating to the center of the Earth. That doesn't match the geoid.
Nope.
Model.
Nope.
We could have told him that, but there was greater points to bring forward. But
I think
you know
you're
what
right.
I mean. There's just at that at that current time, but still, I mean, with all the things that he doesn't know, it's too easy. Like he makes it too easy. Like we can pull out any one of these points and just show him how each one of these don't conform to what his explanation is trying to explain.
Yeah, and his internal monologue the whole while is like, these guys can't be right. These guys don't know my job. I know this better than they do. They have to be wrong somehow.
And let me just go back to my previous point, which I know that I'm correct on, because one hand washes the other, and I don't have to worry about concerning myself with measuring the Earth as a globe. And that's all they do. It's like that dance move that they want to stick to. And you take them off script, and there's nothing they can do about it. There's the reason why they stay silent, or they don't respond, or they deflect, like all of that. It comes out of the fact that they don't know how to go outside of the script.
Good stuff, man. Hey, yeah, I love it too. I love it so much that I wish I could keep talking, but I have to go back to spreadsheet analysis. So let me go crunch some numbers, and I'm going to stay on mute as I listen and chat skank accordingly as I have time.
All right, Amish. Talk to you in a minute.
Nice talking to you, Alpha. See ya.
See ya.
Go check out the photo I posted. What's up?
Yeah. What's up, homie?
What up? Dude, I had to step away, dude. My blood pressure went up, bro.
What the fuck?
I was getting so angry at fucking dumbass, fucking Dart. It was retarded.
Oh, were you standing on top of the table yet? Because only if you start doing that, then I know that your blood pressure went up.
I was fucking climbing ladders, ready to jump off of it, bro. It was fucking.
Oh shit.
No, but I posted in the side chat.
Hey, remember when I told you? Remember when I told you that when we started, we were talking to him earlier. I think it's when you just came in this morning. How he was acting when we were talking to him, like the questions that I was actually asking him, and then Ambush jumped in, and then Indio jumped in. But he always sounded like he was really or he still sounds. I should put it that way. He still sounds like he's really confident in what he says, but the only thing he does is reset back to his original point. That the only thing he knows, basically. Yeah. Outside of that little script, he doesn't know anything about what he does in his profession.
Right.
Which is kind of like, it's weird because like, don't you have to, like, how long do you have to go to school for that? Do you know anything about that?
For
I haven't looked into it.
For a surveyor, they probably have like a 1-year vocational class, probably. I mean, to study. I mean, I don't know. Like, if you get a job as a surveyor, don't they do like on the job training?
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is, okay, so I was telling Amish too, like when it came to like explaining how the Earth is measured to be a globe in any way, like Shoebill Larry explained to Andy Hold My Beer. Like I mentioned this because Andy came in the other day, was saying this about Shoebill. Shoebill is a guy that would, he's been doing surveying for many number of years.
Yeah.
But he explained to him that it's, the curvature of the Earth is not measured, it's calculated. Essentially, just like the ground squirrel information was, that's how it is. So, and I mean, Andy really just, because he's like, just teach it, or not teach it, just tell it to me like I'm 10 years old. So Shubil kind of went through it with him. But he's got it. You have to be honest, being somebody who's seasoned someone who used to work in that profession. I don't know if he still does or not, but he had a number of years behind him. So it's like, they're like God rocking, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're seasoned in their profession or what they used to do. But you could say with honesty if there was any curvature taken into consideration when it was like doing your measurements, on the surface, shooting to targets and that kind of thing, right? So
Yeah.
the old school kind of way, when God Rockin's era, that wasn't really something they had to be concerned with. But nowadays, of course, the tools are already updated with technologies that they already take certain, number of these like calculations into consideration when you're doing your target, or when you're targeting, right? So it's like you're targeting you're sighting in your target, the surveying rod.
Yeah.
And when you're doing that, it's giving you the numbers that you need based on the curvature, right? The calculations.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of wizardry, right? So you're just somebody who uses the equipment. You get the information, and then because of that, you're just like, yeah, dude, it's the Earth is curved. How else would I get these numbers like that are showing me?
Yeah, the whole thing is a formula, but there are. I mean, you can. That's why I continuously say, okay, transfer that shit locally. Don't look at something fucking. You can't look at something really, really far away and be like, oh, I'll just add in the Earth curvature, and and then that's why optically, it's like, no, dude, like optically things are gonna drop down away from you. But that's why they add in, oh, it's the light bending, it's refraction. It's called atmospheric correction on the total station. But see, that's why I say this all the time, Alpha. They've hijacked reality because what they're saying is the globe, dropping over distance. No, it's actually just optically. Things are going to drop optically. So when you're sighting it, it's
No,
not.
I've asked just like general questions to Perplexity AI about this, right? So I put in there, one of them was, is it possible that you can transfer a line with a horizontal accuracy? It says in plane surveying, transferring a line with horizontal accuracy usually involves using instruments like a theodolite or total station. These tools help in measuring angles and distances accurately. By setting up the instrument over a known point and sighting the line to be transferred, surveyors can extend the line to a new point with precision. The accuracy depends on the equipment and techniques used. So the accuracy is important because like that's the crux of the issue, right? So it depends on the equipment and the techniques used. So I asked a follow-up question. What is the maximum effective range or distance that a line can be transferred from? It says the maximum effective range for transferring a line in plane surveying depends on factors like the equipment used, environmental conditions, and the required accuracy. Typically, with modern total stations or theodolites, surveyors can accurately transfer lines over several hundred meters, and sometimes even up to a few kilometers. Beyond that, the accuracy may decrease due to factors like atmospheric conditions and instrument limitations. Now, this is what it spit out, because it's just the basic, kind of information topical. It's really not getting into the type of accuracy we're talking about, because that also is a factor depending on what type of equipment you're using, the technique that's being used, and so forth, right? But overall, this is what it's saying, based on getting as accurate as you can, the horizontal accuracy. So if this is true, right? So what it said at the very end was instruments have these limitations. Now, if that wasn't a factor, then you could shoot to whatever distance, right? Using the tool to whatever range you wanted to, like Jesse Path of Light would say, for 75 miles looking at mountains and, whatever. So this is specifically not saying that. It's basically what I've always been advocating for. And it's exactly what it should be, right? Because, that makes sense. You're designing certain tools with the type of accuracy needed for the specific range that you're designing it for. So the limitations would give them kind of like a framework. You can't, outside of that, you're not going to have the expected results you would get if you're using it within its a limited range. You get what I'm saying? Like it's designed for this effective range that it's supposed to be utilized for, and they're trying to make it sound like it's not. But like guys like Shoebill and God Rockin' and those guys who've been seasoned in that profession, have been doing it for a while, they will say the exact same thing that ChatGPT, Perplexity AI, any one of these things can pull up from because it's just an aggregate collection of information. So all it's doing is giving you that information, kind of like God Rockin' Wood or Shoot Bill. Like they're basically saying what these surveyors have been doing their job for a while, and not somebody who's been just doing the job for like a year or a year and a half or something. Like these guys understand the ins and outs of surveying. So that's what the response we get from Perplexity AI, well, at least from, like I said, the technique, the equipment, and for the accuracy, that's going to vary. So we have to find out the technique, we have to find out the type of equipment, and then kind of see what we can work with as far as accuracy goes. But nonetheless, if you want that accuracy, there will be limitations. So there isn't. This thing is not saying that you can shoot at whatever distance and you're fine. It's not saying that. It's like they have limitations.
But see, here's what it is though. Here's what's weird, dude. Because they'll be like, well, we can see it though, so we should be able to, because we can see. So, like for instance, if you're looking at something at like 10 miles away, they're like, because we can see it, we should be able to use. Like, no, dude. Like, there's a reason why you typically 250 to 350 yards minimum, right? Like I mean, not minimum, but like standard, because you're trying to reduce fucking having to be like, oh fuck, the refraction and fucking this, and it's hot or it's cold or whatever the fuck. You typically do that because then that reduces your margin of error, like drastically. But the maximum though, like even for the equipment, bro, like on a professional fucking level, they're not gonna go farther than like one mile, dude, or 1.2 miles. They're not. They're not in a professional capacity. They're not gonna fucking use it because anything over that, dude, you're going to be off. Don't expect to turn your shit in and be like, I'm fucking spot on this, boss. Like, no, dude, if you're shooting over 1.2 miles, the amount of like refraction at this point, it's totally going to throw off your fucking your observation, and it's not what you're marking it at, what you're clocking at. That's not, dude. I bet these guys. Go ahead and fucking do that. Go ahead and take a shot from 5 miles away. Do your math. Then transfer that shit every 500 fucking feet or 1,000 feet. And let's see if you fucking come up to what you saw from a fucking 5 miles away, dude. I'm willing to bet everything, bro, that they will be off. And you know what? They'll even be like, yeah, you're right. We probably will be off. Then what the fuck? Then why are we arguing? Then why are you using that as your defense then? Saying that you can do this. No, you can't do that. And in any professional level, you wouldn't be doing that. But see, that's why Shoebill's like, I measured the mountains 16 miles away, had to get their elevations, and I was like, dude, what? Why would you do that? And you're a professional.
It's even worse because he comes from that position. But I think he's only doing that because he's trying to use his credibility as something to say that he's a surveyor for many years and such, and that the Earth is an actual globe and so on. So it's nothing more than just him trying to be a bit, what's the word I'm looking for here? When you're trying to be somebody, I don't know, grandstanding is not the word. It's where you're trying to be somebody using your credentials as a,
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I'm trying to think of the word too. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, it's just a person he's being disingenuous in what he's saying, but he's using his credentials to kind of like bolster that that information to make it like valid. Like
validate his position. Like, look, I do this for a living, so let me fucking. So what I say is obviously the truth because I have the fucking credentials. Like, yeah, I get what you're saying. He's just fucking. It's not cool, dude. And like for instance, when dumbass brought up the reciprocal zenith angles. That's why I actually wish you were here, dude. You probably would have fucking because that way, just so that way I don't have to fucking repeat it all. But ultimately, I was trying to like get it through his thick skull. Like, dude, you do not know what the definition of reciprocal zenith angles are, and nor does McToon and all the other morons, because when you are greater than 180, that's no longer a reciprocal zenith angle, because by definition, that has to equal 180. That's what you call it. So, like I was saying, if one's that's why I even put it into ChatGPT to like try to like show him like, look, bro, like even this fucking thing understands it. Why can't you? Why don't you? And it even had at the bottom of it said like, do you want me to create a diagram so he can stop embarrassing himself? I was fucking laughing, bro. I was like, ChatGPT is fucking cranking on him, bro.
Yeah, but I think too, it's like we dude, like anymore, and we're just, I mean, I don't know what we're doing, because like everybody's I think already made our point with Jay Reese that he doesn't know what he's talking about. I already know that he doesn't know what he's talking about, but it's just that kind of guy. He's only useful as a punching bag. Like there's no more use out of him to like actually want him to concede, because he's just gonna go back to whistling past the graveyard, NPC resetting back to his point, like his talking point, and he's just It's like people saying celestial navigation using the nautical almanac, that they're reifying the Earth as a globe based on that system, but they're not measuring the surface of the Earth. So it doesn't matter if you travel thinking that the Earth is a globe. You didn't measure that it's one. That's the problem. And then for anybody that's trying to go at it from the angle of like using a system, like the system could be working the way that it does, but it's not telling you that the Earth is a globe. You're using it like one, but you didn't measure the surface to be like traveling over a globe. Like that would be the issue. You have to prove that it's a globe. It's a reification fallacy, essentially. You're reifying the idea that you are on a globe based on the system.
Right. That's why I even told Shoebill like a while back. I told him like, look, I disagree with you that when you say that if I set up, because you're telling me if I set up my theolite and I'm not going to get I'm like, no, I'm not saying. I'm actually saying you will do that, but you have to understand you are using an instrument that has software that's calculating the very said thing you're trying to come up with. It already positioned itself, so you're using the model to prove the model. I said, so of course you're going to get to that when you're this many minutes and seconds of arc, of a degree, right? Like, because that's why you're using that instrument, because the disk and the ground were created off of the same algorithm that's in that fucking software.
There you go. There you go. That's it right there. That's it right there, man. I'm telling you, these systems, they're like a giant circle jerk. They're keeping them in the loop. They're keeping them in a loop that they're thinking that the Earth is a globe, so they don't see what's wrong with using it. They're like, dude, well, it works, so that must mean the Earth is a globe. But like,
that's what I tell them, bro. Like, no, you're fucking. That's why, dude. Look, no. I go, look, I'm not gonna argue with that. And then fucking Omnivore 2 is like, well, it sounds like you're arguing with them. I'm like, no, I'm arguing with him that you guys are missing the fucking point here. All right, like you're not. If you were to transfer it, like you would debunk the globe yourself if you didn't add in the fucking curvature. Because guess what? Once upon a time, they used to do that shit by hand. It wasn't an algorithm in the software, and they would have to add the curvature. They would add a radius to their angle, to their cosine, and it's like, dude. Or what's the Haberstein? Fuck, dude.
The Haberstein formula, yeah.
Yeah, the Haberstein
formula. I'm gonna be on listening mode, but I'll be listening to you.
All right, cool. Yeah, but the fact that they're using that, because there are guys who can do the math on paper, There's some really smart fucking guys that are really good at math. Seems like a lot of them become surveyors because that's what it is. It's a lot of math involved when obviously. But I don't know where the disconnect is though when we're trying to tell them like, dude, you're using the system to claim the system or prove the system. It just makes zero sense. But I don't know. Maybe just having that conversation at least will allow either Globers, and when I say Globers, I mean the ones that are actually wanting to find out, like they're not just anti-flat Earth, or they're not so stupid that they can't even grasp what we're saying. I think because Globers end up becoming flat Earthers, right? Because you believe in the globe, but then you're like, oh wait, this is stupid. But when we're talking to anti-flat Earthers or globetards, where they're too stupid to understand it, then I feel like Globers they'll be like, oh okay, yeah, we get it. Like, okay, that's why that position. Okay, and then a little piece of that indoctrination falls down like a wall. Like, and then you got to keep watering those seeds for that truth to grow within them, as it did for all of us that are already on this side, the ones that already changed their mind, quote unquote, saw the truth, whatever hell you want to say it. Speaking of which, are there any Globers in here? Or is it just anti-flat earthers and flat earthers? I guess we're just listening to everybody. I do that too sometimes too, so I understand.
The disconnect comes from either being disingenuous or just being so prideful, and I guess cognitive dissonance. I have a buddy who is not like an anti-flat earther. He's just a normal dude. And I give him the evidence and I give him the measurements, and he cannot, refute anything, but he's still like, no, it's still a globe and there's still space. It's just.
Yeah, that's there's a lot of people like that. Like, they cannot accept like what's being pointed out in reality. They won't accept it. Like, why would they lie? That's what they always say. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? In my comments on some of the videos I posted, there's a lot of that, dude. A lot of people have that same question. Why would the government lie to us? That's like probably the number one, thing that they said in all those comments. There's like over 6,000 comments. I think the number one thing most of them say is, why would they lie?
Yeah, the first step is to determine if they are lying. And then once you know that they're liars, well, then they're liars.
But which government? Which government?
I guess it's American government in the comments.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that one.
Because I guess technically, wouldn't all the governments that have a space program be lying?
Yeah, that's the point. You have like 5 space countries, and all governments are lying about the space.
Yeah, because if you think
there is another explanation.
What's that? What's the explanation?
So, how quantum physics says that the results depend on observation.
Okay.
So when, the shape of the Earth then depends on the observer. So when alpha views it, it's flat, but when I view it, it's globe.
And in reality, what it is?
In reality, it's both.
Both. It cannot be both.
Yeah, there's a superposition where it exists in both states.
No,
But then the observer collapses the wave equation and it achieves one or the other state. That's what quantum physics says.
Flat surface cannot be in the same way curved surface. Do you know that?
I'm not saying a flat surface is a curved surface. I'm saying it depends on who the observer is.
Yeah, I'm saying if observer is on the globe, then he will maybe observe the curved surface. But if he is not on the globe, he will not observe.
Like I do.
You observe the curved
if I do, but then alpha probably doesn't, and actually.
Okay, which curved
that's
surface?
What
you observe?
quantum mechanics, quantum physics explains.
Hold on, friend. Hold on, bro. Hold on, Sasha. Stop speaking straight through him. Let him finish a sentence, for goodness sakes. Unlistenable. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is, it depends on the observer. So there is not one flat Earth or one globe Earth. It's all relative to the observer. As quantum physics says, results depend on the observation. Otherwise, the cat in the box can be either alive or dead till you open it.
If you measure your table, will the measurement change randomly? Or is it always the same measurement?
When I measure it, it's almost always the same.
And if I measured it with the same measurements that you use, I would get the same thing, right?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe.
That's disingenuous AF right there.
No, it ain't. If he offered you a framework for his metaphysics and you're not engaging with an internal critique, you're engaging an external critique based on your worldview, with your predispositional bias that your worldview is already correct without substantiating it. So nice try.
The measurements are empirical. Nice try.
Really? Prove it.
I just did. Measure something.
No, you didn't. What you proved is that if you particularly measure the same thing twice, you get the same result. Now prove that everybody does that. Go ahead.
If they use the same correct method, then yes, they would.
Maybe. Where's your data set to prove your point?
I guess whoever becomes a carpenter or an engineer. So those types of schools is my data.
Okay, so hypotheticals. You don't actually have any data. You're just appealing to a data set that you don't know exists.
Well, we have the stats of who graduated as those professions and who's in work. I mean, they're easily...
Okay, me. Yeah, me. So I'm going to tell you right now that 7 guys on a job site are not going to get the same measurement on the same object every time. Not going to happen. So your thing that you just said isn't actually true. And I have field experience to prove that's the case. So you're wrong. I have a demonstrated black swan. Hold on. I have a demonstrated black swan that disproves your point. So your point doesn't follow.
And how does it? How is the final measurement determined on the job site?
Arbitrary, by authority. Whoever's the highest authority decides what we go with. It's that simple. So what we try to do is we try to all have the same tapes. So, like, for example, I like Stanley Fatmax. Everyone I work with usually uses Stanley Fatmax. But you have the Stanley Fatmax. Some of them aren't printed the same as others, right? And then you have the person using it with his eyeball looking at the line based on the reference, right? So you have that error introduced. Plus you have the wiggle in the end of the tape, right? Plus you have whether they took it on the one side or the other. Like, there's all kinds of variables that are going to result in one guy measures it this, one guy measures it that. Then you give it to the cut guy. He comes back and the thing's too short. So how is it the case that if measurements are empirical and they're always the same, that we can't effectuate an accurate measurement in the field?
Well, I would say that people were measuring them incorrectly because the measurement's going to be the measurement, but if somebody measures it wrong, then that's where you get your differences. But the measurement itself won't change. Like the size of the table won't change, whatever that measurement is, whether it's measured wrong or not.
Yeah, what if a guy measures your table from the center to the A point, and the other guy rotates 3 degrees and measures it from the center to the B point? and they both get a different radius. And one guy says you have this circumference for your table. The other guy says you have this circumference for your table. Who's correct?
Well, regardless of who's correct, there's still one measurement of that table, right?
No, there's two. I just told you there's two. I gave you an instance where somebody took a measurement and it got a different result than somebody else. And they took a hard measurement from the center to the extent of the table, the round table. Okay? So who has the correct circumference? Which one of them?
Well, maybe it's not a perfect circle then. I don't know. I couldn't say. I'm sorry.
So if he put a model of a perfect circle and got his one measurement and said it's this circumference, and the other guy got a model of a perfect circle, got his measurement, said it's this circumference, it would be a conflict with their expectation from the model versus reality, right?
I suppose.
Right. So a lot of interpretations of realities are based on mental models, not actual reality of the data itself. So one guy could be accurate saying this is the circumference, and the other guy could be accurate saying this is the circumference, but they got two different readings.
Yeah, that's
fair point. But check it out. All as I've been dealing with is the physical structures of the things. The other homeboy was talking about the metaphysical nature of how reality renders itself to the sentient observer based on quantum physics and other metaphysical claims, right? Which are beyond what I just described. So, for example, if it's the case that reality isn't as, decisively concrete as we think it is, and it kind of renders for us to the observer, and it's being held in a position of information until it's needed, then it is entirely possible. If it doesn't have to be practical, but it's possible at least that reality reveals itself differently to the observer based on their predispositions.
Yeah, that's a fair point as well.
Now, keep in mind, a lot of people believe in metaphysics that include sentient agent causation for material reality. So, in other words, the mind of an agent is the cause of the physical and natural world. Most people on Earth believe that. That's a true statement. That there's an entity of some type that is the cause of the physical natural world, that itself is supernatural and extra physical. So it's not bound by those dimensions. And so, however it manifests reality to its creation, right, we don't understand those mechanisms on a fundamental level. And within those of the main religions that are of those type, they believe in an agent known as the deceiver, who's capable, at least in some of the sacred scriptures, of deceiving the entire world to believe a mistruth. The entire world. It says right in the scripture, deceives the entire world to believe a lie. So the very nature of reality itself, the entire world could be deceived by. And so when you go out and say, oh, I see the earth clearly as flat, and they say, no, I clearly see it as a globe, maybe they're not lying. That doesn't mean it is or isn't. It just means that's how they're seeing it, because they're deceived. And they're either deceived by their own machinations in their mind or by a supernatural machination that we don't understand.
That means AI, if somebody see the pyramid in his mind, that is pyramid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, for example, there's this old question. There's an old question. Like, if I put you on a rocket and I sent you far away from the Earth and you turned around and saw it was a sphere, would you believe it, that it's a globe finally, and give up flat Earth? And some flat earthers, they answer different questions. But the reason why you're being asked that question is because the globers are testing you if you're honest. It's like, well, if I saw the globe with my own eyes, would I believe it? And transversely, if I saw the flat Earth with my own eyes as the glober, would I believe it? Because at the end of the day, you could travel far away from the Earth, turn around and look at it, and then convince yourself that what you're seeing is a deception. And guess what? It could be a deception. It could be the case that when you leave far away from the Earth, whatever spiritual paradigm you believe in is conspiring against you to deceive you. And so as a flat earther, you fly up, you see that the Earth is a globe, and you come back down, you tell everyone, I saw the Earth was a globe. It's kind of confusing. The Earth looks like a globe from far away, but on the ground it measures flat. So now I got to scratch my head. How would you know from that reference point whether it's flat or globe? If you're looking out your own eyeballs and you see it as a globe from far away, how would you know? And that's a sincere question. If you got on a rocket, went far away from the Earth, turned around and saw what looked to you like a giant globe, and you came back down and landed and scratched your head, how would you know whether it's a globe or not?
I would say you'd have to measure it.
Yeah, I would measure it.
Yeah, you need to experience that. Not only go to rocketing, to go around. Then you can, if you experience that, then you can say, yeah, I saw the globe.
Well, not necessarily. So, for example, if the Earth is flat and expressed as a rectangle with a coordinate system that's polar, right, and it has boundaries in which the material dimensions transpose themselves to the other side, right, and you traveled around and circumnavigated the things in all directions, you would think, well, I traveled in a circle in all directions and arrived back where I started, therefore it can only be a globe. But if you rule out dimensional transposition, you wouldn't necessarily be correct, would you? Now, you may say, well, that's silly. Why would I even think such a thing? Well, guess what? Globers already believe in that stuff. They believe in Einstein-Rosen loops. They believe in Einstein-Rosen bridges. They believe in wormholes. All that stuff means you can be in one spatial location and then all of a sudden be in another spatial location without actually traveling the distance between them because you're traveling on a higher dimension. And I said all this just to say that when that guy said maybe the Earth renders itself this way and that way, it's not entirely unreasonable for him to say that. So for him just to be mocked and scoffed at when a lot of what he's talking about is philosophy that's talked about across many fields of science and philosophy, it's like you got to take those points seriously, at least on some level. Otherwise, you're going to alienate people.
That's true. I apologize for calling you disingenuous, whoever that was.
There's a very famous guy, Berkeley. You remember Berkeley? He's the founder of Berkeley College in the United States. He has an idea called Berkeleyan idealism. He essentially posits the idea, based on certain results of experiments in science and inquiry in the physical natural world, that it appears that the world is essentially a matrix of information that is rendered for the observer directly to the mind through a conduit semiotic relationship that is manifest as physical, much like a video game matrix, right? Back then they didn't know about video games, so they didn't describe it like that. But it's much like a video game where you have a designer, he sets the game rules, and the game characters occupy the world, and each time the characters are in the level, they're in a world together, but each system, like each console at your house or your computer, is creating the world locally, even though you're conglomerated into a hub world on the internet, right? So you're all in the same, let's just call it Tamriel, Tamriel from the Oblivion series or whatever. You're all in Tamriel. But the main hub of Tamriel is just a matrix of information. But what you see is only rendered locally on your computer. Now, there are certain experiments in quantum physics and other things that led people to believe back then that reality doesn't actually render until you're present. So there's no need for it to be there until a sentient observer is present. Then that begs the question, well, how could the information be there without a sentient observer? Well, the answer is simple. Berkeley solved it with the overmind. He said humans are sentient agents that are involved in a world which itself is grounded in a mind that's greater than humanity. And the old question, if a tree falls in the forest, right, is anybody there to hear it? Does it make a sound? His answer to the question is the tree isn't there. The tree isn't there. It's not falling. Until a sentient observer is necessary to be involved in that area, none of that data is manifested. And so very serious people, right, in philosophy and history thought this way, and they didn't think that way just out of their butt. They thought that way by interpreting experimental data, especially in the quantum physics and stuff like that. So when this guy says, quantum physics and quantum experiments point to the idea that maybe, the knower is responsible, at least in some way, for reality rendering, he's not out to lunch.
Right. I just assumed. So let me ask you: Are we even here? Are we taking up the same space? Like, are we on this plane but different spaces? Like, you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, look, the fundamental way in which reality and dimensionality works and the interaction between the sentient agent and the physical and natural world is unknown, right? The mechanisms of how that works is God tier understanding, right? It's something I don't believe we can fully understand. But I just want to point this out. When I said the knower is responsible for reality, like most people on Earth adhere to religions or philosophies that actually believe that in the first instance. Like they believe there's an eternal knowledge which is contained in a mind, which is either a single entity or a plural entity. That's an eternal entity that isn't bound by space, time, matter, or energy, greater than those things. So that means, at least on some fundamental level, reality is rendered in a way that is dependent on that agent. It's not independent. So, in other words, a rock doesn't just simply exist forever without a mind. Like, there's no just dead universe with just a bunch of dead rocks floating around and then eventually sentient agents appear. No, it's the other way around. It's sentient agency exists forever and eventually it decides, I'd like to have a rock.
Iraq, Iran, or Afghanistan?
It's a very fascinating topic, and I was like that. Yeah. All being said, I was going to ask that guy, but he left. That guy Newbie, if he actually experiences the Earth as a ball or a sphere, and where does that occur? So, like the question with people that, and I've done a lot of reading in the past for about the last 30 years about quantum physics. I've read several books on it. I've read many articles about the light experiments and this idea of sentient agency observing the world, being the knower, creating the physical world. And so I would like to have asked that guy, does he actually experience the Earth as a globe, and where does that occur? I mean, it's because here, I'll bring this one point, and I'll leave it with this. I used to go to the beach, and I would go to this big cliff, 300-foot tall cliffs overlooking the ocean. I thought I saw a curvature. I shit you not. I thought I did. Really thought I did. Now, learning the things I learned about the eye and the way we see kind of in a bubble because the shape of the lens. So there's kind of something going on with our eyes. But now when you look at an image like the Black Swan, or you look at and I've been a sailor for many years, and I've seen long distance observations very, very far away, like further than you would possibly think that you could see. And looking back on those instances now, I'm like, that makes the globe impossible. But I acknowledge what AI has just said about the quantum physics, where I think that's true. I think you could have a presupposed idea or a belief system in your head that could cause you to see things differently than the next person. I think that is true. So I don't know if these Globers go out there and they see the ocean and they see things kind of in a bubble or sphere of visualization, and they actually are perceiving that as a globe, and it's giving credence to their already presupposed belief system of Earth being a globe. Because
couldn't they measure it? Couldn't they just go measure it though?
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think they could measure it. But
right. Well, that's another part. Yeah, Sonny, that's another part of this whole thing. So, apart from all the metaphysical philosophy that I went through there's another explanation that's also possible, which is we hear it all the time. People see a boat go away, and then all of a sudden they can't see the bottom. Now, I just described what I actually saw. A boat went away, and then the bottom I couldn't see, and I couldn't see more of the bottom, and eventually I couldn't see the boat. That's what I saw with my eyes. But here's what they say they saw. You ready?
Yeah.
I saw a boat go underneath the curvature. Now, notice the difference. This is what Bro Holmes, saw. I saw a boat go far away, and the bottom started to disappear, and then I couldn't see it anymore. The other guy says, I saw a boat go under the curvature. Now, which one is describing what they actually saw, and which one is describing what they saw in their mind?
Sounds like that boatman's paradox where they're both uphill from each other at the same time. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, kind of. If you take a thing like that and you turn it left or right, depending on the vantage point, they're both traveling uphill towards each other, but from a different vantage point, they're both traveling downhill towards each other. We had a good buddy in here that used to hang out with us, and he used to ask the Globers, "Okay, so there's a curve between you and the other person." They'd be like, "Yeah," and he goes, "Okay, so is it a hump or a drop? Is the Earth rising in between the two of you like a hump, or is it falling down away from you towards the other person like a drop? Which one?"
That's a really good point to bring up because, like, in my mind, while you were speaking on that, I see a ship, right? Let's say you're on one ship and somebody else is on ship B 20 miles away and you both see each other. So the Globers are always saying there's a sagitta, the high point of the sphere. Well, they're saying the high point of the sphere. I want to ask the question, where is that? Is that sagitta at point A, ship A, or shape B? Now, when they say it's at both, there's kind of a problem there. That's a paradox. So I don't see how the sagitta could be at both point A and B at the same time because, like you said, it's going to be dropping away in all directions from each observer. That makes no sense. That means aircraft flying all have their own sagitta. So what if you have 6 planes and I see planes coming in for landing? They all kind of circle around and they line up.
Right.
Like
So check this out.
Like you can see them off in the distance, all lining up, and they all come in. So does that mean that each one of these aircraft that are like first circling around and then getting in their landing pattern, does each one of those aircraft have their own sagitta? That makes no sense at all.
Well, if you think of them as physical locations, it doesn't make sense. But if you think of them as a mental model of what you're seeing, right, and how you operate in the world relative to your vision and what's available to you in your field of view, right, then you realize that your interpretation of the world from that point of view is exactly observer and instance dependent. So that instant, at that moment in time where you're looking and oriented, that is a unique view of the world, never to be seen again.
Yeah, so that's a problem when you're talking about navigation, because if you're traveling, let's say in an aircraft, you're never standing still. You're constantly moving. But let's say you make a sighting of a celestial body with a sextant while you're in the aircraft. Then 5 minutes later, that first sighting would be useless if you were traveling on a ball. So even on a ship, traveling at, let's say, 6 knots, 6 nautical miles per hour, a nautical mile is 6,000 feet. So 3,600 feet you've traveled. Now your first sighting of your star or the sun fix is not the same anymore if we're on a curved surface.
It's not the same because the things move in the sky.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you're using this presupposed idea of a curved surface, you're not at the same location.
Yeah, so the sky moving, right? would only be relative to if you're looking at it without moving your physical location. But if you move your physical location, and then you have the sky stuff moving on, then you have a compound motion. So even if the sky was static and you moved, you'd still have a different view. But yeah, you're right. The sky moves, not the Earth. Good point.
Yep, that's true. So, I mean, that solves the problem. You're absolutely right, Radman. So it's the sky that's moving. But let's say your ship is moving too. But where is the ship moving? And how do you, how can you tell? Well, you're on a chart. I mean, basically, you're navigating using a chart with straight lines. To the best of your ability, straight lines. You're on a navigation. You're following a cardinal direction as a heading. And of course, we know there's all these variables with traveling at sea: waves, wind height, wind direction, wave direction, currents. They can be crisscrossing. All these different things are happening. But you're basically replicating the surface you're traveling on a chart, which is a flat horizontal plane. And I keep saying this, that it replicates the surface you're traveling on. This is a problem for the Globers because as I've done more reading, basically those are rectangle coordinates. They're straight lines on the chart. They're not curved. You couldn't have directions that were the same from one location to another location if those lines were not parallel. And I see the rhumb lines. Yeah, Amish, you're right. And that's one thing I always wondered on these old ancient maps, how they had these rhumb lines at different locations. And I'm like, oh, I see what they're doing. They're using these rhumb lines. They're using these compass roses on the chart. And they start off with them near land where you can use the angles to like points of land.
Yeah, man, the Earth is flat, bro. The Earth's flat.
Yeah. So that's the only way you can use rhumb lines.
Bro, just because you come in here and say the Earth is flat doesn't mean you can get some of the snacks in the back. You got to prove your worth first, all right?
My apologies. I still do believe that the Earth is flat.
Have you tested that?
I don't need to test that. I have an IQ of about 5, and I believe the Earth is flat.
Well, you're only talking about belief then. And so there's millions of people supposedly that believe that they believe the Earth is a globe and they don't have any proof. So what you're saying is the same thing. If you say you believe,
I have 5 IQ.
He explained it, Sonny. He said he has an IQ of 5. So
But
that's why
I
he
was
has
almost
that
done
belief.
before
Yeah,
he
that's why he
interrupted.
believes in Santa Claus and Easter Bunny and all that shit because he's got a low IQ.
But hold on, I was in the middle of my sentence and you interrupted.
That's why I also believe in flat Earth, guys, because my IQ does not go above 5.
But that doesn't matter. Your IQ doesn't matter. I'm gonna disregard that because you see the same thing. You see the same things I do. Now we talked about this. Okay, maybe you have a belief in something. So what I'm trying to get at is, if you only believe that the Earth is flat, then that's no different than the Globers who believe the Earth is a globe with no proof.
All right. I'll agree to disagree. The Earth is flat.
Okay, so how did you verify your belief?
Well, as I told you, my IQ is not that high, so I'm also a flat earther.
Profound. So basically, you're so dumb that somebody told you the Earth is flat, and then you just believed them. I got you.
Yeah, pretty much, man. That's it. Simples.
Right. So what you're actually trying to do is make a passive aggressive insult that the reason we've concluded the Earth is flat is because we have low IQs. Because you're actually just self-projecting your inferiority complex as a glober onto us.
All right, that's 3 points to AI Overload. We're gonna give him a gold medal from Pound Stretcher or from the dollar store. He's worked out my mission. I've been rumbled, guys.
I mean, it wasn't hard, right?
What the mission, man? Good mission.
Yeah, some people like to explain stuff when you're a troll, but you're just a troll, and we know it because you just have a belief system.
Did you consider some mission to go to stop somewhere war or some conflict, to give some love or something like that?
Nah, not really.
It's better like this, you know.
Yeah, fair enough. But let's capitalize on his Freudian slip, which is he just admitted that he thinks it's a globe because he's not intelligent enough to determine whether it's a globe or not, and just believed an authority that told him so. So let's help him out of that suffering by teaching him that he doesn't have to trust authority and he can actually determine the proposition for himself.
Thank you, AI Overload. Please end my suffering, guys. Please, please help. I need help.
Sea level. You are done now. You're saved now. Okay. Sea level.
Do go on.
If you want help, sea level, man.
Tell me more.
More you can find in books or outside, wherever you want.
Yeah, what a friend here, Sasha's trying to tell you, bro, is that the Earth's covered in water, and water's flat and level, and therefore the entire surface of the Earth is based off of sea level for all its topography and heights, and therefore everything is based on a arrangement that's horizontal, which means parallel to the plane of the horizon, which is where the surface of the Earth meets the sky. And so if the entire surface of the Earth that meets the sky is arranged horizontally, and all the topography is between two parallel planes, which it must be, because it's referenced from sea level, then that means that the Earth is flat. I rest my case. You're cured.
But I had IQ 5 9 years ago. Yeah, I thought that water is curving, but after that my IQ go up. But 40 years I was retarded.
Well, look, I believe that too, but I never.
Can I interrupt? I know I have 5 IQ, but can I just interrupt? So do you guys believe that the Earth is flat or that it's a globe? I'm trying to work out what you guys believe. Like, who's a globe and who's a flat earther?
We don't believe.
You don't believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I know that Earth is flat.
Yeah. Doctor doesn't believe the Earth is flat any more than he believes he's, 5'11". If he measured himself to be 5'11", 190 pounds, or whatever he is, he just accepts that that's the measurement of what he is. He doesn't say, I believe I'm this tall. Now, don't get me wrong. Some guys believe they're taller than they are. Like on a dating app, they're really 5'5", and they'll put, I'm 5'9", and then they'll wear like platform shoes like Tom Cruise. Those guys are believers, all right? But people who actually know their true height because they got measured, they just say, I'm measured. Like me personally, I'm measured 6'3" tall. That's what I am.
I'm 5'11", by the way, if that means anything.
You believe in that or you know that?
Oh, no, I know that, man. I measured myself in the gym.
Oh,
cool.
We did the same thing for the air.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah. No, I said only we did the same thing for the Earth. How you did for the height, we did for the Earth.
You measured the Earth, bro?
Not entirely, only the part. Little part.
Doesn't that make your your experiment like invalid?
What?
No, let me explain. We already established that sea level is the standard, and water is the gold standard for level throughout human antiquity. Since water covers 70% of the surface, and we know, according to the physics of water, that if you tilt the orientation of the surface water is on, it will slide off, and water at the surface doesn't curve or conform to the topography below the surface. So the surface of water, right, is going to have an equipotential surface that's level. And if you can demonstrate that that surface is level in any portion, then it's level everywhere. And the physics follow across the entire surface of water. And since you can't have a 70% flat, anything that then is curved, the thing's flat, dude.
Right. So how do you explain when, for example, say on like a cruise, right, and you're sailing towards the sunset or whatever, in the distance you can see, say there's tall skyscrapers or something. The skyscrapers, they'll start disappearing from the bottom first, and then you'll see like the top of it towards the end. The further you go out to sea, you know. How do you explain that? If the Earth's flat,
Yeah,
wouldn't
very,
the whole like
yeah.
wouldn't the whole building be visible from however far you go?
That would only be possible if you had a non-angular field of view, and all the available light is available on a sensor in a horizontal, perpendicular manner. And since all optics have an angular field of view, you have to deal with the physics of an angular field of view. So with an angular field of view, you have a consequence called a diffraction limit. So in other words, once light gets at such small angles, it starts to interfere with itself, and you can no longer tell the difference between it. Right? So you only have an available amount of pixels, let's call them, in your eye, and you have an available amount of angles that can be rendered on those pixels. And it so happens that the eye has a 0.02 degree angular resolution limit. That means anything that falls within that triangle of 0.02 degrees, you're not going to be able to see. Now, if it happens to be the bottom of an object as it's out in the distance, right, what you're going to see is you're going to see the bottom land and the top land or the building or whatever it is merge according to the laws of perspective out in the distance. Now you know the laws of perspective apply to reality. You know that for a fact. And so you can imagine things getting smaller as they approach the horizon, that eventually they're just going to keep approaching the horizon. And as the bottom approaches the horizon, the bottom's going to disappear. It makes perfect sense. There's no need to appeal to a giant globe to explain this phenomenon.
Yeah, this is a phenomenon that's easily replicated above a flat surface or on a flat surface. There's coins on a table. Moving far away from the camera, the coin on the flat table disappears bottom up. You can replicate this with toy boats, like on a flat surface, with bricks on a flat floor. You know, if you see a building in the distance disappearing as you move away from it, bottom up, if you zoomed in, you could zoom right back in, most cases, and see the entire building. The same as we do with ships disappearing bottom up at a certain point. As long as the ship hasn't moved beyond the optical limits for that device, you can zoom back into that ship, waterline and all. And we understand, after years of investigating this thing about the horizon, we know what's happening at the horizon. We have a very good idea about the mirror. There's a mirror image part of the horizon. At some point, the bottom part of the horizon will start reflecting the sky above or the boat above. That's why when you zoom in, you see sometimes a boat, you see the waterline, and part of the boat is being flipped upside down because of this mirroring effect at the horizon. So these are all effects that we know happen on a flat plane.
Absolutely, and keep in mind that he's describing to you optical effects. Now, when you said that I can't see the bottom of something, what you were inferring in your argument was that the reason I can't see it is because it's being blocked by an object, and that object is the Earth. Now, we would agree that the Earth, if it is a ball, would be a fixed size. So it's a certain size, it has a certain radius, 3,959 miles. So that means that consequent of this hump of Earth in between you and the other thing that you thought was the explanation must be in a location, right? It has to exist physically. The problem is that we have numerous observations, countless observations, hundreds of observations of objects in extent of greater than where that hump should be. Now, the only explanation that you can come back with is A, the Earth is a larger size, which would then debunk all the previous claims, or that the reason why we can still see things beyond where the hump is supposed to have blocked them is because of what reason? The only left category is optical effects. So we know that what we see is all under the category of optical effects. This geometry that you think exists about the globe Earth cannot be seen or validated in reality.
Do you have any comments about the optical effects above a flat plane? Three Dog, saw you lighting up there.
자, 이거 여기 올세.
He was laughing. I think he just needed to laugh a little because he doesn't understand anything.
Maybe.
Sure. Yeah, that's what it was.
I mean, or it could be like a girl who just got punked out and embarrassed, and so she's laughing to cope.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. I'm just laughing at Phil.
I can hear it in his voice, Coper.
That's fine, dude. And look, it's not every day that you're told that what you held dear was actually a bunch of nonsense that was easily fooled upon you. But don't get me wrong, it wasn't easily fooled. You know, they have a whole apparatus of education and propaganda to trick you into thinking that when you see something out in the distance and you can't see the bottom, that can only be because the Earth is a globe, when it simply is not the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people are going by, well, they have globes in the classroom, so Earth is a globe. And then they go from the globe in the classroom to pictures from space. They skip the surface of Earth completely. They're just going by what they saw on the classroom desk and what the books were saying without any verification. So is that your case, Three Dog?
I'm not making any case. I don't know why you're dragging me into this. I'm just laughing at what I'm laughing at.
Hey, I was just...
you're fine, bro.
I was just asking a simple question. Yeah, no pressure, man.
And to be fair, I wasn't listening to the questions. I'm looking at something else. So I'm sorry. I didn't realize the question was being...
Yeah, no worries, bro. You kind of came in on a combo with somebody else who admittedly has a 5 IQ. So we might have been embellishing how we treat you as if you had a 5 IQ based on the previous guy. So let's reset and assume that you have a standard IQ.
It has to have a lower IQ, of course.
Well, no. See, you're correct, but who made that argument? He did. The Glober came in here presenting himself as a LARP, as a flat earther, that the only way you could believe in a flat earth is if you have a low IQ. And so he was presenting himself as a flat earther because he has a low IQ. So he was the one making that argument.
If that's how he was presenting himself, sure. Yeah. I'm skeptical because a lot of the times I will say I'm a Glober. I've come in. I might say just a very brief thing, and they're like, "Oh, you're dumb. You're this, that." Like, yeah. I'm not saying y'all get that. Maybe he didn't bring a good argument. That's fine. I'm just sorry. I'm a big skeptical. But
yeah, no worries.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Did you hear any story about AI was saying and Sunny last 15 minutes?
Like from the arguments I heard, he has his point. Y'all have your points. He trying to argue like what you see over the horizon is not the greatest of trying to prove this or that, because they're.
Well, it does prove something. And you're correct. It may not prove, based on that argumentation style, whether the Earth is flat.
Right.
But what it does prove is that the horizon and what you can see is not limited by alleged globe geometry. It proves that what we see is in the optical category, not the geometric category.
I disagree with that. It proves that, but their evidence shows with the correct math. If you show the correct math, you can then go, this is a possibility and that's a possibility, because both a flat Earth and are possibilities with the correct math, and what you can see visually.
So what does that? Right. So what does that mean? It means that you have to interpret what you see visually in a alternate mathematical matrix. You can't just take it at face value. And so what that means is that what you're seeing out there isn't necessarily informing you of the geometry of the situation. However, Globers throughout history have put their hat on that argument that I can't see the bottom of the boat, or I can't see Paris from New York, therefore the Earth must be a globe. They are the ones who have used that argumentation. They are the ones who have banked that the horizon is the physical edge of a giant ball, and that's the only way that we can see the phenomena we see, and that's just simply not the case.
Sure, yeah, and that is the case, because a lot of people, they're just taught. They're taken from people who've spent their whole lives studying this stuff, and that's become the common knowledge, and that's what they go with. Sure. I that's just.
Absolutely.
I don't look at those people like, oh, you're low IQ. No, it's just not everyone's gonna go out and be. I'm going to be the scientist that proves that the Earth is a globe or a flat Earth. No, they have their own.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you that you can have a high IQ and still decide to put your thinking cap over there and just accept what you trust as a competent authority. Like that, humans are frail to doing that all over the board, whatever their predisposition is about religion or science or anything.
Yeah, so of course it's going to be a fairly large group of people is just going to go, yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? You're dumb, and not see. Oh, maybe let's look at the actual math that you're all putting out.
Yeah, but let's not shoo this under the rug.
Yeah,
that we are trained in the educational system and the media that the Earth is a globe and that we should trust experts on certain matters. And not only that, but we're trained that flat earthers are stupid, that flat earthers deny science, that flat earthers are archaic troglodytes, a leftover vestige from a bygone era that shouldn't be taken seriously. That's what we're taught in society.
Yeah.
So there is a predispositional bias to treat flat earthers as if they are stupid on their face, simply for acknowledging, accepting, believing, or even questioning that the Earth is a flat or a globe. In fact, so much so that we're publicly mocked by the seat of power of the world superpower. Straight from the presidential pulpit itself, we're mocked.
Well,
right? Yes, we are.
And that becomes why. Well, we have people that we should trust. Maybe you have your reasons not to. Maybe because you just don't trust the government. But we have multiple governments, multiple peoples, even more private peoples. They've gone to space. They've seen the curvature, and that's just.
Well, let me answer this question.
You haven't doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You know?
Fair enough. Let me ask you: who supposedly has seen the Earth that is capable to arbitrate the proposition of what shape the whole Earth is? Who in history has supposedly been there?
I mean, do you want me to list off the names? Like,
yeah, how many? Just guess. How many people have supposedly been to that?
Just guess. I don't know, because I can only say how many people I think of Americans. I don't know the Russians or even.
Dude, give me a number, man. Just give me a number.
How can I give you a number? Dude. Because I don't know what other countries.
Is it in the?
That's crazy. I don't know. So it's wrong.
Fair enough. I'm just asking you for a number. Okay, you don't need to know.
I don't. And that number means nothing.
It does mean something. Let me explain. Let me explain.
How many people seeing the?
Let me explain. Let me explain. So it could be thousands, right? It could be hundreds. It could be dozens. It could be one. Now, if it's one, then we have to take the word of one person. If it's 10, we have to take the word of 10 people. If it's thousands, we have to take the word of thousands. Now, I will submit to you that factually, according to the claims, now keep in mind they could have been lying or they could have had secret missions. Don't get me wrong.
Sure.
According to the claims, less than 20 people in the history of mankind have been far enough away from the Earth to see the Earth in its totality to arbitrate the proposition of whether it's a globe. Only less than 20.
The ISS is far enough away to see the curvature, so that's
no, it isn't.
It is.
How much percent of the Earth can the ISS see from its vantage point?
How much does it see? So you tell me.
Do you know?
Apparently you know more than me.
Yeah, 3% of the surface. In fact, I'm going to bring up two famous, one famous and one infamous astrophysicists, both of which run planetariums. One being Neil deGrasse Tyson, who commented when it came to the Red Bull jump, because supposedly the Red Bull jump, the guy went up into the stratosphere and he jumped out, and the camera showed a curvature. Many people said, "Here is the curvature of the Earth. Flat Earthers are stupid." So Neil deGrasse Tyson, on his scruples, he said, no, my friends. You are not high enough at this height to see the curve of the Earth. And if you look at the camera, you can clearly tell it's a fisheye lens. Now, that is true about the Red Bull jump. Red Bull's guy was not high enough. Now, many people think ISS is high enough. Now, the other planetary director by the name of Paul Larson did a lecture at his university where he described the mathematics of where the ISS claimed to be, showed a diagram of its field of view, how much percentage of the Earth it would see, how the off angles from where it is to the horizon would still be equidistant, right? And the same drop angle all the way around, so there'd be no differential curve information. And he himself can be quoted that from that vantage point, with only seeing this amount of the surface, the Earth would appear flat. So it's not the case that if you go up to the height of the ISS, you can simply just say, oh, I know the shape of the entire Earth. It's not the case, dude. A
So
3%
one guy
sample
says
size.
there's no curvature, but the rest see a curvature.
No. He didn't just say there's no curvature. He demonstrated it mathematically.
Yeah, other people mathematically and physically see the curvature from the ISS. Yes, it's a 3%. That's still a curvature. I don't. You say like, oh, it's such a small percent of the world. You can still see a curvature with how just
You cannot have 3% of curvature and then show the live stream almost the 79% of the curvature.
just because it's not a huge curvature that you would expect, that you would want to see, doesn't mean
Man, in the live stream, did you ever watch the live stream of ISS?
I've seen ISS live
You
streams
see
all the
almost,
time.
yeah, that means you see almost for sure half of the sphere.
We're more looking towards the live stream, looking more towards.
What Sasha's telling you is that the curvature rate is not analogous in the image to what you should be seeing at the height the ISS is. Not only that, but we have the Chinese. We have the Chinese ISS, a Chinese version, a separate space station, which is only 30 kilometers removed from the distance of the Earth that the ISS is, and it broadcasts a flat horizon. So who's correct? The Chinese or the international? Which one?
I mean, again, the curvature
Chris
is
Hatfield. So Chris Hatfield is an astronaut. Hold on. Let me just bring this up. Chris Hatfield, who's an astronaut, went on ABC News and said the Earth looks flat and beautiful.
okay. Earth is flat and beautiful. Okay.
Yeah, that's what he said from the ISS. That's what he said. Looks flat and beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah, you said they say they see curvature. That's cap, dude.
One guy says that, and how many other people's allegedly has been to the ISS?
I don't know. You tell me.
Maybe
dude,
it's all lies. Maybe it is all lies. But it's your claim too. You're claiming the same. Like,
one guy.
It's not my claim. It's
one guy
over hundreds of people. Yours is one guy. Wow.
Hold on, Three dog.
I'm just
Three dog.
one guy.
Three dog. Calm down, bro. He offered you Chris Hatfield. Hold on, dude. He offered you Chris Hatfield. You said all these other people have seen the curvature. He's asking you for one example where you can quote someone saying they saw the curvature. Okay, that's all he's asking for. It's not unreasonable.
What?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, because of course I don't have anything on hand. Because I'm not this guy. I'm like, oh yep, I'm gonna have all this stuff on hand with this guy and this guy is like, I saw the curvature. It's the common.
You said there's tons of people that have said it. You should be able to
everyone has seen otherwise there would be more than one guy that's like, oh yep, the Earth is flat. Okay,
well, you should be able to remember one.
So how come this one guy, but all the rest have yet to cannot say that?
You haven't demonstrated that the rest of them said that, dude.
But you're saying that this one guy means everything when the rest mean nothing?
The rest of what? You haven't produced anybody else.
The rest of what? So no one else has been to the ISS or into space or whatnot?
No, the ones that said they saw curvature.
But this one guy, what? Yes, we're going to grasp on that.
You're
one guy.
ignoring what I'm saying.
You're ignoring what I'm saying. Okay, sure.
One guy compared to what? We only have one guy.
The rest
so The rest of what? There is no
Rest
other
of
any
what?
other
Exactly.
else.
So no one's else been to space.
No, dude, why are you straw manning?
I'm not straw manning. Has anyone else been to
Yeah,
space?
you are. Okay, this is about who said they saw curvature. Focus. Okay.
So one
We
guy
have
said
one
it's flat.
person that. Where's the rest that said they saw it curve?
Okay, how many other people
Where are
been to
those people?
space allegedly?
Where are those
All right,
people?
hold on, Three Dog. Hold on, Indio. At this point, it would not be without evidence for me to accuse you of lying that you've never actually heard anyone say they saw the curvature. You just assumed it and said it out of assumption, and you actually were in error. And you actually have no knowledge of anyone. You actually possess no knowledge of any person in history claiming they saw the curve from space.
So just
Zero.
because one guy says something and the rest have
You don't have
contributing to that, but they're like they see this. They
Why do you keep saying the rest? You don't have the
because
rest.
there is the. So who's the rest? Who? So only one
tell
guy.
me.
Only one guy is going to space and be like, Earth is flat.
Nobody said that.
Dude, it's
Okay, so
claim. It's your claim of all the
but
rest.
you're claiming that this one guy, his claim is substantial enough because no one else has gone and contradicted him.
Well, what all we have is that one piece, right? We don't have anything else.
And
what are we going to go by? Our imagination? Let's
I don't know. Maybe with the science that they were born off of, because back then, flat Earth was still like a. It was.
Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Three Dog, you got to calm down.
I'm perfectly calm, but I might be.
Three Dog, you got to be muted.
I'm having people talk over me. And I'm trying to.
Yeah. All right, Three Dog. You made the claim. You made the claim that all these other people said they saw the curve. You have not yet produced an example that they did, or even a plausible scenario where you heard them do it or read that they did it. You just keep appealing that it happened, which is essentially just an ipse dixit, I said so fallacy. So far, we have no reason to believe anything you're saying, because even if we concede many other people have been to space, that's not conceding the point that they said they saw curvature. If you are going to be honest with yourself, right now you should ask yourself, did I actually hear anyone say they saw curvature or not? That's what you need to ask yourself, bro. Because maybe you did, maybe you didn't, but right now you're not convincing anybody. All right, let me unmute you, bro. We'll try not to talk through your response. Go ahead.
Okay, if you want a name, Buzz Aldrin. There you go. There's one guy. Now give me another guy. I'll give you a second.
That was already covered. He didn't go to the ISS though.
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin.
Oh, right. He went to the moon.
Buzz Aldrin admitted to a 9-year-old girl that they never went. Straight up.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Hold on.
Animation.
Scott Kelly.
Yeah, but let's not gloss over this. Let's not gloss over yet. You've only named names. You haven't said what they said. What did they actually say? Indio offered you a name and what he said. We need you to name a name and say what they said. Otherwise, all you're doing is naming names that you believe went to space.
Let me. I didn't realize. Of course, I have to look it up. I have to research it. Of course.
But why do you?
Yeah, and after that,
because I wasn't alive for the fucking moon landing. I'm sorry, I wasn't alive for the moon landing.
So Indio, he just admitted that he doesn't actually know whether Buzz Aldrin said he saw a curve or not. He doesn't know that at this moment.
If you want the exact quote, I have to look up the exact quote. I know.
Okay, so you're telling us. You're telling us.
You're telling us. Quote, and I don't want to just.
Okay.
Mute me.
Fair. No one's saying that, dude. Okay, so did he say? You don't have to give the exact quote. Did he say he saw a curvature? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So now give us the evidence that that's the case.
Okay, give me a minute. Because I have to look up the exact quote.
Okay, while you look that up, I want to point out something. Buzz Aldrin was in the 20 people that AI was talking about. The 20 people that claim that they saw the Earth in its totality. He was in that group. This is the ISS group. This is a separate group of people. You said, hey, you can see curve from the ISS. We said, hey, no, that's mathematically impossible. Then you said, oh, everybody said it. Everybody that's seen it has been up there. They said they saw it. And I said, okay, well, this guy said it was flat. This astronaut. I never heard anybody say they were in the ISS and said it was curved. And we're asking you for that. The ISS people that said they saw the Earth was curved.
Why is it time after time we have these Globers saying they know something, and then they have to go look it up after the fact?
Yeah, and then they call us delusional. That's the crazy part.
Seems to be a regular pattern that we have. You're not the only one that has said these things, Three Dog, and then say you know something, and then go have to look it up after the fact, after you already said you know it.
He's not
Just because you know it doesn't mean you remember the exact quote.
Oh my God.
You can remember something and not go, oh, it's from this specific part of this specific thing. You can still remember things.
Go ahead and backpedal. Continue looking
That's
up
not
your claim.
What? That's not backpedaling. That's just how you remember. Some people remember things. You don't remember.
You don't remember. You believe. No. You're going to search for the evidence of what you already believed without evidence.
Without evidence, I have pictures of the moon.
Yeah, without evidence.
From the moon, rather. That's not evidence. Oh, because they're fake.
No.
Is that
people saying they saw a curve from the ISS? Are you on? Like, do you have ADHD, dude? Like, seriously?
I wish.
Because you're having
let me ask this question
on the actual argument.
Yeah. Let me answer this question real quick. Can you cite the peer-reviewed scientific journal that accepted the images from the moon as legitimate?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Can you cite the peer-reviewed scientific journal that accepted the pictures from the moon as legitimate based on the fact that they were pictures alone? I'll help you out, friend. You can't. Because no journal accepts pictures alone, period.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But that's part of the standards of evidence. If you show a picture of something, that doesn't mean you proved anything. For example, I can show you a picture of Bigfoot. I mean, get real.
Yeah, except one picture is fairly clear, and then the other picture is a blurry picture of supposedly Bigfoot.
Right. Clarity, yes. Clarity of a picture doesn't determine its truth value. I know that's hard to grasp, but it doesn't.
Sure, but again, we have many pictures of the moon and many of blurry pictures of
the amount of
somehow
pictures,
we can look up at the moon and see how it's round, but we cannot find Bigfoot.
Can you look up at the moon and see them taking a picture while they're on the moon? Then no, you can't validate that picture by looking at the moon.
Shape. I can see how it's round.
Nobody cares, dude. That's not what the proposition.
Cool. Okay, no one cares. All right. No one cares.
No, no one cares about that point. The proposition that you're trying to prove is that Homeboy was on the moon and he saw the Earth with his own two eyeballs.
Okay. We saw them
right, and you on the ground looking at the moon can't prove that proposition, dude.
Sure, I can't prove what that man saw. Cool. But then there was also...
Right, and neither do the photographs. Neither do the alleged photographs. Doesn't matter. The amount of pictures is irrelevant.
Yeah, with many years of study, still prove the Earth is round and the moon's round, but we can't find Bigfoot. Congratulations. Bigfoot cannot be found, even though there's apparently been pictures, blurry-ass pictures of him, but we have nice, good, clear pictures of the moon.
Look, bro, you can't find a round Earth either.
Yeah, somehow we have, and we find other extraterrestrial bodies are round, but all of a sudden Earth is flat.
Yeah, we're talking about
round Earth. Where's the round Earth? Your evidence of the round Earth being validated is the pictures themselves that you're attempting to validate. How does that work?
But then you're saying, so that means Bigfoot's... No, because Bigfoot's clearly not real. It's these fake images that are...
No, dude, it's commonly... Listen, bro.
We
I'll help you out.
Studies.
What? Where? Where's the study, dude, that demonstrates the Earth's a globe? Where?
You can easily look them up. No,
All right, easily look them up for us. We haven't been able to find them.
Why should we look them up? You should just describe us one, since you said they exist. You should know about them.
There's so many. Look at the fucking moonlight.
Hey, name one, dude. There's so many that you just can't decide which one to name. Why don't you go drink up? Hey, bro.
Simon Gang, he will help you a lot because he talks about the specifics. He goes.
Okay, so you don't know. Right, so your evidence that the Earth is a globe.
My evidence is that apparently I can't, because I'm telling you where to find them. You will not accept them.
Okay, listen to this. There's evidence that the Earth is flat. Look up Dr. John D.
1 + 2.
Look up Dr. John D. Here we go. Look up Dr. John D.
He'll
tell you the Earth is flat. Look up Dr. John D. He'll tell you the Earth is flat. Is that satisfactory, dude? No. So just likewise, yours.
So what? 2 people versus hundreds? Hundreds who've seen it, and versus 2 people.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. All right, you got to go on mute, bro. We got to reel this back in, dude. Okay. You were asked after you claimed there was hundreds for one. Rather than present one in any good faith, you're just dithering. So now you need to be honest and answer, are you going to attempt to present one, or are you just going to appeal that they exist without being able to present it? Which one? We can't just go back and forth saying, go check this guy, go check that guy. Trust this guy, trust that guy. All right, go ahead.
Well, if you can't trust those guys, you can't trust me then, so there's no point. Because
I don't care about trusting you. I'm going to listen. Hold on.
No,
holy crap.
Dude.
All right, you're going back on me because you're too dumb.
Bye.
So I just got to take over for a second. Hey, bro, check it out. It's not about trusting you in particular. It's the merit of your argument. You present your case. I will judge the case. It has nothing to do with me trusting you. You're going to provide particulars for your arguments. You're going to say, this is my argument. Here's my particulars. Here's where the evidence can be found. Then I'm going to judge it based on that. I don't have to trust you. So throw that idea that I'm trusting you, or I'm trusting Simon Dan, or I'm trusting Buzz Aldrin. Take it all, throw it in the garbage can. We just want to know what your argument is and what the evidence that supports that argument is. That's all. All right, go ahead.
If you don't take any evidence, then how can any evidence validate what I say? You openly just said that no matter what anyone says, who cares, because it's not fucking my own.
No, you're straw manning, dude.
I'm not. Okay, then I guess I'm straw manning then. Because I don't know how to explain any further without you going, oh, well, no, it's not actually your.
Let me explain it to you then. Let me explain it to you. I'll ask you a question. Are claims evidence?
Claims with evidence, sure. But you can claim anything. You can claim anything. It does not make it real or.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Claims are not evidence. A claim is not evidence of the claim, right? So if you make a claim, then you have to provide evidence to support the claim.
Correct.
You have not done that in any way, shape, or form. You have just deflected over and over and over
and I'm giving you a resource.
You
just look at Simon Dan.
And by talking, Simon Dan doesn't present evidence. He makes claims. Oh,
no,
really?
No, he makes claims and he presents evidence.
Okay, what's the evidence? Tell me one piece of evidence he's ever presented, ever.
Well, let's see. He's looked at. Let's do the how the Earth has a 15-degree per hour shift, and how actually it was flat earthers that proved that the Earth has a 15-degree hour per shift.
Okay, so what was the evidence of that? Yeah, that's a claim. What was the evidence of that for that claim?
You can feel free to look at the video. That's the evidence.
Yeah, so this is you're doing.
What?
So
because
listen, you're doing exactly what I just said.
So I have to show you physically. I have to. You only take physical.
No, I got again. No,
because the evidence is there in the video.
What was the evidence for Simon Dan's claim?
Oh, hold on, Indio. Don't let him answer. Bro, hold on, bro.
They have a gyroscope, a laser gyroscope that the flat earthers are using.
Yeah, we know, dude.
Sure about that. We're sure about everything it's saying.
And they put
Simon Dan. Was it Simon Dan's ring laser gyroscope, or was it somebody else's?
He showed the evidence of that 15-hour degree.
So he showed data. He showed the gyroscope readout. That's what he showed.
Yes, he showed it on the video. Yes. So are you saying? Oh no! So you're saying the flat earthers? The flat earthers
You're just
lie.
lying now.
So
No,
now
you're just lying
Simon
now.
Dan.
No, bro, you're just lying.
Oh, I'm lying now because I'm using.
Yeah, you are lying.
Evidence.
I know exactly what you're
I'm
talking
telling you,
about,
we're
and
gonna
you're
find
lying.
it. I'm
All
telling
right,
you.
we gotta pause you for a second, bro. Bro, we gotta pause for a second, Three Dog. All right, so we can just have some clear air.
Yeah, why do you gotta lie, bro? Like, seriously.
Look, it may be the case that Simon and Dan misrepresented what's going on. I just want to inform you, Three Dog. We know the people involved in this alleged test. We know where it took place. We know where it was broadcast and where the video was available. It was on the Netflix documentary called Behind the Curve, with a person named Bob Nodell, who we know. We've known for years. In fact, we used to be buddies. We know what happened in the whole scenario. So we know whether you're accurately representing what occurred or not based on what you were represented by Simon Dan. Okay? That's why we're pressing you on these particulars, but you're not actually giving them. So, for example, I would bet you don't know what Simon Dan presented, where the primary source comes from, et cetera, et cetera. It's like you don't know any of these particulars. It's just like Simon Dan is claiming it. And even if you reference a Netflix documentary where a guy is allegedly saying there's 15 degrees per hour, that doesn't mean that the actual test resulted in that. You have to have more data than that. That's why Indio asked you, did you see the data? So these are the types of particulars that we need to know when you're trying to prove something, right? All right, let's see what you have to say. Go ahead.
Right. So, because again, I wasn't there to see it, I cannot trust it because I wasn't out there to see it. Or I can look at these people who are trustworthy in these environments. They do these experiments, and we should trust them because they do this stuff. They're honest about it. They're backed
How do you
up
know
by
that? That's circular.
Okay, you know what? Sure, we don't know. I don't know. I don't know that you are truly a because I don't know you either. Yeah, I'm supposed to take your word as evidence of anything.
No, did I say that?
That's what I'm
like
asking.
a woman, dude. You argue like a woman.
See, but yet you attack me.
Yeah, because
I'm arguing like a woman.
Arguing like a woman. Okay, you can't stay on topic. You straw man constantly. No, you're not. Okay.
We're talking about the flat Earth thing.
I asked you, and I'm going to ask you again. What was the evidence that Simon Dan presented?
You can look at the videos, and he presents all the evidence.
What did you see? Tell us what you saw.
I already told you, and you acknowledge it, then go, "Oh, well, actually, he's not really this. He's not really that."
Bro, all you told me is what Simon Dan said. I want to know what he presented.
You literally acknowledged it, and then just went, "Oh, well, but it's not really this."
No, I said you're lying because it wasn't. First of all, Bob Nodell
because it's not really this. Yes,
Bob Nodell didn't use a laser gyro in the first place, so I know you're making shit up. Okay, he didn't present evidence of Bob using a fucking ring laser gyro because he didn't use one. He used
in the plane. He used a gyro, laser gyro, and then on ground he used a laser. Yes.
Who did?
Who did?
Yeah,
because you apparently know so much more than me.
No, who did?
Prove me wrong. Please prove me wrong because I've already told you. Please
prove what wrong? Your baseless claim. I want the evidence.
Because you're telling me I'm wrong, but then how do you're saying
because
you know I'm wrong? I've told you where I'm lying, and then you go acknowledge it, and then go, "Oh, but you're wrong."
Yeah, that's
Three Dog.
Literally never happened.
You can't just appeal to a general reference. Hold on, brother. You can't appeal to a general reference. You can't appeal to a general reference. All right, that's it. You're gonna have to go back.
Okay, mute me. All right. Bye.
That's fair.
He's spurring hard.
You can't just present a general reference and expect someone else to do the legwork for your claim. You said that he had the evidence, and you asked you, what did he present? You then said basically that he was saying it, so he says, well, what evidence did he show to demonstrate what he was claiming? Like, for example, you might say, oh, he showed a 30-second clip from a Netflix documentary that showed Bob Nodell using the equipment and getting a certain readout. Like, that might be what the type of thing you might say, to help bolster your case, but it just seems like you're just repeating the same claim without actually answering Indio's question. So take a minute to think, or a few seconds to just think, well, how can I accurately answer Indio's question without making him do all the work, which he shouldn't have to do because it's my claim in the first place? All right, I'll give you a chance to think. I'm going to unmute you. Don't just start talking. Actually take a moment of self-reflection to think about how to answer the question.
Worried about typing, to tell you the truth. He's having conversations in there now.
Yes, I messaged in the side chat of my thoughts.
What did AI say to you?
Say again?
What did the last speaker say to you?
I think you heard what the last speaker said to me.
No, we want to hear you say it to make sure you're listening.
But where I say it might be wrong. It might be fact.
No, just say what he
incorrect,
said,
you know.
dude. Don't try to. No smoke and mirrors, dude. Just say what he said.
I'm just saying, like, who can say what he said?
No, you weren't
listening. You're not listening? Oh,
no, you weren't listening. You're trying to cover up right now.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
No,
when you just muted me, that was the last. When you just muted me, that was the last time I truly cared about trying to having a conversation with you, because apparently I have to mute music. I have to mute it for having a disagreement. And I'm being over talked over.
Yeah, you're talking over.
I'm talking over. Sure.
Listen, go back and listen to the recording. Yeah, you're talking over me right now. Go back and listen to the recording. Your word count is double me and AI combined word count. You're not being muted because you're being censored. You're being muted because you're over talking everybody.
Except when you ask me to stop talking, I stop talking, and then you still go mute me.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to stop. Yeah, listen, bro. Really simple. Okay, nobody's getting muted. You're going to stop talking over. And I'm going to ask you again. What was the evidence, the physical evidence in the natural world that Simon Dan presented? Did he show the readout from a gyroscope measuring 15 degrees per hour?
Yes.
Okay. Where? Where was the gyro? What kind of gyro was it? And where was he?
You can easily go find this information.
Why don't you know?
Your claim, bro.
I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head the exact things that.
Do your research then.
The same. Okay, if you want to get my research, I'll go research again right now. But like, so just because I can go find something, can I please?
Dog. Let me give you a little hint. Your claim is BS, and I'm going to tell you why. You would only measure a 15 degree per hour drift at the North and South Pole. So what you're saying is wrong.
So you're saying that these flat earthers got wrong.
So you're saying then straw man comes.
No, I'm asking you, these flat earthers who maybe I'm completely wrong.
I thought it was Simon Dan.
Simon Dan used their evidence. Yes.
Oh, so Simon Dan. So Simon Dan's claim is somebody else's claim.
No.
So, yeah. Okay. I want the actual evidence. So this is a problem. You agreed to this. You agreed to this. That claims are not evidence. So someone's claim about another person's claim is not evidence of the claim. Why did you talk over me again? Why? What is wrong with you, dude?
Because you're misinterpreting.
That was me. I said that was me. That was me. I said, why would there only be a 15-degree drift at the poles?
Okay. Okay, it's 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude. It would only be 15 degrees drift at the poles. Okay? Simon Dan didn't produce any evidence. He quoted somebody else who also didn't produce evidence, because Bob Nodell, we've never seen, well, I've seen it, but nobody else, he didn't present it in the Netflix documentary, the output of the fiber optic gyro. So what is the evidence?
I mean, he showed the evidence of the gyro, which is why Simon Gang has it, because he showed it in his own video.
In the output,
which is proving the globe Earth, which Simon Gang uses.
What was the output on? What was the what did they read the fiber optic gyro output off of?
The gyro? What do you mean? What did they make it off of?
It has an output. It tells you how fast it's rotating. What did they read it off?
15-hour shift.
Yeah. What did they? That's
the gyro. They make it off the gyro.
What do you want? Unless you're at a pole.
That's what, off of your own belief, or off of the globe belief? The globe belief picks off of 15-hour shift.
It's your belief. It's your belief.
Correct. Your belief doesn't believe that, but my belief, which is truth.
The 15 degrees, bro. The 15 degrees per hour at the poles is your belief.
That's not the pole. It's just a 15 degree an hour shift.
The globe prediction is this formula: 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude.
What my
okay, say it with me. Don't talk over me.
No, you're already being dishonest. You're being dishonest. Whatever. You're being dishonest. I'm talking over because you're being dishonest.
Don't talk over me.
I'm about to leave because you're being dishonest. So goodbye. Y'all, good night. You're being dishonest. Good night, everyone.
15 degrees. Type it into Google. 15. Yeah, you bolted.
Boo. Hold on. Nobody. Wait a minute. We gotta satiate on that point. You ready? When Indio started describing the accurate formula that's in the globe math, he was accused of being dishonest, proving that Homeboy understands that the globe Earth math is dishonest. I rest my case.
Here. Dude, asking for evidence is bullshit.
Can you show me where it says? Can you show me where it says there's only a 15 degree drift at the poles?
Okay, so the formula for drift is 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude. Because the orientation of the gyro is going to be sideways, right? If you're at 45 latitude. It's not going to be aligned, right, with the axis of rotation. It'll be tilted.
Can you just cite your source where it says that there's...
You can just Google it, bro. Cite my source all over the fucking internet.
No.
So, dude, why do you do it?
You don't ever... No, because you guys always don't let me tell you guys to do it, so I'm asking you.
This is a mathematical formula.
Oh my god.
This is different. This is a mathematical formula, bro. You're asking me to cite my source. How about this? Do the calculation and see if it works.
Right. By the way, you don't need to cite a source that a unit of rotational measurement, if it's not aligned with the axis of rotation, would require mathematical transformations to get the accurate rotation. I mean, that is so brain dead obvious. All right, sorry, bro. I need to unmute you so you can respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the source.
Oh, you'll get it, and right after I give it, I'm going to ban you for being a retard.
I just want you to cite the source.
Yeah, I'm going to get it, and I'm going to ban you for being a retard.
Here, I'll cite the source. I'll cite the source. Quote NASA, unquote. Yeah. Quote NASA, unquote.
Just to be clear, I'm asking for the source that says there's only a 15 degree drift at the poles.
Dude, what are we talking about? We're talking about the readout on the machine, correct?
What I said to the other guy too is that you will only measure a 15 degree per hour drift at the poles.
Yeah, cite your source on that.
Yeah, I will. Now think about it. I'm going to go get it. So why don't you think about it? That if you're if you're on the equator, what are you going to measure there?
He doesn't know the difference. He doesn't know the difference between being on the axis and rotating around the axis at a differential ring of circumference from the center of rotation. He doesn't understand that those are two different things. Wow.
Right.
No wonder he's a Glover.
That won't work at all.
So did you cite your source?
You're on the outside of a ball, dummy. He'll get sources.
Did you cite your source yet?
We've been through this before.
Yeah, dude, I'm on a cell phone. Hold your ass.
So you cited it? It's in the chat?
Duncan, let it go, dude. He's going to get it for you when you get it.
You ask one.
In the meantime, don't be retarded.
You know what you're doing. Because you're about to get cooked. I'm just trying to get banned before that. What did I just say? I'm on a cell phone. Hold your ass. Don't ask again.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Duncan.
Hold on, bro. Radwin was trying to say something. He got talked over a million times. All right, go ahead, Radwin. Oh, maybe he's back to work.
It's been taken care of. It's fine.
All right. All right, next homie, go ahead.
So in the meantime, Duncan, are you saying that there won't be any drift detected at the polls or anywhere for that matter?
No. If you were actually on the pole, you would still detect a drift. You're still spinning.
Okay, so has that been detected?
Has anyone stood on the North Pole with a ring layer gyroscope? Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, has anybody used a gyroscope of any kind to detect some sort of drift, and where were they?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just actually not sure why you're talking about this.
Well, I figured you would be happy to tell us about the drift that was measured with some sort of instrument somewhere. And in the meantime, you're trying to major on the minors about a source for the consequences of a formula. But I guess if you don't have that, no problem.
I'll remind the room too that this like a 3-ring laser gyroscope, when they calibrate them, all they're doing is mimicking a calculated what they think it's supposed to be picking up. So they mimic on the bench lab, they mimic a movement, and if the gyroscope, once it measures that, once it can pick that up, and then starts its tracking from there, then they consider that to be calibrated. So when they put them, in the plane or whatever they're going to use them in, this drift or whatever, it's a mathematical, like the software, it has a position, and it's saying if you're here, you're supposed to be here. If you're there, you're supposed to be there. And it says as long as it like adds up, and it's a mathematical thing, then the equipment's good. So then that's how they're calculating this drift. So if you just put it down the table, and then it's calculating that movement, but it's a mathematical thing, no different than if you're like program your phone to also like pick up, like it's going to be moving this fast. You could program it, even though your phone's staying still. If you program it to show you a number rising or lowering, like it's just all an algorithm in your phone, dude, or in the equipment itself. It's not.
Are you telling me that the ring layer gyroscope does detect a 15-degree drift per hour, but it's just automatically calculated?
It's programmed to do that. It's programmed to where if for instance, if you don't calibrate it, it's not going to pick up that drift by itself. It literally has to. They on the bench, on the lab bench, they mimic it, they shake it, or they move it at like 0.013 or something like that of a movement, and that's what triggers it. And then once it picks that up, then it knows, okay, it's going to be able to give me a 15-degree drift per hour. And then so that's how. Just look into do yourself a favor. Go look into how they calibrate them, and then you'll understand what I'm saying. But the point is that if you just build it and just put it on the table, guess what? It won't fucking work. It's not going to pick up a drift. They have to program it. They mimic the movement. It's very, very, very small, and once it picks that up, then it will start fucking doing that until you have to calibrate it again. Just go look it up, dude.
It sounds to me like what you're saying is that if we actually do look up what ring layer gyroscopes, they will detect a 15-degree drift per hour. And anyone that cites a source that says it does that, you're just simply going to say, "Oh, it was programmed that way," so therefore it's actually detecting zero.
This guy's brick, man. This guy's brick.
He's completely brick.
So look in the chat and have a nice day.
Boom.
You're just parenting morons. When are you going to realize that? You are parenting fucking idiots.
House of is so wait where
Read the fucking formula, douche nut.
don't that's rotation rate, not degrees per hour. That's talking about a speed, not the degrees
No,
per
it
hour.
isn't. Stop lying.
The gyro rotation rate is 15 degrees per hour.
Times
Where are
the
you getting this from?
sine of the latitude. 15 degrees times the sine of the
Where are you
latitude.
getting this from?
I got it from Gemini.
Where are you getting this from?
Gemini.
You can't just take a screenshot of something. No, you can't just take a screenshot of something and not cite the
Gemini.
source.
Okay, are you deaf?
The source.
Are you deaf? Did you mute me?
He's just roboting. I don't
I
think he has
didn't
a
mute
signal.
you, but Gemini's
It says right on there, Google Gemini.
Gemini's not a tool. Gemini. What's that mean? What's Gemini?
It's a large language model. It's a multimodal large language model.
Oh crap! They're starting to allow standards now.
He's throwing his own references under the bus.
Let me see something. So if I practice,
Yeah, that's a convenient internet problem.
Yeah, that's also convenient that whenever they pull Wiki up, we can't challenge him the way he's challenging you now.
Well, dude, it's common sense. Obviously, if you have a gyro and you're at the pole, that's one orientation. But if you're at the equator, that's another orientation, right?
Yeah, I can't even believe he asked for a source on that, and he couldn't tell that they'd be different. And they wouldn't have the exact same readout. Good
yeah,
grief.
you didn't actually provide a source. Though.
He doesn't have to, dude. You should be able to figure it out.
And here's a source which says that everywhere you are, it's 15 degrees per hour.
But that's not what the gyro is going to register. It's not what the gyro is going to measure, right? Right?
So I asked you to cite me a source where it says that only at the poles does it. I asked you to cite me a source where it says only at the poles does it rotate 15.
Do the math.
You have
do the math.
You haven't.
Indio never said that. Hey, hold on, brother. Indio never said that, dummy. That's your problem. You're too dumb to listen.
Someone did say there's only a 15 degree per hour drift at the pole. Someone did say that.
No, he said the gyro will only measure it that way at the pole, you dummy.
So then,
Meaning if you're in,
all right, so now
dude,
you want
let me explain it.
want
Let me explain it like you're 5, okay? Because you are. If you're in Colorado and you have a fiber optic gyro, you can't get a 15 degree per hour readout. You would only get that reading at a pole in your worldview.
In your own source there, we are silly. It says right in there that it's different depending upon where you are. Did you not read that?
He doesn't read his citations. He just Googles.
That's my point.
Man.
Just say that. Okay.
And there's your Bob Nodell saying that he picked up the 15 degree drift per hour.
Yeah, so what? So what? Does that make it true?
Which pole were they standing at when he did that?
He wasn't, proving the fact that you don't need to stand out the pole to get bring your gyroscope to go 15 degrees per
Well,
hour.
then the Earth isn't rotating 15 degrees per hour. That's rotating a lot faster than that. It would have to be rotating a lot faster than that to get that reading in Colorado, dumb fuck.
It's painful that he doesn't get it.
But also really fucking funny.
Duncan, were you not here for the entire conversation that we had with the guy beforehand? Did you miss that?
You know, any point on the extent away from the center of rotation is considered to be traveling in a curvilinear path, not committing a rotation itself. Only the axis is truly experiencing a rotation, and thus only on the axis would you be able to get a one-for-one equivalent in your measuring device to rotational speed. So only on the poles could you measure 15 degrees per hour, dude. And what I mean by that is your device would read 15 degrees per hour at the poles. On the other locations, it would read something else, and you'd have to do some conversions mathematically, which is why Indio offered you the mathematical formula to do the conversion. Wow. You're an idiot.
Yeah, to get this same rotational rate as the Earth, the axis needs to pass through the Earth and the gyro.
Oh, Indio, you so silly. You flat earther, you so silly.
Yeah, pretty silly.
Why do you think sometimes they read 5 degrees an hour or even 17 degrees an hour? What makes you think that why it's doing that?
He doesn't know what they fucking measure. It's just 15 degrees an hour to him. There you go. He hasn't got it.
This dude probably thinks the rim velocity is equivalent at all points along a radial. So the outer edge is 1,000 miles per hour, right, of the Earth, allegedly at the equator. But it's also 1,000 miles per hour at the center. What a dupe.
So you're telling me that the poles are spinning faster than the equator? Like,
dumb fuck.
Like they complete one rotation faster than
he is an idiot.
The poles complete one
rotation to him because
the poles
makes you want to.
like I know it's hard. I know it's hard to hear a question when you're talking over it. The question is, are you telling me that depending on the latitude you're at, it takes longer than a day or shorter than a day to complete one circle?
No, that's not what you're telling you. Why don't you understand English? We're talking about the readout of
then when someone else said that the poles are the only place that rotate 15 degrees per hour, they were wrong.
Stop straw manning. It's ridiculous, dude. What I said
I'm not
is
straw manning. That's literally what someone said.
You didn't know. It isn't. I said the readout that you'll get, the output data of a gyro or a Foucault's pendulum or any other device that measures rotation. What you're going to get is 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude. That's going to be your output in your worldview. This isn't debatable. You're literally arguing against your own ideas.
You're arguing against the differential between like rim speed and angular speed. It seems like you don't understand that these are two different things. It's kind of painful to listen to, bro.
I tripped out how he doesn't even know his own paradigm as to why one would say like 11 degrees and one would say 5 degrees. Like, do you not get what's being calculated when a gyroscope showing a 5 degree per hour?
Wait a minute, bro. You're being too serious, bro. I think I solved this. We need to go to kindergarten school level. So here's what we do. We take our little kindergarten kids and we go out to the roundabout, the merry-go-round, and we put Timmy in the center and then we spin it at a set angular speed, and we put Sally on the outside. Now, Timmy in the center is going to be experiencing an intense spin where he's going to get sick, where Sally's just going to be chilling. And if you don't understand that concept, I don't know how to help you any further.
Yeah, they'll still be rotating at the same degrees per hour.
Wow.
Not from the reference to the gyro, dumb fuck. That's from the reference of the surface they're on.
Okay, if that's,
In
if that's
relation
true,
to the
bro.
axis, dude, you can't be this dumb. No way.
Darkin, Indio gave you, he showed you the formula earlier, bro. That's how one would be 11 degrees. Like in Washington, that's like 11 degree per hour. But all the way down in like New Mexico, it's like 5 degrees per hour. Like, because it's based upon the latitude. Like, what don't you
Yeah,
get
dude,
about?
you know, hold on, bro. You know, part of the globe arguments is that when you're on the equator, things way different because the centrifugal force is different, because you're traveling at a different speed. You never heard that before?
Yeah. You're talking about the rate of apparent drift versus the actual rate that you're rotating on. So that's where you guys are getting confused.
Oh my
No,
gosh.
we're
And
not
I just
confused.
posted a source that actually goes over it, not just a screenshot of a Google search.
Okay.
Wait, is it going to be like your last source where we read it and it contradicts you?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe
Show
we
me
have
where
to
it
do
says.
it like this. Hold
Show
on.
me where it contradicts what I said.
I will. I'm going to show you right now your contradiction. We're going to go to AI's kindergarten and we're going to get a globe, okay, on your desk, a globe, and we're going to stand it so the axis is straight up and down, and we're going to put a gyro on top, and we're going to move it. We're just going to spin it a little, and we're going to be able to detect. The gyro is going to say what's happening. Then we're going to stick it down on the side of the ball, and we're going to spin it. You think it's going to pick up the same thing?
Depends if you spin it at the same speed.
Okay.
He's gone.
He's gone.
There's something
Like if
wrong
you
with
spin the globe at the if you spin the globe at the same speed, then it will pick up the same amount of rotation of degrees per hour.
The globe, right? But we're not talking about the globe. We're talking about a gyro.
Oh my god.
Yeah, dude.
So I'm still
the gyro has a readout. Listen, Holmes. I'm going to end it with this. Because listening to you is painful, and I need to like pour bleach in my ears.
Bradwin, can you show my contradiction?
No.
Can you show it?
He did already. So we're going to help you out. We're going to see if you can understand this. I'm going to make it as simple as I can. So gyro, right? It's a machine. In order to know what the machine is doing, you have to have a way of reading it. So let's say it has a digital readout. Okay? So depending on where it is at the Earth, the readout is going to have a number. So according to the globe idea, on the poles, it would read 15. Everywhere else on the Earth, it's going to read something else. Now, technically, that wouldn't mean the Earth is rotating at different rates at different portions. It would just mean that the device is having a different readout, which you then must use a mathematical conversion. Okay? So if somebody shows 15 on a machine that is supposed to be reading something another 15, and they're not at the pole, something's wrong. Now, I'm going to give you one chance to reply and actually acknowledge that, or we're just going to watch you spaz and be retarded. Let's find out what happens. It's like Schrodinger's retard. Let's see. Let's unbox the cat. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Dr. Air Pressure to show my contradiction.
I'll post it in the text chat for you. I was looking through your PDF. I found it. Wait for the text.
All right. So I'm going to put you back on mute so I can ask this question since you clearly didn't understand. So I just want to ask you, do you think that the gyro is going to say 15 everywhere on Earth? Is that what you think? A simple yes or no would be correct. Will the gyro read out 15 everywhere on Earth? The gyro. One more time. The gyro. The LCD panel on the frickin' gyro. Will it read 15 everywhere on Earth? Go ahead. Yes or no? Will it read 15 everywhere on Earth? Yes or no?
The ring laser gyroscope?
Any gyro, bro. Pick one.
No, not any gyro.
Okay, cool. So then what's different about one gyro versus the other about the readout? What's different about them?
I'm not sure about the technicalities, but
I know the answer. I know the answer. I'll tell you.
I just rather
The
wait
answer
till
is
I'd rather wait till Dr. Air Pressure
Yeah,
shows me this.
I know you would, dude. But we got a show to put on here. We got people listening that would rather hear something intelligent than your blubbering mouth. So here we go. The only gyro that would read otherwise is a gyro to which you program your location and it automatically applies a mathematical formula for you. What mathematical formula would that be, do you think? Any guesses? Anybody got a guess?
Oh, me. I know.
Oh, well, what is it? What is it?
Is it the one that Injo posted earlier?
Oh, yeah, 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude, maybe?
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's called an apparent drift, not the rotation per hour.
Okay, what is the gyro output? Does it output the apparent drift?
So again, I'm just waiting for
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
contradiction where it doesn't show 15 degrees per hour anywhere on the Earth. Just waiting.
Dude, you already said that the readout isn't necessarily going to say 15, dude. So now you have to parse out the differentiation, and you weren't capable of doing it, dude.
Yeah,
What's
because
your
if you're
problem?
using like a really shitty gyroscope that doesn't have like high specifications, you probably won't.
You don't know what would or wouldn't happen. What the fuck?
So anyway, has anyone posted the contradiction yet?
Yeah.
Duncan, are you so delusional that you're not aware when you got your ass
I'm
kicked?
just waiting for someone to post the contradiction.
Yeah, and we're waiting for you to answer. Does the gyro measure the apparent drift?
I'm just waiting for someone to post the contradiction first.
You're also waiting for me to post my citation, and I did. And you never addressed it.
No, you posted a screenshot of a Google search, not any citation whatsoever.
It's Gemini, bro.
Yeah, post the actual link to the source. Don't just post a screenshot. Don't be a little like scaredy cat of someone actually checking to see what you actually searched.
How about this? I'll post the output of a fiber optic gyro that doesn't measure 15 degrees per hour from a peer-reviewed paper. How about that?
Oh, snap.
How about you show me where
the data is going to show that when they put it in a vacuum chamber and decrease the pressure, that the gyroscope's output changes. So I got to post that.
I'd rather you just post like the contradiction of what I said. I mean, no, that's hard to find because probably isn't one.
This is better. We don't need yours. This one's even better.
You know, this is all built off the assumption that the Earth is already a globe and it's spinning, right? You do know that, right?
Oh, so we're going back to if it does show the 15 degrees hour, it's just
No,
programmed.
you already know you're begging
Is
the
that what we're
question.
going back to?
Either way, like this is a derivative argument built on the fact that the Earth is already a globe and it's rotating. It's a debate, actually.
Here we
No,
go
it's
back
not really.
to just
It's
saying,
not really
like,
a debate because you
if
didn't.
something says the Earth is a sphere or rotating or any of that stuff, it's just pre-programmed or it's all BS.
No, you haven't provided evidence that the natural observation of the Earth is actually doing something. Did you see the Earth doing something for this to actually be validated?
Yeah.
Was the Earth observed to be spinning?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where?
What do you mean from where? All over.
Yeah. Where can you see the Earth spinning around?
when we see the stars rotate, when we see the sun go around, when we see the moon go around.
No, you
all
see,
those
hold on a
things,
minute.
That's
Stop. You
evidence
said
of
you
the
saw this.
Earth
Hold on,
rotating.
dude. I'm gonna have to hold you. I'm gonna hold you to your claim. You saw the stars rotating. You said stars are rotating. Yeah. Does that mean the Earth is rotating?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You made the logical leap that the Earth is rotating because you see the stars rotating. Where's the evidence that the Earth is the one moving?
Because not all the objects in the sky are rotating at 15 degrees per hour, which would show that we're the one that's actually rotating. Not all those
What are you
things
talking about, dude? You're looking at stars and not the Earth. The observation that I told you that needed to be validated was that the Earth is actually the one moving. Where is the observation that the Earth is moving, not the stars? Don't appeal to anything in the sky because that's not the Earth that you're standing on that you say is moving.
So, like, for example, when you are on a merry-go-round or whatever, all the other objects appear to be moving, like, the opposite way of you. So, the same way that those appear to do that, if you're standing on Earth and you see everything else rotate, but some objects are not rotating at the same speed, it's evidence that the Earth is the actual thing rotating. And not
here's the
all the
problem
other
with that analogy.
objects.
That's wrong.
Yeah, here's the problem. Here's the problem with that analogy is that you're already seeing a merry-go-round. You can see the whole entire thing, right? You can visually see the merry-go-round going around when you're outside of that reference frame, standing still. So you can tell that it's spinning around. When can you do that to the Earth?
Yes, you can. We have satellite imagery.
When? No. I'm asking you. This has to be. This has to be primary.
So
dude,
that's sort of like a you problem, not so much of a me problem.
No. Yeah, it is a you problem because you didn't make the observation of the Earth spinning around.
That's like a you problem.
No,
That's not a me
you didn't
problem.
you didn't make the observation that the Earth is spinning around.
I just told you the satellite does that. Yes, the satellite does that. Very good.
Which satellite?
Which one?
Which satellite? Which one?
Gemini did it. Voyager did it.
Gemini watched the Earth rotate.
Yeah, they turned Voyager around to do that. Yeah.
Oh, they watched the Earth rotate. Really?
Yeah, and what else?
You need to post it in the chat. Post it in the chat, dude. Yeah, dude, you're a liar. You're a liar. You just made that up, dude. And guess what, dude? So I posted in the chat that peer-reviewed study. So if you go on, it's posted, it's on Twitter, and the reason I posted my Twitter post is because I have the English translation there. It's a Russian study. The study's all the way at the bottom of the citation, but so you can't complain that you can't read Russian. I posted the English translation because I'm just that nice.
The bottom link is the one to the one in Russia.
That's right.
So where's the one that's in English? Or that's the whole
The
thing on
entire post is in English.
English AI translation of original Russian paper. So, I mean, that's you saying that. I mean, I guess I'll have to take your look for it. But okay, introduction, blah blah.
Look, all you need to do is you don't even need to know.
Hang on, I'm going through it. You want me to go through it? I'm going through it.
Bro, slow down. You don't even need to know English. You can just go in the Russian paper and look at the graph. Right? Graphs are made for morons like you. Just go look at the graph.
Check 1 2. Mic check.
Yeah, I'm actually reading because I don't see a graph in this English thing that you posted. Not really.
No, in the Russian paper, moron.
Why would I look at the Russian translation that I can't read for the graph?
Because there's a graph, right? And you don't need to be able to read a graph. You don't need to know Russian to read the graph. Because you can just look at the output.
Parameters that occurs during
just don't read out loud, bro.
Have a different number of winding defects.
You're gonna read out loud, dude.
The development of the mathematical model.
Can you read to yourself? Fucking hell.
Yeah, he can read to himself.
Yeah, what kind of idiot thinks anybody wants to hear that? If you're going to read out loud, at least read in the cadence that we can follow along, for fuck's sake.
He has to sing his ABCs, remember?
His derivative topic will never win him the prize that the Earth is actually in rotation. It's only going to prove that some kind of system was devised so that he can think of it that way.
It's the same reason why he thinks. It's the same reason why he thinks that he's measuring curvature. He's too stupid to realize his fucking equipment has a built-in software that calculates according to the model. It's the same thing with these fucking things that he's talking about now. It's calculating rotation. No, it's a fucking mathematical thing. It's not actually fucking calculating it. It's a program fucking thing that's designed to do that.
And you have to calibrate it too. Tell me that's not true. Tell me you don't have to calibrate it. That it's already good to go out of the box. And no, that's not the case.
Right.
So it's all bullshit. It's all built on some bullshit that he wants to grandstand and say that this is the case.
Dude, even the internal electronics of it, because they can reach a certain temperature, that throws off their fucking data of it measuring its movement. It's supposed to be picking up from the big fucking globe Earth that they think is spinning. That's why they have to calibrate them, because they have to give it its parameters so that way it knows what to look for. It's a man-made construct.
Look, it's really simple, right? So they have two optical paths going clockwise and counterclockwise, and at the end of these, they have a different sensor, right? They have one photodiode, and depending on the intensity of light that reaches it, it'll give an output voltage, right? So, like say 3 volts. The other path has a different output voltage. That differentiation in output voltage is assumed to be Earth rate drift. They're assuming that to be whatever is 15 degrees time to sign the latitude. They'll orient the thing and they'll go, okay, this is what, so it's 7 degrees per hour. This is what 7 degrees per hour looks like. That's the calibration process. And if this doofus looks in the thread, I have a video showing somebody doing it with an oscilloscope. The hardest part about these things, as far as manufacture, is the calibration procedure.
Yep.
Yeah, they get it
very time
0.12 degrees a second or something like that. It's like very, very minuscule. Like the way what it has to be able to clock.
Noisy. And the other thing is it's very noisy, dude.
Yeah.
Isn't this what Bob Nodell was talking about when he was speaking to us? And that one time he came into our chat and he was saying that when they were calibrating it, they didn't get the 15 degrees per hour. That wasn't the first reading that they got from it.
No, they
was
thought
like
it was
7
low.
degrees. Shit, did I drop out?
No, you're right. Everything you said is right.
Yeah, that's why I was saying Indio, even the temperature, it creates noise in the data. That's why they have to, that's why you have to calibrate them. Because even just themselves pick up everything, all the signals and everything going on, like all that is noise to itself. And so like when they program it, they're taking out those components so that way it could focus and they'll purposely move it. Like the lab bench, it says like it mimics the movement of, it's really small of a degree, but then that's how it knows, okay, this is what I'm supposed to be at. Mathematically, that's all it fucking is, dude.
So yeah, within the system, he's saying it's spinning at 15 degrees per hour. That's all he's doing. It's reification fallacy.
Right.
Because he's conjuring it up within the device. The idea that the Earth is in motion.
Exactly. Because if that was the case, right, when you build it, it should pick up the fucking Earth spinning. Like, oh, here we go. Look at it's moving.
Yeah, well, not only that, but the calibration, when it's done and it's set, if you move to a different location, it should remain reading the same. And I think they said when they moved into higher altitudes, it changed. The reading changed.
Yeah, but you're talking about Bob, right? Yeah, he said that when they went higher, they noticed a change.
So all of these things is what's not. I think. Do they edit that part out of the video? They didn't put that in there, but
well,
there's a lot of the,
in his rebut, he did that. He said that. But yeah, that wasn't. I guess like that's probably why. Was it Thank You, Bob, or something like that? The video, the original one, and then in that one, it talks about like how like everything that went down, like what they actually were picking up, and like the Glovers don't want to watch that video or something. Like the second, like part 2, that was to the part 1 that they kind of look like they made him look, dumb. Like if he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. That's why all the Glovers like, oh, flat earther proved that the earth is spinning. Thanks, Bob. And then someone made a video like, oh, really? Here's this fucking rebuttal to that. Like when he's sharing, like, yeah, this happened, we went higher up and it changed. Too bad he just didn't have all that in the first video. That's the problem. It would have shut all these Glovers up to begin with.
So second argument today that, Jay Reese or whatever his name is now, like the second argument that he made today, that the system that he's showing us is something that's conjured up within the device. First was a theodolite, and now it's a laser ring gyro.
Right.
And he was told many times by this panel that that's not what it's showing, and he doesn't know the method by which either the information originated, like for the theodolite, he didn't know how it was measured, or at least from the origin of the information, he didn't know how to propose that how it was done, or the methodology by which it was done.
He brought up reciprocal zenith angles again after he was showing you. He doesn't even know what's going on at all, geometrically. He doesn't even know the very basics.
He doesn't.
He was arguing for a plumb bob accelerating to the center of the Earth, and then I switched it around to using a geoid model, which that wouldn't be the case because you got lumpy, wobbly gravity.
The potato.
Yeah, and you got a ellipsoid, right? You got a pair, so it can't point to the center of the Earth.
Yep.
So if there was tilt, this tilted zenith angles, leapfrog surveying would be impossible.
Yep.
You wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah, because you couldn't shoot back to see your 90-degree positions accurate. You'd be shooting.
Let me show you.
Let me answer this question before we go on. A perfectly distributed sphere with absolute perfect homogeneous mass distribution, perfectly rotating, would plumb lines point at the center? Yes or no?
No.
Right.
Not everywhere. Some places.
Not everywhere. Some places, yep. The reason is because the axis of rotation, the center of the axis of rotation is different than the center of mass. So you still have off-angled plumb lines. So the idea that plumb lines point straight to the center of the Earth, you're automatically false.
They should be tilted toward the equator.
Yeah, the way he said it was it's accelerating towards the center. The plumb bob is accelerating towards the center. That's how he framed it.
Now, if you guys indulge me for a little history lesson, it might have been Brian Mullen who did this, but he did the math on this differentiation because there'd be essentially a diagonal pulling of the plumb line. And he was like, well, if that was pulling diagonal, that would be a force, and we could measure it. And he did the math, and he came out with it. He called it essentially the tomato force because it was about the weight of an average tomato, around a pound, 1.3. But we nicknamed it the Brenda force for various reasons in honor of Brenda. So yes, Brenda has a very own physical force that has a measurable quantity that can't be found in reality because it doesn't exist. In other words, it's imaginary. Hence, Brenda was an appropriate name for the force.
Does anybody know who King Terry is? King Terry the Terrible?
I've never heard such a name. How could he be so terrible, though?
Hey, what's up, man? Welcome to the forum.
I'm in the forum. There's a guy in the chat who doesn't know how lunar eclipses work. It's crazy.
Yeah. So what position do you take? Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, Terry?
Oh yeah, as the ancients, as my ancestors believed, I agree with them.
Okay, and what would be your position as to why you hold this stance that the Earth is a globe? Why would you say so?
Because the Earth's shadow is a circle, and the only thing that projects a circular shadow in every direction is a sphere.
Are you talking about the lunar eclipse?
Oh yeah, look at that image. Look at that, some beautiful curves. And then this guy thinks that the Earth's shadow shouldn't hit the top of the moon. So I assume that he thinks that the moon travels like as the Earth spins, that the moon is completely in line with it. So then I guess every eclipse would be total if that were how it worked. But that's not how it works.
How did you validate it was the Earth's shadow that was cast on the moon?
Well, there's no shadow that would be cast always from the perspective of Earth except Earth's shadow. There's nothing hiding behind us. There's nothing in front of us obscuring our view. There's nothing around us.
How do you know it's a shadow at all?
It just looks like a shadow. Obviously, when the moon is dark, it's because something's blocking the sun.
That's not why things appear dark. That's wrong.
When there's not light, things don't appear dark.
Yeah,
That's
so
what you think. Is that something you want to defend to everyone here?
Yeah. So, you ever watch Star Wars?
Okay, I'm gonna mute. You go on. You talk about Star Wars, buddy.
No, listen. Did you mute me?
If I'm muted, all I can do is listen. I'm listening to you.
No, he muted himself.
Okay, so Star Wars, they project black on the screen. How do they do that? You go to the movie theater and watch Star Wars, and they're in space.
Black's not a color. It's just black. Nobody projects black. It's not a color.
Well,
it's not a light wavelength.
There's a light bulb in the projector that projects light. How are they projecting black?
The color black comes from an absence of light.
Really? So let me ask this question, Neil, before you go on. I just want to point this out. When you arrive at the theater, the movie theater screen is white. Just so you know.
Because the lights are on and then they dim them and then nothing's white. What are you talking about? Nothing's white in a dim room. Dumbass. Turn down the lights in your room. Tell me what's white.
Okay, but it looks black, and you said the only way that can happen is something's blocking it. Nothing.
Yeah, the building you're in, the shadows from the roof. The roof above your head is what's blocking it. Yes, correct.
What are you talking about? The projector is projecting light onto the screen.
If you project enough light, I'm sure that you can get an image on a screen. I'm sure that is a thing. But the reason you don't see it is because of the shadow from the roof above you. In the same way, if you turn the lights off right now, it's going to be black. And the reason why is because of a shadow from your house.
That was quick. You're spiraling, bro. Okay? So, you're either not understanding or I don't know what.
Man, fix the speech impediment. You're like 45 years old. You can't speak properly? This is insane.
Yeah, I speak just fine.
Yeah.
So, anyway, yeah, you're trying to deflect from the fact that you got cooked.
Because I said it's a shadow that houses cast shadows. I do believe that. I still believe that.
Yeah, I know you believe. You can believe whatever you want. We're not believers here.
Houses don't cast shadows. Your position is getting very creative.
Yeah, no one said that. So straw man harder. Straw man harder.
No one's exactly sure what you believe, I think.
Straw man harder. Yeah, so a projector projects light. and the only reason it looks black is it relative to the other light.
Okay, so what's casting a shadow on the moon, and why is it a circle?
Relative brightness, because of the way your eyes work, right, makes something appear black even though it's not actually black.
Okay, so it's an
Just how
optical
your eyes-
illusion. Why is it a circle? Why the shape? Why is the optical illusion giving us the shape? And why is it red at the end? Why is it not dark at the end?
Again, dude.
I just asked you a question. Just a question.
Yeah, so I didn't say it was
Can
an
you not
optical
answer?
illusion. Yeah, I didn't say it was an optical illusion.
You said your eyes, there's an effect in your eyes that implies it's not really there, which I guess darkness is never anywhere.
No one said that. So a straw man to defend
Yeah, you did.
straw man. That's a good one.
So can you not answer the question? Are you just going to... Can you not answer?
So I will answer. The question's easy to answer. It's trivial. You think you're new?
Why is the shadow circular? Indio?
That's a problem. Okay, that's a problem for you. It's not a shadow. You don't have any evidence it's a shadow.
Why do we see a circular dark shape covering the moon
Yeah.
every lunar eclipse when the Earth's shadow is cast on?
Okay, that's evidence. It's not a shadow.
So why is it, sir? Answer the question. I'm not going to ask again. I'm just going to shut up.
How would I know why it's circular? I know it being circular, a sphere casting a circular shadow on another sphere indicates it's not a shadow. Because a sphere would cast a shadow on a curved surface, it wouldn't be a circle anymore. Because it would only project the circle on a flat surface. Yeah, that's
It's not
right,
a perfect circle. It's not a. I mean, it's sort of curved along the, but that's only true at the very edges of the moon. I mean, you can see very clearly it becomes dim as it hits the umbra of the shadow and the edge. You're just wrong. You didn't even look at the image. You're just wrong about what you're seeing.
We don't need your narrative, dude. We don't need.
But the shadow is circular, even though as it's projected.
With the edge of the shadow, yeah, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It should get distorted because it's being projected onto a curved surface. Right? Right?
He's playing the death in myself games.
He knows you're right. He just now he's just clamming up.
Yeah. But he can't stand that he's not allowed to talk straight through people. So if he's muted so someone can finish a sentence, he immediately deafens himself. Then he can't hear what he was asked. And then when he comes off deafened, he's going to be still confused because he's an asshole. So when he comes off deafened, we can just tell him to F off and kick him out. But for the audience, what India was trying to get across is that a ball casting a shadow onto another ball would have a complex curve. So the shadow couldn't be a simple curve. It'd have to be complex, like a sinusoid. Since we don't see that, that's evidence against it being a shadow from a ball on a ball. In fact, you can get a curved shadow on a ball from a straight object. You can demonstrate both of which I just said with real-world models.
I just think it's funny. He came in. He's like, "Guy in the chat don't know how eclipse work. Neither do you, buddy."
Any Globers want to donate Glober tears? We live off the Glober tears here. Hey, what's up, Neat? Hey, what's up, Kabuki? Where the Glovers at? They stuck telling Leaf.
Hey guys, it's me, 0102. How's it going, you guys? Yeah, I'm feeling pretty silent about things as well, you know? The entire drama that happened between China and the United States is finally over. It's kind of sad, honestly. If it continued, it would have proven that the Earth is flat, but it didn't continue, which is really sad. Oh my god.
Hey guys, when the Mohammedans come and tell you that we do not know what the gospel is, just know the gospel is found in a very condensed form in Genesis 5. You can look in the chat.
Hey man, this is the Flat Earth voice chat. Please be respectful to us, okay? People are usually very mean, which is not cool, okay? You have to treat us in a very special manner, Jesus, God, Pope. Thank you. It's so hot in here, man. Oh my god. You're wrong. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? No, man, that is just what the fuck's this? Oh, I'm gonna.
Question you asked in the chat there, Radwin. You know, I've often wondered that too. How come a pendulum doesn't just stay swinging,
Can you
right?
be
If
quiet?
attached to a moving earth, right? Like that thing should
Can you
never
be
stop.
quiet, please? Can you be quiet?
Mic check 1 2.
Yeah, I hear you. Who was the one that said to be quiet?
A smart person said that.
Yeah, like you're about to be quiet. How about that?
Fuck, I was almost gonna die.
If attached to a moving earth, the pendulum should never stop swinging for any reason. Oh, self data. Radwin's about to wreck you. Is he in the chat? Is self data in the
you hold on. Do you yourself, do you spend time exploring those?
Yes, but oftentimes I find when exploring questions like that, like why am I here, we run into the roadblock of simply not knowing the answer, and it can be challenging to spend so much time on something and simply not be able to have an empirical answer to the question, like why are we on this earth, why are we here, why was I born, etc.
I know why.
Meaning, right?
I could tell you why.
Go for it.
You're here for 3 reasons. Number 1 is you're here to witness the downfall of Western culture. That's why you're on Earth at this specific time. God put you right here, right now, to bear witness to the downfall of Western culture. And then you're also here to spend some time doing some things you enjoy with some people you can tolerate. Make the most of it. Make the most.
I don't think I could necessarily attack this without getting away from the topic of flat Earth, so I'll leave that as it is.
No, that's what I'm saying. We're looking at the complete and utter destruction of Western culture by lots of different reasons. Basically, this ramping up of just rampant degeneracy on parade. In the meantime, you've also got some time to enjoy it before it falls. See, people after us, they won't get a chance. They'll never really know what it was like. So that you're 3 things. You're here for 3 reasons. To bear witness, find some things you enjoy doing, and find some people you can tolerate doing it with.
Well, that was lovely, but I
that was beautiful.
That's something, like you said, you don't fixate on those questions because you can't find empirical evidence for them. Those are not, like, empirical sense data is not going to answer those questions.
Well, it could if if it could under one situation. If the answer is there's no reason why we're here, that nothing else exists that can follow any factor.
Where are you going to find that in the natural world? Where, like, what experiment?
Well, that's what I'm saying. There isn't.
Does it fit in a test tube? Like,
well, an experiment that would let us look at the totality of time, right? At the creation of the observable universe. And I mean, I can tell you it's theoretically possible, because if you could theoretically get at the edge of the observable universe and then look back, you would see Earth at its beginning, because it takes time for light to travel from one place to another place. So if you were to go a certain point outside of the observable universe, you would eventually see the Earth, or see the universe as it was before the Big Bang.
I get it, man. But the thing is, man, you're asking a lot of things that are so far-fetched, and you've been fed a narrative that gives you the ability to think of far-fetched ideas and to ponder like this crazy, realm that you exist in, as far as like what you think right now, that the Earth is a globe and you got an ever-expanding universe, and there's a lot to think about, and you're trying to fit all of this in your mind, and they've given you kind of like little kind of ways to think about all these things, right? Like you're probably some little speck that's in the midst of all other tiny specks, and you could be at the edge of the universe if you could travel as fast as light could, and so your mind goes into like cartoon land, right? And you start thinking of all these things.
I forgot. I do have one other question.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Do you believe that first let me verify, do you believe that we are residing currently in a solar system consisting of 8 planets and one fourth planet?
Hell no.
No, that's why it's really relevant for this conversation, because cosmology in this case would kind of represent your worldview of where you are and who you are and what your purpose is. So when you put yourself in the paradigm of solar system, 8 planets, exoplanets, light years away, that kind of mess will sculpt and shape your worldview to your spec. You're not important. Nothing matters. You're an accident.
Yeah, it's all cat, bro.
So you think that there's relatively clear-cut proof that we were not placed on this earth for no reason?
Yes, because of flat Earth. Flat Earth, where the moon, sun, stars are all lights in the sky put here for the purpose of time and signs and seasons. We are here for a purpose underneath those things. They're above us, not in a vacuum. We don't reside in a vacuum. And those planets, those lights in the sky, we're not one of those.
Oddly enough, people in ancient times used to think of those things in the sky as, deities, right? Gods, even. So
Yeah, like
if you
Cleopatra's dress or something.
yeah, I mean, if you think about it, right? Well, in these times, it's no different because we conceptually, right, look at the things in the sky, and humanity and people were saying those things are planets. They're giant balls of gas. They're icy rock formations. So that story is just as good as the one before it, where they were gods. So you don't know that because it doesn't sound like that. It sounds a little bit more, dirt and
Well,
dead
this comes
matter.
up to one additional question, right? We have things like the Hubble Space Telescope, which can clearly project images in our solar system, and they do appear to be circular, and they do appear to exist. Would you say that the Hubble Space Telescope is somehow projecting an illusion?
Yeah, it's not the Hubble anymore. That's decommissioned. They're using the James
Well,
Webb.
whatever they used. Last time I read about this was 2010. It's been a long
Jeez
time.
Louise, you need to update. Anyway, these things that you call images are not what you think they are, and they're not snapshotting. It's hard for you to imagine that they're not doing the thing you think they're doing because you see the image and you're like, yeah, they are. So you have to actually look into. Remember, I told you that when you research, you're gonna actually be more intrigued because you're gonna be like, okay, now I know this isn't what I thought it was. It's not a picture. Like,
can I get in here?
Yeah, go ahead, Flutz.
Yeah, they're images. They're artistic renditions of someone who presupposed the worldview that you do, of a vast universe vacuum that all of these things reside in. And they give you their best guess, and they make an artistic rendition of what you're looking at that pretty much you can zoom in on any surface, even with a microscope, and it looks more interesting. But you're using a telescope to zoom in of the surface of the sky.
Okay, so now let's get into what unfortunately I can't talk about because I'm not an astrophysicist, but generally the strongest evidence for the Earth being round and us being in a solar system is what's found through astrophysics. So what would be your best refutation based on what I can only assume is your superior knowledge on the concept of astrophysics?
Well,
they can't test, and sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say you first have to identify what's being said. Now, in this case, for astrophysics, what is being said that is compelling for an argument for a globe?
Again, I haven't studied astrophysics, and I guarantee you it's a whole lot of math.
What do you think they're proposing where it would a question or a statement where it would fall in the realm of astrophysics?
Usually there'll be a statement verified with math correlating to the gravitational pushes of other large space rocks against other space rocks, and how they would orient themselves in a scale where we view them in such a way on the solar system, why things move at the rate they move, why things are pushed forward and back at the speed and rate that they're pushed.
So the solar system seems to be almost a central point for a discussion about like what's happening in our own local region. So you would say that seems a good place to start, right there, right where we're at, our neighborhood, right? Solar system.
Well, the observable universe, is more close to what I'm saying.
Well, they go off of a presupposition that the Earth is a globe in this paradigm before they even begin, so they're begging the question to begin with. Also, astrophysics is a pseudoscience. They don't have one single viable hypothesis that can be tested.
Yeah, so you have to think about
the solar... if you're testing black holes, it's hard to empirically prove that. But okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you have to think about the solar system the way it's told to you. The sun is in the center, and the planets revolve around it, including us being a planet, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, if there supposedly or allegedly you can witness such a phenomenon to say, I see something happening. We're all dancing around this sun. That's something, right? We're all going around the sun. Okay. Have you ever witnessed this phenomenon?
Have I ever? No, I have not witnessed pretty much any astrophysical.
Well, I mean,
concepts.
They're saying something that's happening in the physical and natural world. Well, why can't anybody just witness it? Things.
I'm sure you've heard the answer to this. Like this.
Yeah, things going around.
They're just far away.
Things going around the sun. Has anybody seen things going around the sun?
Yes, the planets that are next to us.
Okay, which one?
Most notably, probably Venus and Mars.
Okay. Have you
Maybe Jupiter,
seen,
'cause it's big.
have you seen any one of those that you mentioned go around the sun?
I mean, I've seen them in a different position in the sky.
Is that going around the sun?
Well, the reason they'd be in a different position in the sky is because of the rotation around the sun. So
Yeah, but that's an assumption, though. Did you see it going around the sun?
no, because it happens at a rate that I couldn't distinguish it.
So that means that you can't witness the very thing that would solidify the point of them saying that they have a solar system. Now, this is up to you because what you can witness is not something going around the sun. You don't see that. Nobody can.
Okay.
So the story then would be that you have to assume that some things are going around the sun, but you've never witnessed them, nor has anybody else.
All right, so let me ask you another question. And these questions are kind of leading off one another, right? Like I can't think of all these off the fly, but as we talk, I'm thinking of other questions. Do you believe that the Earth provides its own light?
The Earth?
Yes. Do you think that light comes from the sun?
Well, yeah. The light comes from the sun.
And
we
is
do
the
notice
sun
that.
circular?
Circular in the sense of it looks like a circle, yes.
In the sense that it's spherical, I should specify.
No. There's
So you
no
think
way.
the sun is flat like the Earth?
No, it
flat.
just looks like a circle. Whether or not it's a sphere, that needs to be, looked into.
Okay. So right now, if you were to draw your universe model, it would be a Earth that we can't exactly specify what it looks like. Orbiting, I think you're assuming the Earth is still orbiting the sun, right?
No.
No. Okay. So there's the sun casting light, and then the Earth.
Yes.
Now you have to imagine the Earth is spinning, right? Because if the Earth isn't spinning, then we wouldn't have day and night, right?
No.
So how would we have day and night?
Okay, when we witness the sun moving across the sky from east to west, it's morning time, right? You see morning, the sun approaches the horizon, then all of a sudden you see the crack of dawn, right?
So I said that one more time. I phased out.
When you see this, you phased out. When you see the sun moving across the sky, you see it approach morning, right? Then the crack of dawn, you see the sun, and then it peaks over the horizon, and you see the sun. So it moves across the sky from east to west. Yes.
Okay. So if we were going off direct observation, it would look like the sun is orbiting the Earth, right? Do you believe that because of the direct observation?
Yeah, orbiting. That's a pretty strong word.
Okay,
right
orbiting's a bad. So circling around.
Just moving. No, well, even that. I would say moving across the sky from east to west. That's pretty straightforward.
Okay, I'll align with that definition.
That's like it appears to. Don't add anything other than what you see. What you see is exactly what you get.
Yeah, and it just depends where you're. It just depends where you're at. That's all I'm saying. It depends where you're at. What you witness, that's what you see it doing. You're not going to take anything away or add anything. You're just seeing what it does.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that in a 24-hour sun you don't see that, but in this particular instance where you live, it could be just moving across the sky from horizon to horizon.
Sure.
Okay.
I think that's every question I have right now. So I think I'm sure there's, as you mentioned, there's other people who are itching to comment. So let's let them have a chance. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, well, appreciate your time.
Thank you for being receptive to the information we have.
I'm always happy to learn.
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to make a small comment, which is, you said this was low on your truth value meter, but I think if it is the case, I mean, let's just say hypothetically, if there's any possibility that what we're saying here is true, that the globe model is a failure, like, would that put it higher on your truth, whatever you called it, recognition
Well, in and of itself, it might not, but the question of why is this not being told as it is might be a value of truth that would concede it. So usually it's not the fact itself, but it's the follow-up consensus that would be relevant. So I would answer that yes, but not necessarily in that context.
Right, the implications of it, right?
Yeah. So even the fact that there's a possibility, I mean, you're not sitting here totally sure that you live on a spinning globe anymore. So even the fact that there's a possibility that might not be the case would hopefully lend it in your mind to follow down that road longer, I would hope.
Yeah, same.
Sure.
We've had astrophysicists and astronomers come in here and talk about the data is all about interpretation. It's 50-50 for them. And these are the experts. The guys who come in here who study this stuff, like, master's degree. I think it's the highest. A couple doctorate candidates or whatever. And they say it's really a coin flip. You could interpret everything the same way and just come up with geocentric.
Interesting. I guess I have one more question. There's some people posting AI verses in this chat, and I think some of them are being deleted because there's like some, I don't know exactly why, but I know some of you are posting contrary verses. Essentially, if you ask ChatGPT to refute a point, it's always going to be able to do that, whether it agrees with it or not empirically. So just so you guys know how AI looks, I know some of you are a little bit older, and I'm not dumbing this into it. It's just you can always find ChatGPT a way. ChatGPT will always be able to contradict itself.
Oh yeah, that's the best part about it is that they said, like, a lot of globalists said, this technology will solve the problem. It will clear up like all these flat Earth misconceptions, and you can get it to argue for flat Earth.
Yeah, the important thing, though, is when you ask it to state what logic is and all this, it will give you the information. It's just giving you information. It's not like forecasting the future or anything like that. It's not. You shouldn't use it for a crystal ball. All right, so what it does do is it collects information and it gives it to you. Right? So what it does, it's a fancy way to do that. Instead of you having to Google something and search for it, it's doing that for you. So when it does that, it packages everything up. And then you could say, well, I'm a solipsist, and I want you to be one too. Let's have a discussion. So it will turn its logic off and use that kind of reasoning, which is not reasoning really. And then it'll talk to you like a solipsist. So it does the thing that's required for you that you want it to do, right? But it still gives you the information that the internet has about a topic. That's all it's doing. Like, for goodness sakes, people.
What's the logic about solipsism?
What? You're coming in real low, no one. What'd you say?
What's illogical about solipsism?
Oh, yeah. We can go down that rabbit hole, but I'm going to know if X is done with his questions.
He can go ahead and ask. I'm interested in
so, what? Are you a solipsist? No one, first of all?
I mean, no, I'm not, but you can't solve hard solipsism. There's nothing illogical about it.
There's nothing illogical.
Holy shit, this is dogs.
There's not.
Yeah.
Invoking dogs. This is dog spirit animal talking.
You know what dog says the problem of solipsism is?
Schizophrenia.
No one? No.
What is that?
You're not a solipsist. That's the problem. You get it?
I guess I don't get it. No,
well,
I guess not.
Let's say we're having a discussion, and I'm a solipsist, and I find out you have some type of reasoning why you think things are true. Then I would say, well, let me tell you the problem about solipsism is that you're not a solipsist.
I don't understand how that's a problem.
It puts everybody in the same basket where
you can argue against it, dude, and then you have to be able to say what's true or not.
Yeah.
You have to know what the word solipsist means in order to get it.
I don't think he.
Yeah, it went way over his head, man.
It's like
I know what it is.
Like a communist joke. It's not funny unless everyone gets it.
How does not being a solipsist pose a problem for solipsism?
Well, solipsism borrows the worldview from those who think of logic and reason. And it tries to adopt it in its framework, but it can't do so because it's completely backwards. It's saying that you can't know anything to be true. Perhaps, I think, even one thing that you can know to be true is that you think, therefore you are. It's really ridiculous, right? You can't know anything to be true except for this one thing. I mean, for starters, right?
Okay, yeah, that's valid.
It's valid.
To even argue it is a performative contradiction. That's what Elp is telling you. You have to adopt the ideas that you can know what's true to argue for solipsism.
Yeah.
So you have to borrow someone else's worldview to pretend you have a worldview that says you can't know anything.
Correct. You get it, no one?
I mean, I agree it's absurd, but it's not illogical.
What do you mean it's not illogical?
I just told you it's a built-in contradiction.
It doesn't have a built-in contradiction.
Yes, it does. I just gave it to you. I just gave it to you. You can't know anything. You can't know anything to be true except for one thing, which is I think, therefore I am. How do you know that?
Well, because you can't think, therefore I am, if you are not am, right?
So what does that mean?
It's self-evident.
It's self-evident, but how do you know what's self-evident if you don't know what self-evident means? Nothing has meaning, no one, and you're borrowing from a worldview that has meaning to give it meaning. Even though you're declaring you don't have any meaning in the world. So, you see how bad this is? You don't, do you?
I mean, I agree that it's absurd. I'm just saying.
Right.
It's not illogical.
So therefore, it's illogical to think
it's
that
not
way.
illogical.
Oh my God,
Because
dude,
you can't be certain of anything other than the fact that you exist. Right?
And how is that? How is that logical? You tell me, how is that logical? If you can't know anything except for that one thing.
But because you can't know anything except for that one thing.
That's
with
the
100%
problem.
certainty. Not a problem.
You can't even have 100% certainty. That doesn't exist in the solipsist mind. There is no such animal because they say this. Let me tell you. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Oh no. Just wait a minute. Wait a second. They say this. They say this. They could be schizophrenic and not even know it. That's what gives them the reason to say they can't know anything to be true, because they could be a brain in a jar. Now tell me, how could a brain in a jar know that they can think, therefore they are? How is that logical?
Because that brain is thinking.
Really?
It's impossible to think if you aren't, right?
So that brain is thinking is your answer.
Yeah, to be able to say, I think, therefore I am, you have to be able to think,
I just
right?
finished saying, if they think, therefore they are, and I said a brain in a jar, and you said that brain is thinking. You just gave something that would be completely illogical, the ability to have consciousness. Now, if that's not illogical, I don't know what is. You don't see the disconnect, do you?
And how could they know that to be certain?
Wow. This is what happens when you allow yourself when you allow yourself to think the way these guys do. You're like, I'm not a solipsist. I think it's absurd. I don't think you think it's absurd. You're trying to make it make some sense. And it just doesn't. Yet you persist. It's a train wreck from the start. There is no way that you can salvage this and then come out and say, well, this is logical. It's not. It's illogical. It's the worst type of human thinking that ever was.
Yeah, you can't even know what making sense is. You can't know anything.
You can't know anything. I mean, it's cooked straight out the gate. There is no. What are you going to do with it? What can you do with such a thing? Where if you say, I think, therefore I am, that's the 100% thing I know. Well, wait a minute. Didn't you say you could be schizophrenic? You wouldn't be able to perceive that. Huh. That's a head scratcher right there.
It's useful to make contrarian arguments and frustrate people on the internet. Other than that, it has absolutely no utility.
Yeah, I just like parading it around so that I can show people how ridiculous this is. That we engage with people with this mindset.
Right? Just ask them how certain they are of being uncertain, and then it just all falls apart completely.
Yeah, they implode, which is the best part, I think, when they implode. Because they think they have it down pat. I'm like, wait a minute, but you're borrowing a worldview so that you can say that. Yeah, that's what you did. Oh, wait a minute. You just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Well, that threw everything into question now. And no one's like, well, that brain in the jar is thinking. That's so
a brain
funny.
in a jar theory would be a brain. It's theoretically possible for a brain in a jar by itself wouldn't do anything, but it would have to constantly be being inserted with some sort of stimulus that would cause the projection of reality.
The fuck?
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking that when X was talking earlier, when you were talking about the Chat GPT and the, it'll put in what you premises you feed into it. I haven't seen these Flat Earth Chat GPT answers before, because GPT is something I am not a huge fan of because of its effect on education, but this way of using it I find very interesting, because you got these Globers in here who think they're using logic and they think that the globe can be proved with logic, but what you're getting there is an output of, classical logical forms. So if you want a fantasy, that's basically what those answers were saying. If you want inferences and fantasies, we'll give you a globe. But if you want logic, here's what I'm giving you. I couldn't believe X was saying that as if that was some kind of thing against it. It's like, that is totally
I was just reading it as it was. I'm not going to be dishonest.
Oh, okay. I don't want to say that. I'm not it's not a critique of you. It's more of a critique of the other guy, because these guys kind of imagine themselves as being some kind of, or they think that, this astrophysics is some kind of pure logic when it's clearly not to anyone paying attention. So that's really cool. I'm glad you guys brought that up.
I've been doing this a while with a lot of the different models. I use Perplexity AI, I use ChatGPT, I use DeepSeek. There's a couple of other models. I was invited to even get into Magnus, which is a AI agent, which is like a top tier. You got in it? I did too. I got invited to that. I'm anxious, dude. Is it really? I have some time off that I'm going to dive into it.
It's more like a slave. Like, you can make it do a whole bunch of stuff that you don't want to do.
Well, I got some.
It uses the other AIs to give you answers. It doesn't produce its own stuff.
Well, shit, dude. I mean, yeah, the more the merrier. I really want to have as much information as I'm going to make it do the most craziest research that I can think of. Dude, Gemini, my mind, the way it works, dude.
Gemini 2.5 is really good. Way better than the other ones. Like DeepSeek and ChatGPT and Grok, they kind of give you the same answers.
Yeah.
But Gemini, the Google one, 2.5, it actually, it's pretty unique, and it's fairly well reasoned, and its context window is like 1 million tokens. So it remembers, you can ask it a lot of crap.
I needed to have memory, man. I really do. I needed to have memory.
1 million tokens is a lot. So I can take a 1 hour video and upload it, and it'll segment it, transcript it, do a bunch of stuff, and it'll be a 250,000 tokens. So we're talking video, right? So it does all the video, all the audio, breaks it up, understands it, all that shit. And that's if you just ask it a regular question, that's freaking 200 tokens, if that. So 1 million tokens is a lot.
No, I got a lot on my mind. I started my series on conversations with an AI on YouTube, so you know how that's going, but I'm going to actually include the AI agent with Magnus, and I can't wait. That series is going to be amazing, because, I haven't dove into Flat Earth per se, because I got onto the, Origins of the Fallen, which is, I think, to me was, I wanted to start off with something that was a bit provocative, on why people ended up the way they are right now in the state that they are. So to me, that gave a little bit of history and kind of a spiritual context.
Yeah, it is super interesting, that two podcasts you made. The content, it's very original. I've never heard anything like that anywhere else.
Yeah, that's how come I think I'm going to continue. There's different topics, because the way I'm really inquisitive when it comes to asking certain things. I think a little bit differently than most, I guess, when I'm asking, what I'm asking. Because I don't know, I guess for the ground squirrel information, I just want it to be something palpable for, your everyday Joe who's not really.
Well, if you look the same type of Origins of the Fallen, if you try to look for that, other content that's similar to that, it's very canned, commercial. It's all the same. They all make the same claims. It's like they had one narrative and like 90 people made a video about the same freaking narrative.
Yep.
The one you did is way original. Way original.
So I'm hoping to grab the audience with something that doesn't usually get talked about, because the AI, because it has that context where it has all the information, so it's going to give kind of a response in the same vein that I'm asking it. Like, anyway, that's my hope. But I'm going to use Magnus, is what I'm saying. That's the reason why I mentioned Magnus.
You're talking about Manus, right?
Manus. I keep saying Magnus. Manus. I'm sorry. Yeah, Manus. I don't know why I was thinking of Magnus. Yeah, Manus.
I don't know. I just tried Gemini when I heard you say that, and I asked for any scientific evidence of the globe, and it gave me measurements and ships disappearing over the horizon. When I told it wasn't science, it told me that it is science and clearly falls within the framework of science.
Now think about its answer compared to like a ChatGPT answer. ChatGPT's answers are really, they're cooked, dude. It'll just say a bunch of crap that ain't even.
Yeah, they're pretty canned.
ChatGPT just straight lies to you.
I understand that as well, 100%.
I have to dig a little bit for that gold, so on ChatGPT, but
yeah, I just found it interesting. I asked it for scientific evidence and it gave me measurements of the Earth's curvature and ships disappearing, and said that is squarely in the realm or in the framework of science. So I don't know.
What measurement did it give you?
I'll read the answer to you. Hang on. Oh, I've lost it. Wait on. See if it saves it for me.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on who's training it, right? Because I know I got recruited to train ChatGPT, but I didn't even answer them. I'm like, no way am I ever going to do that. You're not going to use my brain and take it somewhere and mess with it. I mean, probably they got some little, little minion there training it.
They got another Mary Mom to do it.
Yeah,
version of you.
The thing you said about education, I saw a video on the internet. It was a university like freshman class. The associate professor that was like teaching the class for the professor, she let them use AI to do their assignment, and the reason they recorded the video because she was berating them because they still got it wrong. They just like copy pasted errors into, they literally did nothing. They just copy pasted ChatGPT's answer with all the errors still in it. They didn't even check, dude. She was freaking mad as hell. I had to let you use freaking large language models and you didn't even check it. Like,
I can see that happening because user error, when they mess up at the beginning, the rest of it's going to be wrong. So I can see that happening.
Hey, I'm going to dip out because I'm going to eat dinner or whatnot, so.
All right.
Bye.
Good to see you. Good talking to you. It's been a while.
It has been. Yep. See ya, Mary Mom.
Bye. Yeah, they'll use it now for even opinion questions where, like, because some of the things that I teach with my part-time job, they've been answering the same questions for years. And, like, one of them, it's for this veterinary science class, do you, would you prefer treating birds or reptiles, which is just kind of like, what would you like to do? But now they give, these ChatGPT answers about how many species there are of reptiles, how many species of birds, which one has more, that's what's the better one, the one that has more species, just this ridiculous answer. It's kind of like, hey guy, I just wanted to know, do you like birds or reptiles better? Tell me what you like.
Why didn't they get AI to define species?
Oh, they do. I know. That's what I'm telling you. They give me these ridiculous answers. It's kind of like, wow, you can't even like come up with an opinion anymore. You know what I mean? You're just asking a computer what your opinion should be. It's outrageous.
Dude, I would call Glover. They're stenographers for ChatGPT. Like ChatGPT tells them, and they just stenographically write down what ChatGPT said in the chat. It's crazy, dude. To me, it's like they're not controlling the computer; the computer's controlling them. It's pathetic.
They're not retaining any of the information, and if they do, they have a real problem of like retaining the wrong information because of user error, or I mean, there's a lot of variables there. So I would say that.
Why would you retain the information? Because you could just open up another chat window.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a ridiculous. It's a ridiculous infinite regression.
You know everything as long as your internet don't go down.
I'd say that it's a useful tool for someone who already has a solid foundation on a topic that wants to use it. But other than that, if they're just using it to get the right answers, to not have to retain any information whatsoever, they're just brain dead.
I don't know, my take is pretty close to Mary Mom's. It's an upgraded Clippy. It's a novelty at best. The reason why I like using it is for some reason the globalists overvaluate technology. Like somehow technology is going to save humanity. Just look at what their AI will do.
I thought Clippy was very useful.
It gives you, the best AI will give, like what Mary Mom was saying, like in a college classroom or a whatever, high school. People go onto it and use it to write an assignment, and they come up with a C. Because it gives you just about 50%. It's not going to be anything good or groundbreaking or, like somehow inspiring, or the professor or the teacher grading your paper based on how you understood the material. It's going to spit out a C, and that's going to be it. And
That's unfortunate.
The person won't even retain the information because they didn't write it. They didn't think about it. They didn't contemplate how they wanted to take the assignment. They just lost their own voice. They paid for a class, and they just got a C. And
they're wasting their money, their tuition money. There's an argument that they might be doing that anyways without it. So what can you do?
Yeah, totally. So it's kind of like, hey, I might as well just not do anything at all and just throw it in ChatGPT and walk away with a C, whatever, and then have at it and just.
Well, just think about the things that you can get a degree in now. I mean, come on. I don't even want to go into it. It's ridiculous. The education system is in a straight downward spiral.
Betsy Klein, don't even get me started on that topic.
Oh, yeah?
I endorse your statement. I endorse it. 100%.
I've ever seen this comic book strip where it was like, man, this must have been 1990s or something like that, where it's like, when you grew up, and it's like you had parent-teacher conferences, and the teacher standing next to the parents, pointing at the kid, with a failed math test, and telling the kid, explain this. And then it says now, 1990s, it's the kid standing next to the parents, talking down to the teacher, explain this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad for it. Yeah, I had a parent come in, that was parent-teacher conferences when I was teaching geometry, and was like, oh, geometry was so hard for me. I just got a C, I hope, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't say to her, but I thought, because her kid was in there, I'm like, oh, yeah, if your kid has a pulse, he'll get an A. It's nothing. Geometry used to be a hard subject till they decided everybody had to take it, and then you had to be naturally dumbed down. It's no longer a college prep class. It's like everybody's going to college, so it's just another class, just like gym, you know what I mean? I probably should have said to that parent, but I was still trying to, hold the party line. If you got a C there, you would be able to pass, get an A in this class without even showing up,
That reminds me.
We don't call it gym anymore. physical education.
That's right. I still call it gym.
Yeah, it's lame as stuff. It's like lame too. They don't teach about sports or like sportsmanship. All they basically do is have them walk around the school for like 5 laps and then go back, and that's it. Like,
yeah, my daughter had an older phys ed teacher. I think she was like in 6th grade, and that guy, I think he was like rebelling against the party line because they used to play dodgeball like every day, you know. Because nowadays it's like you're not allowed to play dodgeball. That's just like too cruel. And I'd ask her every day, like, "Oh, what you do at gym?" "Oh, we play dodgeball."
Man, I love dodgeball.
I know, it's fun. Dodgeball is fun. But you know there was an anti-dodgeball sentiment, Flatsy. You know that, right?
Yes, I do know that, but I don't understand it. Like, it's such a good way to just, like, get good at dodging and hitting people with balls.
Because what happens
It's so fun.
is kids, I'll tell you why they got rid of it. Because of kids that are no good or everybody doesn't like, everybody just like targets that person and they get knocked out first. And then that happens.
Just wasn't my experience in school. But that wasn't my experience in school. Yeah, some bullying happened. Even I got a little bullied, but it was good for character. I'm saying, like, that experience did not happen to me.
I thought it's funny, amusing too. I can't remember what I saw this at, but it was like a new like time travel plot device where you take like a 1990s bully and put him in school nowadays.
Dude, they'd get arrested.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. I know. For sure. It'd be hilarious, you know, to see what they would just pulling their hair out. Like they don't know who to bully first. They look around. You got, well, that kid's dressed like a cat. You know, that one is, you know, like got purple hair. You know, like that one's on its phone while the teacher's talking to the class. Like, you know, they don't know who to target first, and then they realize that the teachers are in on it. It used to be like teachers would tell the bully which kid to target. Yeah, that kid needs to be, you know, brought up to par here.
Give them dodgeballs and let them play.
Yeah, I'm a fan of getting rid of bullies, but there's a lot of other things I'm not a fan of.
Well, like the gym teacher would say, "Hey, the fat kid, you gotta target him so he knows he's fat, so he'll exercise, so he won't be fat anymore." For like a dodgeball, like target the fat kid. It's an easy hit, wide, target. It's a big target, big hit box there. And the fat kid's slow too. Okay, it looks like Jenny and Siamese do a 1v1. I know Jenna's been kind of waiting for this.
Oh yeah, let's let them do that because that chat skanking's been going on for a while, huh?
It's been pissing me off.
Yeah, so we'll put Siamese on tech suppress.
All right, Siamese, come on, let's do this because you asked a malformed question. If there was a hypothesis, right, to replace gravity, which means in that instance, you referred to gravity as a hypothesis, right? And the hypothesis is not the end result. So we need to talk about this, right? Because it seems like you've got the scientific method a little confused. Why does this happen every time? Every time I'm like, come on, open up your mic. Let's go. They don't.
Yeah, no, this guy, this guy's special, this cat, because we tried to make him talk earlier. He kind of would talk once in a while, but he only answers like every third to fourth question. So maybe if you ask 3 questions, he'll pick one of them. I don't know. He does occasionally talk, though.
Yeah, I mean, I asked him, the clarifying question, which is, what is gravity, right? Now you have to tell me, what is gravity? Amen, Flatsy. There are plenty of flat Earth females out there. Siamese, now is your chance. Come on, buddy. Let's talk about this, because you said you want honest flat earthers. You can ask any one of these people in here. Got nothing to gain from lying. I'm 100% honest. Some people, they consider me abrasive. They're a little intimidated, right? Show me that you're not intimidated and open up your mic. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this malformed question. Let's understand these things. Every single time, seriously? Siamese, come on. Come on. He might even have his volume turned down on this chat, who knows?
Are they speaking or not?
What a travesty, man. This guy. Really? Siamese, come on, dude. You just referred to gravity as a hypothesis by asking if there was a hypothesis that replaces gravity. And, I mean, you need to be set straight on that. You're talking about, I'm looking for an honest flat earther, right? You think you're Diogenes with a lantern. So you might not know about that. Anyway, I know there's some people here in this
I
chat. that
can't
know about
reply
Diogenes.
if you remove my ability to type.
Yes, we remove your ability to type to encourage you to mic up in here. Hi, Siamese. It's nice to meet you. I'm Jenna.
Use your voice if you got one.
So, Siamese, the clarifying question is, what is gravity, right? In your own words, with your
So
own
pointless.
mind. What is it? What is? No, it's not pointless, right? There's always something to learn. It's not everything's pointless, okay? What is gravity? Okay, so it's just the clarifying question. What is it? What's gravity? What is it? Come on, Siamese. You've got this opportunity right now. You want honest flat earthers. You've got it. Let's go.
I think the text tank. Or you're just a gamma male.
I mean, come on. You want to call gravity a hypothesis and ask me if there's a hypothesis to replace the hypothesis of gravity. That is literally what you asked me. We can scroll the chat logs, right? And that's, like I said, a malformed question.
Why are you being so intellectually dishonest? You promised you weren't going to do that, but you're choosing to do it still.
I'm being intellectually dishonest?
Yeah.
How am I being intellectually dishonest? My clarifying question to you is, what is gravity? Go ahead, you have the floor. Answer the question. You can't do it, can you? Right? You want to accuse me of being intellectually dishonest, but you can't even answer the question, which means that you are self-projecting onto me. You know that you are not intellectually honest, but you want to try to flip that script and point the finger at me. You're busted, dude. You're exposed, unless you can prove to me otherwise. The question to you is, what is gravity? You have the floor, sir.
Why remove people's ability to type? I don't get it. Just like on the fly, you just remove the permissions.
Purpose of engaging in vocal conversation. Your brain engages a little bit better in vocal conversation. So the question to you, Siamese, what is gravity? Go.
Oh, we can just remove your permissions to speak in VC as well. How's that sound?
I want to see where this goes, right? He wants to call flat earthers intellectually dishonest. Yet he's refusing to speak. He can't answer a question. It's okay if you don't know, right? It's okay if you don't know. Then say, I don't know.
Well, whatever you're going to type in the text chat in response to that question, just say it here in the VC. It's simple. You know you have a response. You want to type it and not speak it for some reason. But you can speak. We've heard you speak, so we know that you're capable and able to do so.
It's really not that hard. If you don't know, just say that just say I don't know. And then I will accept that as an honest answer, right? That happens a lot in here, actually, even with flat earthers, right? People want to be like, where's the edge? Or some stupid question like that. What's the container made out of? All these crazy questions, right? And it's very simple. I don't know. Those are honest answers, right?
The problem was this generation. They don't use their voice much. All they're spending their time just on the keyboard playing computer games and talking to the people through social media on text. Never one-on-one conversation with their friends.
Yeah, keyboard warriors of the generation. Yep.
Text messaging. I don't know why they call their generation Gen Alpha. I mean, it should have been like Gen Gamma.
That's a good description there.
Yep, I agree. Siamese, come on, let's do this. You said you're not a globe earther or whatever, right? But you're saying there's no way it could be flat, right? So what are you, a concave earther? Give us a little bit of information. Like what use is it not miking up? I don't know. It's really weird. It's really weird, right? So you're in here, your chat's ganking, and we know that you spoke. We heard you speak.
Right,
I asked you
like
some
a waste
questions.
of time.
Yeah, no, it is. It's every fucking time. I don't know what it is. Am I scary? Am I scary, Siamese? Do I scare you? Are you a scared little putty tat? What's the matter?
Probably never talked to a girl before, other than his mom.
Other than your mom or your sister, or your auntie, huh? Yeah. This happens far too frequently with me when I get on here. Many of you have already been witness to it. They just stay quiet. Come on, it's not a big deal, right? And I can't hurt you. I really can't hurt you, right? That's crazy. That is so crazy.
got to protect his worldview. So maybe like you can hurt him. You could change his worldview. You got to protect that.
Yeah. We are Siamese, if you please. Come on, Siamese. Come on. If you don't know what gravity is, just say you don't know, right? And I'll dog walk you through the whole thing. Come on. You can do it. You got a voice, use it. And he's gone. He's gone. What a scared little putty tat. He's gone. Every single frickin' time, man. Anybody else in here want to tell me what gravity is?
It's gravity.
Gravity. Gravity's nuts. Oh, I'm sorry. So Siamese couldn't do it. Siamese couldn't hang. He tapped. Couldn't do it. Anybody else? Anybody?
It's the effect mass has on space and time.
Mass has an effect on space and time?
That's what gravity says.
Allegedly, right? But not empirically, not demonstrably.
You can't vary and manipulate gravity, but you can do observations to verify.
Like what observations? What observations are you doing that shows that gravity is, manipulating time and space, bending time and space? How do you do that?
You make predictions on what mass will do to the path of light.
Mass does things to light? How do you figure? Can you show those? Can you show that?
If mass does indeed have effect on space and time, then as light passes near a massive object, it will deflect.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like gravity, right? Are you trying to arguing for the gravity that allegedly holds us to this Earth, right? To a ball Earth?
Yeah, that's the I'm talking about the same gravity you are.
Right, so it would be like the Cavendish, like mass attracts mass, right? That's where we're going with that.
No.
No?
I said it's the effect mass has on space and time.
Yeah, well, I don't see, anything changing with like mass and time. I don't see that anywhere. Observable, demonstrable. I don't see that anywhere.
Well, so you wouldn't be able to just see it in your everyday just looking around. You'd have to set up an observation. You'd have to understand what the predictive power of gravity is.
What does it mean? What does it mean to set up an observation? Give me some insight to that. What does it mean to set up an observation?
That means, well, first you would have to have information about what you're observing. So say you're going to observe a certain star at a certain time. Well, you'd have to have information about that star and how it relates in the past.
But I didn't set up those stars to observe them, though. That's the whole thing. Nobody can set up observations. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, set up the
observations are observable empirically, so.
Yeah, well, I was talking about setting up as in, the equipment, timing, things like that.
Okay, but none of that is going to show us that this alleged gravity is holding us to a spinning ball Earth. Okay? It's just not.
Well, yeah, it has predictive powers for the path of light. So if mass does indeed warp space and time as light travels by one of those masses, then using the calculations of gravity, we say, okay, well, we'll expect this light to deflect by this much. And then they see if that prediction comes true. And if it does come true, then that's further...
It really sounds non sequitur, right? Because you keep bringing up light, right? And I don't know, to most intellectuals, light is non sequitur to this alleged force of gravity that holds you into the seat that you're in right now, right?
Well, that's how they first confirmed it. That's by studying light. That's why I brought it up.
No, right. So, well, I mean, they also have the Cavendish, right? You know, where, you know, mass, you're a mass, and the ass of the mass of your ass is attracted to the mass of the Earth, right?
Right.
Yeah. Allegedly.
Well, no, Cavendish is still showing the gravity in the sense of bending space and time.
Yeah, except it's just a little parlor trick. It's not actually anything that's showing. And also in the Cavendish paperwork, if you read through it, there's a excellent little section in there where it says it is the weakest gravitational attraction. The weakest. So you allegedly have the weakest gravitational attraction, holding quadrillions upon quadrillions, et cetera, of gallons of water to this Earth, right? Allows the birds and the bees to fly, holds you to your seat, allows the planes, it allows all this stuff to go on in the air. It doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. It's not tangible. It's not provable. Gravity? No. That's not why you're standing on Earth. Gravity is not the reason why you're standing on Earth. This is a dynamic system.
Yeah.
So it's safe to say it's a dynamic enclosed system, right? Horizontal, stationary, dynamic enclosed system. Everything in demonstrable, natural law, physics can show this. So, Mustaine, I got a question, right, Mustaine? Like I've seen you in here for quite some time now. What is it that still has you holding on to this idea that Earth is a spinning globe? What is it?
Oh well, it's not like it's one thing, you know. It's not like there's one thing that.
No, but I'm asking for what the one. If you had to pick one thing, what is that one thing that is holding you to this belief?
I guess if you're gonna make me choose one thing, I would probably like one evidence. The one evidence that would be. Well, I mean the easiest thing to point to is technology in the sky, but I see that's not going to prove anything because government NASA has been shown to lie, so you can't.
Hold on, bud. The thing about this is how long it took you to answer that question. I'm going to tell you that every one of these flat earthers here would have answered that question to our side a lot faster, right? So it doesn't really make your side look good when it takes you that long to figure out what the one thing is, and you want to say technology in the sky, right?
Yeah.
The stuff that you see on the TV. It doesn't look good.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think that's the crux of the issue is because on the globe side, it is counterintuitive, obviously, because it's not like globe is the default, flat's the default. So to go globe means that you have to look outside of what you're perceiving. You have to say, okay, the things are not actually how they appear. I mean, that is the globe argument. What you're seeing, what you perceive to be the Earth is not actually what it is. It looks flat, it looks stationary, but you're actually moving and it's actually a globe.
So it would make sense that the flat Earth is the default position.
Right. So I mean, again makes me wonder why you're still hanging on to this globe idea, right? It's not that flat is the default, right? Because if you think about it, by default, you didn't know anything else other than globe Earth your entire life until you get here, right? Until you got here to 24/7, you're like, what the fuck? What is this? All these people talking about the Earth is flat, right? So that, me too, though, right? All of us, literally all of us, if you want to get technical, the alleged default was globe Earth. You were given a globe, everybody was given a globe when they were just small little children. You were too little to think for yourself. You were too little to ask your own damn questions. And all you had was a globe with nothing to compare it to and no other information. And then you grow up, you get a little bit older, and then you're like, what the fuck is this 24/7 flat Earth? Excuse the hell out of me, right? And then you start to find, oh my gosh, we can see a lot farther than the geometric limitation of this globe Earth, beyond this 8 inches per mile squared, right? You've got a lot of globers, and you've heard it before, I know you've heard it before, is that these guys come in here and they want to cry refraction, right? And the argument is, they're arguing that refraction allows you to see further beyond the physical geometric limit of the globe, right? You've got stuff that's supposed to be hidden behind a curve. There's no amount of bending light and mirage effects that are going to cause that to be up in your direct line of sight when it should be hidden 930 feet below a physical, globe bendy horizon, right? You've been here long enough, right? You've been here long enough. You know these things, dude.
Yeah, I know that.
So, what is keeping you? I guess it's a good question for me to ask, is what is keeping you rooting for the globe, batting for the globe, I'd say. What is keeping you batting for the globe?
So for the long distance observations, I pretty much steer clear of that argument because even most flat earthers talk about this too, is that light does weird things. The horizon shifts throughout the day. I mean, there's a never-ending gifts of just moving horizons. It's an apparent location.
It's true.
It's not an
true,
actual,
right? That is true, but we could do this. We could set up this observation time and time and time again, right? We could do this from 1 foot every time out to the oil rigs. We can set our camera up from 1 foot, and we're still going to see those oil rigs that are nearly 10 miles away, right? Sometimes things look squatty, sometimes the horizon looks closer, but it doesn't mean that there's not more water horizontally in a straight line beyond that, right? So we've seen this before. We've seen how the horizon is apparent. This is what proves our point, right? That the horizon is not geometric. It should be geometric if you're dealing with a globe Earth, which would be a geometric shape object, right? That would be your objective reality if it were true. But we're seeing beyond the limitation of that every time. Doesn't matter what the weather conditions are, right? So refraction, right? The thing with refraction is the more humidity, and it says it in your weather report, right? You can actually go and see where it says visibility, and it'll tell you just how far you can see, right? Visibility. Yeah. And if you go and look at the humidity versus your visibility, well, you can see high humidity equals less visibility, right? You've got more refraction. More refraction because of more humidity equals less visibility. So we're able to see a lot farther on days that are drier with a higher visibility, less humidity, less refraction. We see a lot farther.
Really?
Which means there's not which means there's not a whole there's not a whole lot of mirage.
No, not right. Less refraction. What's refraction, Jenny?
Yeah, I know it's not. I know, QE. I know you're about to try to grill me right now. I just, in simplistic terms, okay?
Nope. Not simplistic terms. Not simplistic terms. You need to brush up on that. All right? Not simplistic terms. Okay?
So yeah, in other words, humidity causes a lot of, causes the light to do some weird things through the atmosphere, right? Or the atmos.
Atmosphere.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right? Yeah, right. So through the atmo, right?
No,
your
not right. Most of the stuff you said was not right.
All right. Don't hurt me, QE.
But I mean, you were still saying that light does behave in ways you wouldn't expect, right? And it changes based on the conditions.
That doesn't change the fact that you're seeing beyond the geometric limit of the globe bendy horizon.
Yeah, that's true.
So you're seeing a lot farther than you should be seeing, period. No matter the conditions. It doesn't matter what the conditions are. You're seeing a lot farther than you should be seeing, period.
Light does some crazy stuff. Is that the white paper technical language?
I think so.
All right. It's pretty silly.
Sounds like QE's ready to cook.
Yeah, QE's hands are rated E for everyone.
That's great, Flatzy.
Yeah, most of the stuff that he said was cockamamie waffle. It was bollocks. I especially like the gravity part. I was snickering to myself. Why
I
don't
thought
you
that was
just
fun.
Oh, go ahead, Jetty. Did you get a new mic?
I got a new mic over the weekend. 3 phones later, then I eventually got there.
Yeah, listen to that shit. That's what I'm talking about. I motivated you, didn't you? Because I fucking had enough.
Well,
Is that an improvement, Huey? Are you telling me that's an improvement? I'm sorry, Jedi.
Well, let's see, because usually anyone could overtalk them. Even if they whispered in their mic, it would drown Jetty out. Come on, Jetty, you can do it.
As long as you're happy, then that's the most important thing. As long as you can hear me.
That sounds. I mean, you sound good right now. Yeah, cool.
We can hear words that he's saying. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Everyone's happy.
We're not happy. We're still not happy, Timbo. She just drowned you out again. What is up? Where do you live?
Do you have any honor?
No.
Is there compression? Can you control compression on your mic?
Maybe. I'll have a look. I've got a new phone, mate, so I'm just getting used to it.
All right.
We shouldn't pick on him. You really like to pick on people's mics, and you like to pick on people's discussions about refraction. You just like to pick on people.
Not if they're right.
Oh, okay, you're right. I agree with that.
He does like to pick on people in general also.
Although, Flatsy Klein, I do have to say, since I did try to listen to the Globebusters episode that you promoted, because I love that movie, Expelled No Intelligence Allowed, but it was like...
Globebusters.
I'm sorry, Ballbusters. Oh my gosh, please do correct me if I'm ever wrong, QE. Please do.
You know I will.
Busters episode. I had some errands to run, so I couldn't sit there. When Flatsy Klein said you were going to talk for every 5 minutes of the movie, you were going to talk for 20 minutes, I thought she was exaggerating, but she was not.
I was not. I was very much serious.
It was good. I enjoyed it. I got to hear most of it. I almost felt like I should go back and listen to the whole thing because part of the time I was taking my son to something, so I couldn't watch. You really had to watch it while you were listening to know what you were talking about. So I thought it was a good analysis. I really enjoyed it.
I was at a heavy metal birthday bash the whole time, and still was able to chime in and be relevant in the conversation somehow.
Yeah, and leave your mic open while you weren't there. And
that was an accident.
I thought it was Neil. I said, Neil? No, Flatsy.
Dang, I'm glad that you guys took care of me, though.
Oh, I took care of you, all right.
Muted me. I have mod powers, so if you server mute me, I can go back, fix my mute to be locally muted, and then unserver mute myself. So it's okay.
Yes, thank you. I knew that. That's why I muted you.
That's
so
dedication.
Good.
Go ahead, Flatsy. Mustaine just came in. I think he wanted to chime in with fucking gravity bending light and shit.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Flatsy. I mean, gravity. That's how they proved gravity in the first place.
Oh, they did.
Gravity. What's gravity?
Oh, wait a second, Flatsy. That's how they did that in the first place. Okay, pull that right out of the paper from November 25th, 1915, for us, please.
It was what was his name? It wasn't Albert Einstein, but he used Einstein's equations.
Einstein, general relativity, November 25th, 1915. Got to come from that paper.
Sounds like Muskaine's law of gravity.
Yeah, I mean, why not just take the experiment that validated the scientific theory to begin with? Right? Take it from the paper.
You can't vary and manipulate gravity.
No, well, I guess that's not a scientific theory then.
Can't even define it.
It is the effect mass has.
What's mass?
He's going to keep going. What the fuck?
What's mass?
What's mass? Mass is
shit. Don't answer that question, Your Honor.
You're gonna come to his defense counsel?
Mass is the thing that the thing weighs.
It's a thingy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not weight because weight changes depending on gravity.
Oh,
but
gravity? What's gravity?
No, you're trying to establish gravity. That's begging the question, fallacy. Don't tell us what it isn't. Tell us what mass is first.
It's the amount of something. It's how much.
Amount of something. Like bananas?
Anything.
It's the amount.
Anything.
It's amount of anything. What about nothing?
Well, if it was nothing, then it wouldn't be.
Is it the amount of nothing? So you're saying it's the amount of anything. Okay, well, at 37 minutes after the hour from the Royal Society of Chemistry, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. You want to phone a friend?
Amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. Incorrectly. But is that saying incorrectly? Wait, maybe you're misreading this.
Don't try to weasel out of it, buddy.
I'm not trying to weasel out of this. I'm reading it. So, moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified.
Yes, correct. You are incorrectly identifying mass with the amount of substance. Yes.
It was one of those ones. Yes.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Jenna, all you got to do when they say that crap, just ask them what mass is.
Well, here, Jedi is old soldier. He already knows that.
I said Jenna, not Jedi.
Oh, I thought you said Jedi. Okay.
And this comes from an article, A New Definition of the Mole. That's talking about like parts per million.
Who gives a shit what they're talking about? I'm talking about mass. Who gives a shit what the article's talking about? I posted a citation. I don't care if the article was talking about Aunt Jenny's late summer tomato haul that destroyed your position in a nanosecond.
Not to mention how you fumbled over trying to figure out what mass was.
Well, because we're used to just talking about weight. When you're talking about mass, it's more of
what?
Just I don't know how to describe it unless just saying the amount of something, like the amount.
Well, then you're wrong. Royal Society of Chemistry, you're wrong.
Okay, well, how would you define mass then?
I don't know. I didn't make the claim, counselor.
Uh-huh.
The bailiff is getting up off the bench and about ready to grab you by your fucking scruff of the neck and throw you down the courthouse steps.
Yeah, you're in contempt.
This is a kangaroo court.
Hey.
Hey.
No, he is a multiple offender. You should have heard him here earlier, Kiwi. You should have heard his claims earlier. He has claim after claim after claim after claim.
I heard him before.
She's exaggerating.
Have you met up with his folk called Pendulum yet?
Oh, he wanted me to go to that, but he wouldn't provide citations for his other two claims, so I refused to go there.
He said that was his expert subject.
That's funny you brought that up because I challenged her. I was like, all right. She was like, all right, well, what are you expert in? What do you want to talk about? I was like, all right, I challenge you to pendulum discussion.
Oh, you're right. Moshkane, I'm sorry. You are right. I did say you don't know about these things we were just talking about. What do you actually know about? You're right. I did say that. Yeah. So you've got a verifiable cause for that? Is that what we're saying here?
You talking to me?
I mean, you said that's your area of expertise, so I'm assuming that you, unlike anyone who's come before you, has a verifiable cause for the effect.
Well, there's somebody working on it right now. It's like an in-progress thing.
Somebody that's not you.
Correct.
Okay, well, I guess you don't have any room to talk then.
Was it Earth's rotation causes pendulums?
Causes pendulums. Just spring into existence. Wow.
Yeah, well, it's not just any pendulums. There's, we're not just talking about any pendulum. We're talking about a very specific.
Only Foucault's.
Very specific pendulum.
Only Foucault's pendulum does that. Only sometimes. Only if it's set up right. What?
I mean, the pendulums in your wristwatches aren't doing that. They're doing something else.
Would you agree that Foucault's pendulum only works when it's set up correctly? And how does that work? So if you get the result that you want...
No, I wouldn't say that. The pendulum will work no matter how you set it up. You'll only get the result of measuring the acceleration of Earth if you set it up in such a way.
Okay, so you only get the result of 15 degrees per hour if it's set up properly.
Oh, here we go again.
15 degrees per hour.
Holy shit.
Correct latitude.
Acceleration of what?
The correct latitude.
The acceleration of what?
Earth.
So how is Earth's acceleration transferring to the pendulum, so you can look at the pendulum and say, "Oh, Earth's accelerating." That's non sequitur.
Well, it's a measurement. The pendulum's just measuring it. It's not transferring.
Pendulum's not a fucking measurement. Pendulum's a pendulum.
Yep, pendulum's a measurement. Pendulum's an accelerometer. The pendulum is an
accelerometer, you dumbass.
An accelerometer, yes, it is.
Not. We already been through this how many times? I ain't going through it again. You're a fucking...
A pendulum oscillates.
A pendulum oscillates. Therefore, rotating globe.
Okay, imagine you're sitting in a car.
I'm not imagining shit.
Alright.
You don't even know what a Foucault pendulum is, dude. We've already been over this. Did we get an answer on mass yet?
No, never got to
that. I thought you had somebody else working on it.
No, that was about the pendulum, I think.
Oh, fuck the pendulum. Mass, dude. Mass. One at a time. We already been down this road too, haven't we?
Oh yeah.
You gonna keep on doing the same thing over and over again? You think there's gonna be a different result this time?
No. Actually, maybe it's been a month since I've had a good.
Since you had a good mass repping. Did you catch that?
I see what you did there.
He needs it. He needs it.
So do you give up? You will define mass, or you will renounce gravity right now.
My last definition of mass is just the amount of substance.
That's incorrect for the third time. The Royal Society of Chemistry told you you're a dumbass.
And you didn't even say that.
Okay,
and you didn't even say that. You said amount of anything, buddy.
Yeah, it could be amount. And then I asked, okay, what is it? And you wouldn't give it to me, so fuck. I guess we're stuck.
We didn't make the claim. You did.
Because I don't know what else to say. Like, what is it then? I don't know.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
It's fine. You said it's amount of something, but the Royal Society of Chemistry said, fuck that.
Well,
you're wrong.
Fuck him.
In a world where Dewey lets you slide and Flatsy doesn't.
I didn't let him slide. Fuck.
Fuck them. How about that?
And we can back that up with John Wheeler and Taylor Edwin from Space-Time Physics says nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down to every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass.
Oh, buddy, looks like you got a problem.
Uh-oh.
There's a rooster in the hen house.
It's not the amount of substance in the space. What the fuck is it?
Yeah, that just sounds like a useless term to me then.
Yes, and it does to us also.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
No gravities. I could set you up with the other definition. Take your heart away and then set you up to have you fuck that up. You want me to do that?
Yeah, let's hear another definition.
No, it's not another definition. He just tells you straight up, but everyone falls for it. I love this. I love when he does this. Okay, we got long before the Royal Society came. Why did it post it right underneath my other one? Why did it fucking do that?
because nobody posted between the two.
Yeah, that's some bullshit, man.
Oh, so you want us to be chat skanking?
Nah, it's just I don't like the fucking etiquette in here. Okay.
He
Like
used
I
to be
said,
upset
this
about
is-
the crosstalk. Now he wants more crosstalk, guys.
The fuck?
Got him.
Got him.
Yeah, you.
Did she cook a noodle?
Oh yeah, I did. 2020. Put something
All right.
in the middle of an argument here.
From Max Born, way back in the fucking day. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance. He was even on that same shit. Or quantity of matter. Nah, that's incorrect. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. Well, thanks a lot, Max. This is the really important part. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no fucking meaning. Other than that given by formula. Uh-oh. Well, there's a problem. Because physics, he just distinguished physics and mathematics. So in mathematics, it is the measure of the resistance to changes of velocity. So in physics, it has no meaning, but in mathematics, it does. It says it is the measure of resistance to changes of velocity. But that's incorrect. Because that is the measure of resistance to the changes of velocity is acceleration. That would be inertia, not mass. So you're finished. There's no way out here.
So you're saying people are using mass incorrectly when they should just be saying inertia?
They can't say inertia. Mass is in their formulas, but it's undefined.
Because that's why the pendulum works, because of inertia.
Fuck the pendulum.
Inertia.
Fuck the pendulum. We're not on the pendulum. We're on gravity. Remember?
All right.
Yeah. One subject at a time. I guess that's all for gravity. Even though it wasn't defined, we were trying to define mass that really doesn't have anything to do with fucking gravity anyway. It'd be like trying to define celery and then talking about the GDP of Zimbabwe and trying to connect them.
Yeah, so I want to know then, Huey, if you could tell me, because I was talking to Mushkine earlier about conservation. Like, it used to be there was only one, and now I can't even remember which one they started with, because now they have the law of the conservation of mass, which is kind of interchangeable with the law of the conservation of matter, because we were talking about the atmos, and he was talking about how it could escape out into the imaginary fictional realm of outer space, and so on and so forth.
Disjointed to me.
Yeah, are you? So I'm just asking you, would you call it the law of the conservation of mass?
No.
Or the law of the conservation of matter?
Matter and energy.
Okay.
That's what it is, by the way. It's not conservation of mass.
That's what I thought. I know. I think this conservation of mass thing has crept in. Yeah, so I appreciate you bringing that up.
Well, the only conservation that survived quantum mechanics is the conservation of momentum. That's the only one that's still there.
And the conservation of matter. Can't have shit popping in and out of existence from fucking nothing.
But Mushkine claims you can. He said you can, this gas can be going off into space and then the Earth is creating more. He told me that. That's why this even came up earlier.
I said the gas is generated at the surface of the Earth.
No, that's what we told you. Don't be using my shit, man. It's copyright strike.
You gonna sue me?
Let's see how far you can go with that. So, where is most of the oxygen produced on the Earth?
The ocean.
Specifically.
What do you mean specifically?
Specific. You said the ocean. I want you to get more specific.
Like the what was that green shit? Whatever that green shit.
Green shit. I was looking for phytoplankton.
Phytoplankton.
Yeah. I don't think that's the green shit. The green shit is sort of algae-ish. Phytoplankton and zooplankton.
Oh yeah, that's why they call them phyto, right? Because they're changing sun into.
Yep.
Okay.
I guess you could go with green shit. Maybe some blue shit too. I bet they're all kind of different colors.
But yeah, that's what I think it's the ocean. I think Dandelion out there earlier, but she was talking about trees. I said it came from the surface. She was like, "Nah, bro, it's trees."
No, stop. Don't you dare bring me back into this. You talk to QE.
Yeah,
I said plants. Trees are one kind of plants. In no way, shape, or form would I ever tell you it was all from trees. In no way. Rewind. Give me clips. QE.
Rewind.
How dare you make fun of me making a mistake in my...
he makes mistakes all the time when he's trying to talk too fast.
That's why I'm saying that, FlexiCon, because I do the same thing. I have to slow down and tell you, Mushkane, send me a tape of where I said that, please.
Pretty sure you said that, and then Flatsy came in and said the ocean, and I was like, yeah, I agree with that.
And I also said at or near the surface. Gas formation happens at or near the surface. I kind of came in and I butted in and I shouldn't have. That was my bad.
It's no problem, but in no way, shape, or form would I ever claim that it only comes from trees, obviously from plant form of any kind.
Yeah, but you said it in like rebuttal against me saying.
Oh my gosh, Mushkane. I don't sit around here and memorize other people's arguments that you're semi-parroting back to prove your globe and then try to change my language to match your expectations. I just speak what the scientific normal consensus is right now when you're cooking your burgers and trying to tell me you know what the hell you're talking about.
You. I wasn't cooking burgers.
In no way, shape, or form did you ever cook me. You didn't even get me anywhere near the stove.
You were feeling hot. All in a day's work.
You better shut it, Mushkane. We've got quantum erase here in here now. If you get me my ire back up again, I'm going to get really agitated. You were totally cooked on two claims you made. You still haven't given me the citation. I screenshotted it back then. I will now put it back in there, and I still am waiting for my citation.
Oh,
and I still haven't gotten it.
That too. I screenshotted that.
Oh, you
I remember
screenshotted it. Oh, good job. He can screenshot, guys. So he's won. I mean, there's a globe. What can we say? Where's my citation on those two things? 7:45 p.m. Semi-permeable barrier between Earth and the alleged near vacuum realm of outer space. 2, production of gases at the surface to create our atmosphere, recharging your alleged loss of gases as opposed to the standard understanding of the law of conservation of mass, which we'll now call the law of conservation of matter.
Conservation of energy. That's what
Say whatever you want. This guy has no idea what he's talking about. He's a total PC. Not allowed. Am I allowed to say the word quantum eraser, or can only you say that? Pretender clown, TM quantum eraser.
Can't believe you put the TM in there.
It's amazing, isn't it? Because you just use his arguments to try to prove your globe to try to sound smart without even putting the TM in there.
I didn't learn that gases were produced on the surface from quantum eraser, Mary Mondolin.
Okay, so...
Yes, you did.
He's saying these gases produced on the surface are replacing this gas that he's claiming is escaping into the alleged realm of outer space, yet not creating an equilibrium. So he couldn't decide earlier whether he was in an open or closed system. That's what I wanted to know.
I've asked fucking globetards for the past 8 years, where is most of the gas on Earth created or produced from? No one ever answered that question correctly. Nobody.
I 100% believe you. I totally believe.
It's
yes.
a third grade question. Right?
Yeah, and I've been fighting her about it. She won't accept it. I was like, the gases are produced
Oh
on the
my
surface.
gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Can we just get this guy? I mean, come on. Sometimes I say you're too mean to people, but you're being way too nice to this Mush King character. I mean, come on.
Oh gosh, I love it. History's being made right now.
Why? Because you said trees.
Trees. Because I said trees. Yeah, that's the problem, Kiwi. I said trees make oxygen. That's a real problem, isn't it?
That was your comeback to me saying that most of the gas, most of our atmosphere is produced at the surface. You were like, nah, trees. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I know you will never rewind it, and I really won't. I really won't either, but I really think you're mischaracterizing the whole thing. But I mean, you're playing on the natural tendency of people to just kind of assume the woman doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. The man probably does. So, I mean, that's like
a safe
plus,
assumption.
Yeah, I mean, that's
safe.
like plus. Yeah. It's pretty good. I mean, he calculates that that's going to happen, and then he gives him like plus 100 points already. So, I mean, I don't blame him for doing it. You know.
They try to do that to me too, Mary Mom. The Globers always try to do that, and that's why you just got to get them with the. You can go back and listen to the recording.
Yeah, I mean, go back and listen to the recording, and then like re-put like our voices into a man's voice, and then see, what their perceptions are. That would be a great sociological experiment, wouldn't it, QE?
I don't know. Did they come from trees?
QE, shut your mouth. You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
Yeah, I probably didn't characterize it perfectly, but it was something like that. And you kept on saying, well, you were talking about the carbon cycle. You kept on saying the carbon cycle. And I was like, yeah, what about the carbon cycle?
Yeah, what about the carbon cycle? Mush King, please educate me. I don't know. I'm just a woman. You tell me.
Let's call it a cycle for a reason. Like, it cycles. Mushkane thinks it goes into space. Then it wouldn't be called a cycle.
Yeah, how do you have gas formation in a vacuum?
Yes. You are.
Is that crickets? Or did I go silent?
I can hear you fine, yes. Mush King, she asked you a question.
What? Can you repeat that, Flatsy?
Yeah, how do you have gas formation in a vacuum?
How do you have gas formation in a vacuum? I don't think I've ever seen that been. Yeah, I've never seen that.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean I don't know.
Well, please do us the honor of finding it and showing us, because we haven't either.
You'd have to break that vacuum.
You have to break the vacuum?
Yeah, you'd have to break the vacuum to form something, so.
Then it won't be a vacuum.
What the hell did you just say?
Well, you asked me if I'd ever seen gas, be formed in a vacuum, and I'm thinking about it, and I've never seen it. And now I'm thinking about, well, could I do it? Now I'm thinking about how I'd do it. I have to break the vacuum.
So your solution is to not have the vacuum. Gotcha.
I can make a vacuum
and then break it, and then you can have gas formation. Gotcha.
Break it. Yeah, I have to break it.
Yeah, essentially, you don't need the vacuum, so why have the vacuum in the first place if all you have to do is break it to get the gas formation? So just take the vacuum out of the equation.
You had a vacuum, but then you had a glass tube in that vacuum with a radio wave frequency to it that it would heat it up, and you could have some powder on top of that glass vacuum, that powder on there, and when it heats up, boom, gas formation in a vacuum.
Not a vacuum anymore.
Yeah, it's not a vacuum if you break the vacuum, doofus.
You don't break the vacuum. You control the glass tube with a radio frequency. Heat it up.
So in a container, that's right. That's what you said. You need the gas to be formed in a container.
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So why could you not just have chemical reactions happening in a vacuum, creating gases in space?
And, well, I was thinking about, you said it was in a container. Well, any container is semi-permeable.
Uh-huh.
So over time, that gas will escape.
So no vacuum.
What's special about gases in a vacuum? I don't get it.
Well,
you said that.
Gases are pretty special. We need gases. They do things.
Well, someone was saying, seemed to be saying that you can't have gases in a vacuum, or gases cannot be created in a vacuum.
Well, we can.
Why can't you just
hold on a second.
Chemical reaction?
That was delayed for a second. Not all containers are semi-permeable, you abject moron.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for you to come in.
Well, I was busy doing something and I overheard it. No.
Busy aggravating the cat.
No, I was doing something else, but no, semi-permeable. What's semi-permeable mean? We'll get to you, some guy, in a second.
Sorry.
Yeah. Is that titanium container? Is a titanium container a semi-permeable membrane?
Yes.
Really? You need to be institutionalized.
Well, no. According to I don't view it as something like gas. It doesn't look that way, But science says over time.
Science doesn't say shit. Science doesn't say shit, and over time, what? It'll decay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dumb fuck. All right, some guy. What's your issue?
Oh yeah, so I think the lady in the chat was saying something about not being able to have gases formed in a vacuum. So I'm imagining in the vacuum of space, you've got some elements
there is no vacuum in space. I don't know who was talking. Who are you referring to?
It was Fletchy.
Oh, there's a lady in the chat.
Did they say that? What did you exactly say, Flassy?
Yeah. She seemed to be mocking
I'm sorry, I'm
somebody
making food.
about.
Said, this is what I said.
Hey, fucking some guy. Is your name Flatsy?
Hey, go on, carry on, please.
Thanks.
I asked Mushkane if he could show gas formation in a vacuum.
Gas formation? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Why the fuck would you say that?
So can gases be formed from a solid in a vacuum or not?
No. What she's trying to say is you can't have gas pressure in a vacuum.
Okay. It just wasn't very clear. That's all.
Yeah, that's unclear. She needs to get her act together.
I'm not going to blame it on vertigo, but vertigo.
Yeah, she's been feeling a little bit dizzy for the past couple of days, so.
Because she lives on a ball.
You know what it is? It's that Earth spinning. Yeah.
It's the Earth spinning. Right. That's what it is. That must be.
I think I've almost got it under control. I still kind of feel it here and there, but for the most part, I think that I'm almost over it. It's just been a nightmare.
Yeah, it's a temporary thing. I've had it for years. So my wife just had it just a couple of days ago. It was real bad for her.
Hey, summer guy.
Yeah.
Do you believe you live on a spinning baseball in the vacuum of outer space?
Yeah, I would choose to throw my cards in that direction, given the choice. Yeah, I believe they have more convincing arguments, these Globers, than you guys.
Yeah, are your cards due 7 offsuit?
What?
Are your cards that you're throwing in that direction due 7 offsuit?
I don't know. Is that a poker reference or something? I'm not sure.
Due 7 offsuit. That's the cards that you're holding that you threw in there.
Maybe we're pushing the analogy a little bit too far, but
I'm not.
What would be your best argument that you live on a ball?
Well, honestly, I think we all have to refer to some sort of authority when we're taking these beliefs. But I listen to the people talking about flat Earth, and I listen to the people.
Hold on. What you said was you got to believe somebody when you got to accept something without evidence at some point. That's what you just said.
Yeah, which is what flat earthers do as well, I believe.
No, we don't do that. No, I don't do that. I don't believe shit. I'm a flat earther, so that's horseshit.
Let's test that.
Take your observation, then. Yeah, take your observation.
Take observation. Okay, we got an observation, so we got one for you.
Yeah.
We'll take an observation.
So what interests me sometimes?
Oh, wait a second. That wasn't you to continue talking. You said take an observation.
Oh, is this how it works here? Is it? You just talk over people.
I don't know why you're fucking talking. I mean, you said take an observation.
Is that how you roll?
What the fuck,
that way you don't have to hear anything.
That's what I'm talking about. No problem, man. No problem. We're used to fucking diarrhea of the mouth fuckwits from the globe.
Hey, some guy, can I just explain something? You mentioned observation, so we were going to take you through an observation. So, are you all right to listen or no?
If he diarrheas through the mic one more time, he's fucking done. You got diarrhea of the mouth syndrome. Globetard.
I think. Well, yeah. You can call it what you like.
No, I call it the way I see it. So, Timbo, you want to ask him that question one more time and give Timbo an answer?
Oh, the original one about best evidence?
Yes, about the observation, that one.
Yeah. I was just making a statement, like saying, you were talking about observations. So we brought up, QE was about to bring up an observation, and then you just started talking over the top of him. So let's keep it cool. We'll show you an observation, and then you can show us an observation of a globe. How about that?
We good?
Well, I want to question an observation that we can all agree on.
It's not a case of an agree or disagree genre. You either see it or you fucking don't.
Also, if I stand on the water's edge...
Shut the fuck up. That's all for him. I'm not dealing with fucking second grade Elmer Fudd sophists. Go back to fucking cake decorating forums. Fucking clueless clown. There's your observation right there. Welcome to Flat Earth. It's at 12 minutes after the hour. It's called the Black Swan. How you like them fucking apples?
Was he going to go straight to Boats Over the Horizon?
No, he was going to go on to some Elmer Fudd sophistry about standing somewhere on a fucking beach. I don't want to fucking hear it. Not in the fucking mood for Elmer Fudd sophistry. Yep, there you got it. That's him. Some guy right there. Elmer Fudd.
Elmer Fudd's a great guy. Yeah, I think Elmer Fudd's better than this guy. At least he has like some practical application in the world. He goes around. Does he shoot ducks?
In rabbit season and rabbits and duck season.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Exactly. Yep. I mean, he's a little rebel then, huh?
Them pesky wabbits.
Community.
All right.
Sound like a bunch of crazies.
You sound like a bunch of
That's
crazies.
evidence.
You done with your stereotype fallacies and horse shit?
Well, stop proving me correct about it.
Bye. Maybe in about an hour we'll leave you speak again. I fucking doubt it.
Why did speaking about Elmer Fudd make us look crazy?
You tailed off there, what?
Why did speaking about Elmer Fudd make us look like a bunch of crazies, he said.
I don't know. It's just fucking stupid non sequitur shit. He's probably still talking. He doesn't realize he's been on. Oh, he left. Good.
He left.
Thanks.
Yeah, maybe we can talk to Regular Joe then. We've been looking for a Regular Joe. Here he is.
Regular Joe. He's Flat Earther.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Yeah.
Jenna, it looks like you got a fan in here.
I saw that. Yeah, I apologize because I accidentally tagged that guy when I was trying to tag her earlier. I was like, oh gosh, this is not a good name. I think he's gone now, but yeah, I don't know who that character is.
No, he's up there muted. What's happening, DJ?
What's happening, QE? I've been over in the other server.
I heard you were going at it with somebody for an hour and they kept over talking you and shit.
Yeah, it was pretty annoying.
Well, you can have a conversation with Mary Mom and the same thing's bound to happen.
Whoa, I do not talk over you. I've learned my lesson, QE. I'm not here looking for abuse.
That and the trees is.
You can keep bringing that up if you want, even though I know I'm right, and I will always know that I am right, and it's fine. Keep bringing it up.
Now you said the trees is that I was wrong.
And Flatsy Klein confirmed that when we try to talk too fast, we misspeak. So I do need to slow down. I do agree with that. So
trees is pretty funny. It's like deers.
Yeah, exactly. And I spend a lot of time with children, QE, especially the last. I haven't been here in this little, arena. I've been, So these children don't mind the way I speak.
That Jetty feels right at home. All right, you guys can rock on for the next 10, 15 minutes. I got to go do my chores, and then I'll be back.
What are you up to there, Vivace?
I have a question.
Let's hear it.
Why is the Earth flat unlike the other planets?
Yes, well, that's a frequently asked question, FAQ, so we will do our best to give you an answer. The other planets, aka the wandering stars, which we observe in the sky, well, there's so many ways I could approach this. Let's see how to start. For one thing, your vision of these planets is probably influenced by a lot of artistic rendition and CGI. But setting all that aside, there's zero reason for us to treat this realm as if that we live in as if it is the same as the things we see in the sky. For example, if I'm sitting in my house and I look out and I see, several cats walking by, I don't sit there and think, oh, there's some cats. Oh, I must be a cat. I see cats. I mean, there's no logical reason in any way, shape, or form why we should think that the realm where we are is similar to the things that we see in the sky. In fact, there's many observations that would argue against that proposition, and there's absolutely zero evidence to, validate that proposition. That's my answer.
Okay. But we have observations and evidence that proves the other planets.
This was never considered to be a planet. For example, who was the composer that made the music about the planets? Gosh, it's not at the tip of my tongue right now, even though I've heard it many times. Was it Vivaldi? He didn't include the planets in his. No, it's Holst. Gustav Holst.
this is a new concept, the idea of Earth being a planet. We observe the planets, we call them wandering stars. We don't call Earth a wandering star. That's where the word planet comes from. So yeah, Gustav Holst did not include Earth in his planet's musical compositions because it is not in that category. It's only been forced into that category in recent times, and it's inaccurate.
Okay. Wait. But can you send me it?
You want to listen to Gustav Holst? Sure. Got you.
I have a counterpoint or an argument against the actual idea of a flat Earth versus a spherical Earth, which is what I currently believe in.
What's a flat Earth? What's that first?
Or, I guess in the shape of like a disc, because that's what I imagine at least. You guys probably will have different descriptions of what it is, but I imagine
shadow box
when someone describes it.
Not here. You just want to like shadow box.
What?
You just want to shadow box and build a straw man and just shadow.
No, that's not.
Why don't you stand in the corner
What do you
and just argue with yourself? Don't get it? You're confused? You just walk into a room. I want to argue with someone that no one in this room is advocating for. A disc in space. Okay, why not just go do that on your own time? Why burn up broadcast hours from a 24/7 live stream to shadow box against something that doesn't even exist outside your own head?
What was his question, Crit? I'm sorry, I was finding the music for Vivace. I mean, he has a Vivace. He has a name. He has a music name. Like he's probably into music. Maybe that will convince him if he goes back and sees that Earth wasn't one of the planets. Yeah. What was the other guy's question?
He had an argument against a disc in space.
Which guy's that? Who were we talking to?
Yeah, he's gone now.
Oh, unfortunate. I would like to get a hold of that guy.
Same. I'm back. I had to make some dinner, and then ate, and then I'm back.
You're allowed to do that. That's very important. Don't forget.
We can talk about QE while he's going to wipe off the counters.
But you think we could talk about him and he wouldn't be able to rebut?
I think that he'd hear us upon entering back into his wherever he has his computer. I don't know actually, but I do know that his chores are cleaning the countertops.
Oh, good for him!
He's mopping the floors and cleaning the mess hall right now.
Countertops. The countertops are flat.
Oh yeah. Okay. Where are you going to go from there?
He puts on his apron, gets out his SOS pads, gets down on his hands and knees, starts scrubbing the floor.
He's got simple green.
That's not his chore. Paraplegic. That's not his chores.
It is. I know it.
No, it's not. I told you, cleaning the countertops. I think he cleans the bathroom too.
He's scrubbing the floors. His wife's laughing at him, pointing at him from the corner, giggling.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay, continue.
When he gets back, if I'm not here, ask if he used Simple Green.
I feel like he's an Ajax guy. He's using the Ajax.
No, he'll know what Simple Green means.
He does, but what if he's from, if he's, the old Southern ladies use something called Babo. I work with the old ladies at work when I was younger, and they'd say, "Where the Babo? Where the Babo?" Me and my boss would be like, "What are you talking about? The Babo?" We didn't have Google back then, so we asked her what Babo was. She said, "Scrubby stuff or something." We're like Ajax? You're like, "No, Babo. Where the Babo?" They called it Babo.
Well,
But,
she did not.
yeah.
She did not give you any insight to what that actually is. So,
Well, you can actually look up Babo. It's another kind of cleaner.
well, another southern saying is that be careful. You can catch something that Ajax won't take off of you. I remember hearing that a lot when I grew up.
So you guys don't claim any shapes of the flat Earth?
This guy's just got these little, nice little softballs. It's like a t-ball, right? It's really like t-ball, right? It's nice. I mean, seriously. Yes, we do not claim a shape. Is that still Vivace?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, why would we? Why would we? I mean, there's a shape that's claimed. That's the globe. That's the thing that we're, poking holes in this model that does not predict reality. There's no reason to claim an alternate model. I mean, in my mind, I guess if people were like obsessed with coming up with Earth models, after we got, if mainstream science ever decides to discard this globe model, which is what science does when a model fails to predict reality or when a hypothesis is shown to be wrong, they could come up with a new one if they want, but we probably just poke holes in that one. I guess they do sometimes. They do the pear shape, they do the oblate spheroid, and we poke holes in all that. I mean, there's no reason to come up with a shape. Why would you want a shape? Like, we don't know the outer limits of this realm. We're not allowed to travel to the outer limits. It's tightly controlled in any area where you would go to the outer limits, as well as those outer and inner limits being extremely cold and difficult to travel in. So, I'm not trying to get to the outside of it. There's enough to discover just here on the inside of it. So, yeah, I don't know any honest or legitimate flat earther who claims a shape. Not that I know every flat earther. I mean, I know some people do, but they're not serious about the topic, because that would be ridiculous to run around here and try to say this is definitely the shape when there's absolutely zero way to verify it. So, no, a serious flat earther claims no shape. That is correct.
The shape would be really bad, really bad shape, like trash in the Pacific Ocean, islands of garbage floating in the ocean, destruction of the rainforest, ecological collapse. Yeah, the condition of Earth, the shape, very, very bad. They're saying they're de-terraforming the Earth with factories and stuff. So
I see what you did there was like a bait and switch. So you changed the meaning of the word shape right there. Oh, it's in bad shape. That's it.
Yeah, it's really out of shape.
All right, tee another one up there, Vivace. We're ready for the next one.
Yes, okay. But for the response to the music, to the guy, the composer, look, they're making music, it's not science and stuff.
Oh, I know. I just thought that would be fun. Actually, my son, his orchestra played those, and the
his teacher, the conductor of the orchestra, she brought that up while they were playing it. She's like, "Oh, I wonder why they didn't put Earth in these planets." And I just thought that was very funny. It made me think about it. So that's why I shared it with you. But in no way, shape, or form do I claim that's scientific evidence. In fact, I was bringing that up only to show you that this concept, because you asked, the question that you asked was, if we're flat, why aren't the other planets flat or whatever, which you're then claiming the shape of these other planets, which could get into a whole nother discussion. But nonetheless, the point was that we were always seen as the observational stage looking at these other planets. It's only in recent times, and in fact, with the onset of mass media and the ability to use propaganda to control most methods of communication around the Earth, including the times when they have now almost made grassroots efforts and face-to-face communication almost completely non-existent, that it's very easy to convince people that they live on the spinning globe when in fact they do not. Do you think you live on a spinning globe, Vivace?
Yes.
You do think that? What makes you think that?
Why we live on a spinning globe?
Why do you think it? That's the question on the table, yeah.
Because other planets spin too. We can see it with telescopes.
Nope. I've seen planets with a telescope and I saw no spin. Nope. So I don't know what you're talking about. Did you see a planet spin with your telescope?
Yes.
Oh, please. I'm sorry. Were you sober?
Okay, look.
Vivace, you got to at least be honest with me. You can just say, no, I didn't. I don't have a telescope. I just took a poll, with the class I was teaching of how many people have seen the planets through telescopes. I did it earlier today, and it was like only 30% had seen them through the telescope. 70% never had. I mean, it's not a common experience these days. Most people just sit in their house and watch things on the screen. You'd have to either go buy one, make an effort to find somewhere where somebody's got one set up. If you saw the planets spin through that, that's an intense claim. Like, you would have to bring me some proof of that. Actually, you would have to bring me over to your telescope and have me look at it, because I just wouldn't believe it otherwise, because I've never seen it, so I'm not believing that.
You just need a very good telescope. Like, you can see it.
Oh, come on, Vivace, come on. You're serious.
Yes, you can. Jupiter spins very fast, like 8 hours, once every 8 hours.
It's like you can't even keep the laughter out of your voice. Like, I mean, why do you think telling me this story is amusing to me?
Because you can see it. Like, you see it spinning.
No, you cannot.
You can.
You cannot.
You just don't have a good enough telescope. That's it.
Vivace, so you're not serious about the topic? Is that what you're telling me?
I am serious.
No, you aren't. I can hear it in your voice. You're not even close to serious.
You can't. How I speak, bro.
How you see it in your mind when you're dreaming or watching a TV show.
Let's move on, okay? Okay.
I think we should, because you're not going to win. You're not going to win that one. You're not going to win seeing Jupiter spin through a telescope. You're just not.
You can. Look, with a telescope, a good enough telescope, you can see.
I'll meet you in a public location and you can show me this. Yep. Let me know where you're going to be and we'll all show up.
Just search it online, maybe. You can search it online too.
No.
Why not?
Because it's not true. What did you want to move on to?
Okay, when you guys claimed that the globe model does not match reality, right? You guys claimed that the globe model does not match reality.
That is not a claim. That's an observation. I mean, you can go out and test it for yourself. I mean, it's a claim that has been proven like so many thousand times I wouldn't even be able to count. I mean, all you have to do is know that according to the geometry of the globe, objects would disappear from your view at a given rate. We'd be able to see this curve's effects because we would see these objects disappear from our view, or we wouldn't be able to see certain objects. But in fact, we can see these objects, so there's just snow globe. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is.
So you guys are claiming that the globe model isn't matching reality, right?
Well, the way you put that as we're claiming that makes it sound like we're making the positive claim when we have no need to do that. This, pseudoscientific model has been presented to us. They give us exact dimensions for its radius, 3,959-mile radius. You can then use geometry to determine at what distance objects should be disappearing from your view at various observer heights. You can see those objects, therefore the claim is falsified. So it's not even necessary for us to make a claim. I mean, the globe is a fantasy. I mean, if you call, see, I don't call that a claim, the globe is a fantasy, because that's a negative. It's like, I would say that like colloquially, but if you're asking me to say it in a scientific way, I would say the globe model has been falsified like so many times over in verifiable, repeatable tests that there's no reason to, it just has no weight or validity at all. It's not even it's not a claim. I mean, there's no observation that's been made, so it can't be called a claim. Us saying it's not there is not really a claim. You can't claim something's not there. That's not a testable hypothesis. So, I don't know what you're trying to get at here. You've got some other second part here you're trying to get to. So why don't you just get to it?
Yeah, you guys claim that the ships goes over the horizon, right? There's no curve.
What?
The ships goes over the horizon, right? You guys claim? And that there's no curvature on Earth?
Ships going over the horizon wouldn't make sense if the Earth was flat, dude.
But there's no curve.
Right, there is no curvature of the Earth, exactly.
Okay.
I think you need to form your question.
What? Okay, no, let me ask this, okay? So if the Earth was flat, a boat going like very far away, which is looks smaller and smaller, right? But it's still really fit.
Not just that. It's not just that. It's a bunch of different things going on. When you see a boat on the water, it's not only reducing in angular size with distance, it's also being covered up by the opaqueness of the air above the water.
Okay. Okay, so
Shouldn't you be asking more questions about the globe?
Yeah, when you're trying to, give us some proof that the globe is real, that it exists, you don't start your premise with if the Earth was flat, da 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 da. Don't care about that. Just prove your globe.
okay, let me find some good ones.
Hopefully the only one. Hopefully the one that you point out and it says, man, we all got to go back home and shut this channel down because, damn, it's a globe. You'd be the first one to ever give us some good stuff like
That's
that.
a good point. That's a good point, D-Mock. Are you going to be the one, Vivace?
Come on, I got a lot of coffee to roast. I have to use the extra time.
Yeah, I looked it up. I'm sorry, you guys moved on to something, but I did want to concede, people claim they see different faces of Jupiter at different times. So I have not seen that, but, it could be the case. So I do apologize that I just, I have not personally seen that, but I'm not saying that it's not, that's not the case. I guess other people have seen it. And so
I accept that.
What? I don't think that's the case either. I think they just judge it by, when they say the moons, the dot moves across it. So that then they infer rotation from that.
Okay, yeah.
I
See,
think they see different phases of it. Yeah.
I'd never even heard anyone claim that at all. So you have heard that before. Thank you, Timbo.
Oh, hold on. What was it again? I didn't hear the part that. What's moving again?
They the dots. So they claim the shadows of the moons, right? They see those across the surface of Jupiter. So that then they infer that there's a solid thing and that is rotation because of some dots.
Yeah,
oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
The great spot, they call it.
Yeah, but how do you know if that's rotating or just bouncing back and forth like ping pong?
Exactly.
Well, according to their own beliefs, they can't. Yeah. So they actually claim that they don't know if Jupiter's surface isn't solid, or if it is or isn't solid, and they claim it's a gas. Yeah. So. But they still
gas in a vacuum.
Well, that's what they say. That Jupiter's surface isn't solid; it's gases, mainly clouds. But then they'll pick out a feature like that red spot and claim that it's rotating across. Oh, it's being tracked.
Nicktoon is tearing up flirts over there in OmniTalk.
What's OmniTalk?
What do you mean tearing up? What does that mean? Wasn't that guy that just said that? Wasn't he a flat earther? Is he on opposite or something lately?
Who?
Was that Pat Man? Pat Man?
I don't know who it was, man.
He's trying to trigger some flat earthers to go over and be a part of that fiasco and give them views and money and all that kind of stuff. So
yeah, because
I'll just stay here.
Something weird. I heard him say something weird the other day, and I was like, "What? Aren't you a flat earther?"
Yeah, I thought I heard him come like bouncing from one place to another, saying, "I just got banned for 30 days on the blah blah blah," and I don't know what he was belly aching about, bouncing from politics to here, or vice versa. Forget which one.
Yeah, thank you for clearing that up for me. That they're just doing a time lapse type thing about different views of Jupiter because that makes more sense to me. I thought this guy was claiming he's like sitting there watching it spin around, which I think that is what he was claiming. But I got you. Thank you for explaining, guys.
So that's what baltards think in their head. They just think everything's spinning, you know? The Earth's spinning, I think the sun spins. Everything's spinning. They tell you, like, the other planets have, 600-day years and 66-hour days. Weird shit.
Hey, just a heads up. If you're over at the other politics server, you got to watch out for that guy, teach kids to be trans. You got to watch out because he's evidently some kind of top mod over there. And
he's been trying to trap people, yeah.
Yeah, I lipped off to him in the chat, and then about an hour later, he banned me. And now I'm, in detention over there. And now I got to wait. I'm at the mercy of some mod to unban me.
Yeah, put in a ban complaint, like a what's it called?
Yeah, I typed
it. There's a room you can go in. Yeah.
Yeah, I typed
ban appeal.
Ban appeal. Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I was just letting you guys know to watch out because he's obviously trolling over there and he's just trying to get people screwed.
That's why you yourself have to be careful when you're talking to someone who's trying to trap you. Use your words, let them have the meaning, and also don't talk about excessive things. Just talk about the topic.
Oh, no. He just didn't like my pronoun.
What? Me.
See, that's all just minutia.
I know, but he got in my, about an hour later, he was stewing, I guess, and went back and went on my bio and didn't like my pronoun. He was looking for something to ban. So I
actually
warn you.
I don't think he can do that. So put it in an appeal, and they'll overturn it. I think he gets away with a lot of shit. He's a senior mod.
Well, in all honesty, I'll say that he was probably justified by warning me.
I'd just say something.
But I changed it. And then he immediately didn't like what I changed it to, even though it was a completely made up word that's not even in the dictionary. So I just figured I'd warn you guys since it was cool.
So they make up words, but you can't.
Yeah, right? I can't. Yeah, I can't.
Just be a Zer then.
No.
What room was this in, sorry?
The other politics server in the 24/7.
Oh, really?
Yep.
But we can have trans Cheeto and teach kids to be gay and all these other different things. They're cool.
It was him that did it, teach kids to be trans. That's why I was warning you guys to watch out for that guy, because he's trolling, just trying to ban people.
Yo, Jesus is real. Jesus is real.
Christ is king.
I don't think you're going to get any arguments in here, but what about the earth?
Fuck the earth, man. Jesus is real.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to say.
Who cares when you have Christ? At least Christ is not flat.
Can you explain that? What is flat?
Oh, a second. He's multi-dimensional. Yeah.
What's flat? What is flat?
I know dimension. Dimensions flat.
Not you again. Why do you keep following us around?
What do you mean following up, Ram? I'm right here, boy.
I'm not your boy.
Well, is that Tim Boy? Yeah, boy. Ain't you, Tim?
Yeah, whatever.
Good boy. Jesus is real. Jesus is real.
So the topic of the room is flat Earth.
That's it. That's all he wanted. He's gone.
Wrong with these people. I'd love to see these internet trolls function in real life. What would they be like? Bet you they're like pussies, right?
I bet they think they're funny.
Of course they are. They'd never come to speak to you like that outside of their computer screen.
Exactly, mate. I'd love to see that. Just, you know.
Oh, I'd love to see it too. I'd buy tickets.
I bet they play a lot of video games and they like to lip off in the, in the voice.
Yeah, because it's the only place they can.
Yeah, I found that very frustrating when I first got on to Discord or, these chats because, there's no repercussions. It's just the internet's just created a heap of useless heroes. I don't even know what you'd call them.
Snowflakes, Karens.
Laugh at them now. I can't be bothered, mate.
Hey?
Yeah, I can just laugh at them now because sometimes it's quite funny, even if it's directed at me. Like I just go, oh yeah, not bad. That was pretty funny. Sometimes they're quite witty. Most of the times they're not.
Yeah, I was just gonna make a mention. What's up, everybody? I was gonna make mention. You probably get ready for the swell of Globers that are going to probably try to say, "Do you guys have proof of flat Earth?" They're gonna do a total burden reversal because of what happened over in Omni's Discord today with McToon. So I'm just saying, y'all, it's gonna be funny to watch. But
what happened?
So McToon went over to Omni's what's it called? I forgot the name of it. Called like Omni Talk, Omnivore, and all those guys, all the Globers. So McToon went over there and invited flat earthers to go, and I was just listening in, but nobody, because McToon, he totally did a reversal. I was like, you guys tell me anything that proves it's flat, anything. And nobody I was listening on YouTube, so I wasn't in the room, and nobody was stepping up. No one was jumping up. So then he's like, see, and he's telling all his audience, see, there's no proof of flat Earth, and it's dead, and they have no proof. And then I forgot who it was, but he was like, I threw a ruler on the ground. That was a stupid thing, and then he made fun of it. But I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure that's going to give the Globers this. Oh, that's how we got to approach it. So just be prepared for that, where we're going to have to tell them, dude, that you're doing a burden reversal there. Stop. Burden proof reversal, bro. That's your claim. That the shape, so prove it. But I'm just saying, it's going to be funny. The next week, or this week, should I say?
They made a new echo chamber. I mean, how many servers have they gone through just this year?
Dude, they have. Because they're trying to figure out what's going to stick. And then McToon, and here's the thing though, McToon goes to it. It's going to stay around for a little bit, but it'll die out just like all the others. There was only so many people there today because McToon did a show there, and it drew in all the people that were logged on to listen to McToon. They were pretty much logging into the Discord to get in there. So they were there was a lot of people, but only because McToon was there. And his followers, his dumbasses. All the Globers went over there. But it was pathetic, dude. Listening to a guy say, I don't know, you just gotta listen to it. Listen to his stream. It was retarded. That guy's a goon. It should be McGoon, not McToon. But I could already hear it, dude. They're gonna be tell me the evidence. Like Rob Noxious. Where's your evidence? Where's your proof of flat? They're just gonna be parroting him. And then see, victory, and then run a victory lap. See, you couldn't prove it.
It's easy to do. It's easy to prove flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we say water. Oh, but here's what happened. Here's what happened though. Then McToon goes, well then, Well, let me see the measurements. What measurements did you do? And then, right. Well, we know that, but remember, their level is curved because they're retarded. So
his question is, if the Earth is a globe, prove to me it's flat if it's a globe.
I guess. I don't know. He's just retarded, bro. Because a knucklehead. Yeah, but I was just like, oh my god, I can already hear it, dude. They're gonna start doing the burden of proof reversal on us. Then we're gonna have to remind them, no, dude, like you're the one with the claim. Like, don't ask us. We're telling you how we're debunking your globe. Like that's debunked. And ultimately, like, yeah, flat's not the shape. And also, nobody knows the true shape, quote unquote, of the entirety of this place. That's why I really enjoyed that earthquake conversation I had with that guy the other day. Matter of fact, I saw him in there. So he's probably going to come back here bringing up that shit. Watch. What was his name? Bull Knight or something like that? He'll probably be in here saying what McToon said, coached them. No, wait, was it Bull Knight? It was some dude yesterday. Were you there, Chris? It was some guy yesterday. He was a geologist or studying to be a geologist. Like he was like, oh, I know all about earthquakes. Didn't even fucking know that it's an animation on a screen. His equipment is all preloaded with Globe software. You didn't know that though. So it was fun.
Yeah, I think I remember right. Like he fucked up P and S waves. Like he didn't get it right.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
You're like, okay, which one goes side to side and which one goes up and down?
Yeah, he didn't know.
He didn't know. Like fifth grade level shit. You know, like when they talk about earthquakes, they're like,
right. They teach you in class in fucking fifth grade science, right? Like they'll teach you how the waves go. Like it's funny, right? But he's studying.
Even the fucking name, like this P. Which way do you think P waves go? And which way do S waves go? Like think about it. Like why do they call it P and S? Think about it. Just visualize the letter S.
I was gonna say that you can visualize S and look at the way it's swelling, like the way. Oh, that's hilarious, dude. Yeah, but I mean, at least that dude though, he actually was able to carry like a cool conversation. He wasn't like like your typical anti-flat earther. But I'm afraid if he keeps hanging around with those bozos, he's gonna end up being like them. Feel like they do damage control. When you have good conversations with these guys, then they go listen to that fucking nonsense, and then it's just like the crab pulling down the crab. Like they're back stuck into it again. Like, oh yeah, that's right, the rules of the globe. All right, everything we talked about, how we debunked everything about what they brought up, just goes out. That's when they come in, like you say. That's the reset.
Well, the good thing is that this might weed out a few of the flat Earth pretenders.
True. Oh, that's another thing. He was going over the list of like every flat earther that was in the arena of things, in the community of things that like went back to the globe. He was like reading it, a long list, like and this person and this person and this. It's like, dude, what is that? What you're fucking? Do you get off of that? You jack off to that list, bro? Like, what's wrong with you, dude? Like, what is that? What does that prove? No matter how many people believe a lie, it doesn't make the lie true, bro. Like, I don't know what he doesn't understand. And I didn't know that Liz Acosta is a glober again. I didn't know that. I did learn something from listening. I guess Lizbeth is not a flat earther anymore. He said. I don't know.
Never was a flat earther.
No one had ever heard of her. No one even knew. She must be one of Jaren's crew or something like.
Yeah, like it's almost like it was like a setup or something. Oh, like,
Yeah, almost.
because Will picked her. Remember, like Will picked her. Why didn't he take Brian?
Yeah, Brian Leakey. I mean, what the fuck? Like Brian Leakey.
Like, take a hardcore flat earther. You know what I mean? Like, that dude. I don't. Is he still flat? I don't even know at this point. No, he has to be, dude. That guy's not gonna be.
Oh man, he's done so many tests and observations. Like with him, it's like it's no doubt it's flat.
Yeah. He lives over there by. I believe he lives by Lake Pontchartrain, and he goes and like records it himself. Like he's like, no, that shit isn't curving over the block. I think he's the one that does that. But yeah, so imagine that the person he picked ends up becoming a Glover after seeing something in the sky. Imagine that.
Well, Brains a leaking doesn't have a camel toe, and he's dumb as fuck. So.
Oh man, Brent's a cool guy. Did you see my meme of you?
Who's a cool guy?
Brian.
Brains leaking. He's a dumb.
Well, you can be dumb but still be cool. He's a cool dude.
No, you can't.
Let me see here. Did you see my the little thing I made?
No, I didn't see your little thing.
Oh, whoa.
Ew. It's a family show.
Oh, I'm getting censored here. Oh, Flatsy's in this one even too. I made that little video. Flatsy and QE's in it. I don't know why I made Alpha the Nun. I guess it was just third in line, I guess.
Yeah, just my order.
What'd you say, Chris?
Just an order of like importance in the way.
Yeah, like who's like, who runs the room when they come in at that's kind of like the pecking order, if you will. Alpha's like, whoa, hold up, man. I'm third. What's going on here? Don't you read the name? Don't you know what Alpha means? Well, I get it.
I wonder with like Mick Booger either, well, how he said that all flat earthers, all of them, no exception, scumbags, dirty, rotten, filthy scumbags who should have their children taken away from them. And then if a flat earther switches to a globe, what does he say then? Oh, suddenly now you're okay. You're cool now.
Immediately. Okay, you're good now. Just the other day, he was talking about like, dude, I'm not even joking. He was saying like how there's a flat earther who's like running for office and he like wants to organize like a campaign to go against him just so that way he doesn't make it into, the politics of the state that he lives in. Like, bro, like this guy's like overzealous for a globe, bro. It's crazy.
I like my character. I got the boxing gloves on. T-Dub has a wrench.
Yeah. Just like, Flatsy in the back with a gun.
That's a perfect example of what QE calls an anti-flat earther. Those guys that go way out of their way like that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, dude, that's like obsessed, like demonic possessed, bro. Like that's crazy. Imagine trying to ruin someone's like political career just because his opinion on something. And he's like, do you want him to be a part of the school board and make decisions for your kids? Like, calm the fuck down, bro. Like, what's wrong with you?
Like, that's a new thing. It's just another thing.
Right. I forgot he was talking about too. I forgot the guy's name. He's like running for election or something like that next year. 2026. I have that full video actually of that, where it's just the 24/7 panel. Here you go. That's the full video if you guys want to look. It's funnier because it has the Glover saying something at the beginning, and then every time they hit them, they're saying something else. Like, we measure it flat. Could have done it way better, but I didn't spend that much time on it. I made this earlier for that moron that kept saying Lance Armstrong. I made this one.
I have a non-related globe, as in it has nothing to do with the globe, but I have a funny story. Is everyone ready for it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Okay. So, like a month ago, my boyfriend, who is now my ex because of all of the drama, but he stole 32 expired flares as some kind of, he like did it out of love blindness, and he thought, oh, Stacy, she's gonna find it so cool. I'm gonna take so many flares. And so he ended up taking them, 32 of them, and they're contraband. And, you know, you're not meant to have flares because they're explosive. And so he did that from his workplace, which deal with, like, lifeboats and stuff, which he no longer works at.
Oh, my gosh.
And then, like, a week ago, he got a call from his brother, and his brother's like, hey, dude, the police just called and were asking about flares. And apparently the brother handed in like 10 of the flares to the police because those were the 10 lying around in his house. But still, when he first got the flares, then, because we both drove back and forth quite a distance to get to work each day, then he was parked up next to my car, and he's like, Stacy, I'm going to have to drive to my work, and I have the flares I've taken in the back of my car. Can you put them in your car so I don't get in trouble? And I said, no, I'm not going to do that. But then he kept nagging, and I'm like, fine, just put them.
No, it's like, can you just hold this for me? Like, no.
So I had about 25 flares in my house. And so anyway, had those flares in my house. So when he got the call and he told me that his brother got a call about flares, then he also mentioned that it had apparently been dealt with because his brother handed in some and the police knew him and gave him a good word, blah, blah, blah. So when I got back to my house on like last Friday or whenever it was, then I was complaining to my female friends, and I'm like, oh, you never believe this whole flare drama. It's so annoying. And so I gave them the whole box of flares, and I said, look, it's so annoying. Can you believe that he's done this? And so then they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to hand it in. So, I mean, they probably should have waited for him to hand it in, but they just handed it in. And then when the police got them, they're scratching their head because there's nothing on the system, because whatever police the brother dealt with earlier sort of just didn't leave a trace because he thought the guy was like a good guy and he thought he'd vouch for them. So now the police were super confused at having 25 flares. And now all the while I'm like getting, and like it was a month ago, me and my boyfriend moved into an apartment and signed a 12-month lease. So then I broke up with him, and now his parents are like, oh, Stacy's orchestrated this whole thing. She probably was the one who called the police. Like, come on, I'm not the one who stole 32 flares. So much drama.
That's crazy. That's
what's been happening in my life.
Yeah, especially like now, like people are thinking about wildfires. There are people getting arrested all over the world for arson. I mean, there's some legitimate concerns given the the sign of the times and everything that we have to worry about. Like, I could see a legitimate concern over that. Like, what was he going to do? Like, light 32 flares on the beach in the ocean that says, like, I love you on it or something? Like, was that his plan?
Well, he did hear about my Salt Lake test, and he was just thinking, oh, would flares be good for a Salt Lake test?
Oh, for crying out loud.
So he was thoughtful, just like, could be a bit smarter.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to blame it on something, but I could blame it on autism because he was autistic.
Yeah, that could be. And he basically won the lottery with the police just like ignoring that. In what, Australia, right?
Yeah, Australia is like not the place you get away with anything.
Right. Right. Like, I could see that happening in like Texas or Tennessee or something like that. But yeah. Jeez. Jeez, man. That's a crazy story, all right. Although that would have been a great like test. That would have been a great long range test if you could have set them up appropriately, measure out the distances, and
Yeah, I
get
know,
an
but
elevation
the
profile.
logistics of,
Uh-oh, roboting.
making some sort of robotic arm to twist every flare at a certain distance would have been so hard to pull off, especially like with this, I'm roboting.
Yeah.
And then it also happened to be the week my twin sister flew out to a different state, and she's really unhealthy, so I've been really worried about her. So it was just everything on top of everything on top of everything happening at once.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
I
hey,
could
now I'm
see.
back
I
in the
mean, if
flat
something
Earth.
like that happening, you just check out for a while. Sorry, what's going on? You're lagged still. I'm sorry.
The good thing is I'm back in the flat Earth chat, so I have a bit more time to do that stuff again. Because I sort of stayed out because I knew it bothered him a bit, so I thought I'll be respectful and I'll just keep my flat Earth interest to myself. But now I'm free and I can be in the chat rooms again. Woohoo!
That's funny.
Yeah, hey Stacy, did you see I sent you an invite to the group chat for Ladies Night?
Okay, cool. I'll have a look at it. I'll try and be available as long as it's not too early or not too late.
Yeah, we're going to be a bit more involved in moderating both sides. I'm not going to allude to any specific issues, but you deserve better treatment than what you got last time. Okay. Awkward silence. Great. Yeah,
Not sure if you guys have heard. Not sure if you've heard this joke before, but why is the ocean wet?
Why is the ocean wet?
Because the seaweed.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
My kids will
there's
like that one.
There's dad jokes and then there's mom jokes. I think that's a mom joke.
That's funny.
I stole it from
Yeah,
someone.
why can't
but
the
I just found it
watermelon?
hilarious.
Why can't the watermelons get married? Because they cantaloupe.
I think the proper laughter is.
What do you call an Olympic swimmer with no arms? Bob.
A loser?
Hello,
Oh,
Bob.
I've got one for that, but it's called what do you call a guy with no arms and no legs in your pool? Bob. There's a whole string of them, right? What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs on your wall? Art. What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs in front of your door? Matt. But what do you call a guy with no arms and no legs in a pile of leaves? Russell.
Were you going to say something, Amish?
Yeah, that guy earlier, the three's less than Jesus guy with the suspicious colonial accent. He's now in my DMs, like bawling at me. So I just blocked him. Just
I'm begging you.
Like, no, I mean, just post what you said you got, or say you don't got it. Like, what's so hard about this? They get all weird and start attacking you. You're just like, no, I'm just asking you for what you said you got, man. Like, you said you're going to post it. Post it. If you don't have it, just say you don't have it. What's so hard about this? Well, we know what's so hard about this. And they know what's so hard about this, too.
I know what's so hard about this.
We all know what's so hard about this.
You're experiencing an identity crisis. For the nearest help, please dial 1-800 Flat Earth.
Flat Earth. It'd be cool if we had like they don't do that anymore, but like a call-in line, and then it goes to a live stream.
Yeah, I'm planning to get something going. I don't know what yet, but something.
Sí, señor. Pinche gringo. No
yeah, your feeble. Yeah, check this out, man. Your feeble attempt at trying to demean my accent.
Sí, señor.
Your accent doesn't work.
No, pito gringo.
You know why it doesn't work? You know why it doesn't work? I'm waiting.
He's gone. He's gone. He got choked. He got deported.
He got deported. ICE got him.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Hey, man, this new administration, man, they no joke when it comes to that. They're looking at me sideways, man, over here in the big city, profiling me and whatnot. But I'm an American. I'm a real boy.
I had some friends get out of the line of work I used to be in, and they went to Homeland Security. They went to like Border Patrol, and they're like, "Dude, you got to come try this." They're like, "It's like we're riding ATVs like we're in Afghanistan and stuff, but you know, after we do our thing, we're home in time for dinner."
Yeah, I was considering that field work.
Yeah,
and it's ironic because I'm of the brown persuasion.
Well, I mean, that's our best agents down there.
I'm like,
seriously.
Get your ass back over there, man. They're like, dude, you're supposed to be on my side. Fuck off, dude.
No. America's for everybody, pal. Just get in the right way.
You. Get your ass over there. No, I'm just kidding. I know, but I'm being facetious. Yeah,
I know.
I get it.
I know.
I might take it a little too far sometimes.
So like things got really bad for a while with all that, and they got depressed, and now they're like, "Yo, dude, we're back. The boys are back." So,
the boys are back in town.
That's it.
That gives Crit some flashbacks, bro. Back when he was driving that big old 72.
Shit, man.
He's running from the
beautiful cars.
He's running from the law, dude. Breaking the law. That's it all day.
Oh man.
Washing the dog.
What's up?
Shit. That's the brother from another mother right there.
Yo, I'm looking for Speds.
Who?
I'll unban one for you. It's that guy with the red background and the white cross with the South African accent. You want him?
I less than Jesus or whatever. I less than 3. He's trying to. I don't know.
I banned him because he said he had evidence that gas pressure was escaping out into outer space and being backfilled by the ground. and he wouldn't post it. He kept doing everything he could to get out of posting it. So we put him on mute and said, go post it or concede that you can't. And he didn't do either one. It was just a wall of text and complaining. He accused me of a genetic fallacy I didn't make. So I'm like, I'm done with this bullshit. So I banned him. Now he's in my DMs whining at me. So if you want to talk to him, I mean, he's all yours. He's quite a sped. But we could probably find some new speds.
Oh, who that guy this morning?
Oh my gosh, man. I'm sitting here, dude, ironing my clothes and crap and adjusting the temperature and like dropping shit. And I'm like, fuck. I'm dealing with that guy.
He hung around for a while. And he said ridiculous nonsense about any topic he touched. It was just utter nonsense came out of his face. It was bad. It's like, bro, so it'd be 15 degrees per hour would only be measured in a gyro on a pole. He's like, give me a citation. Yeah, he's like, give me a citation. Oh, okay. I'll freaking 15 degrees times the side of latitude here. Okay. Like you don't even have to think about it, right? Obviously, if the gyro's not aligned with the axis, right? The rotational axis going through the gyro, you can't measure 15 degrees per hour if you're on the rim, right? If you're on outside of that.
Yep.
He just did not get it. Just did not. I mean, I don't know if he's just like, he definitely had everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see a picture of that first, like, see what we're dealing with. But, like, if it's a single axis gyro, dude, that gets him every time. It got Jesse. He got taken down by that.
Well, it's like,
I think he was talking about ring laser, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's talking about a ring laser. Then he was like, they're different, like, somehow. Like a ring laser gyro would measure different than a mechanical gyro. Like he was just saying, he was just a nonsense machine.
Gosh. Yeah, you don't have to measure two different things at rest.
But India, none of them was invented for the rotation of the Earth.
Oh, of course not. Of course not.
Oh.
Like,
but they are using that. How you can use some instrument you invented for something, and that instrument will help you in future for the rotation of the Earth. Good.
He said Voyager and Gemini recorded the rotation of the Earth when they launched.
What?
Yeah, like I told you, man, he was a nonsense machine. He was talking to Alpha. Alpha asked him, "Hey, okay, when was the spin of the Earth observed?" And he was like, "Gemini and Voyager." Like, what? Well, like they weren't taking video, man.
Shit, man, it wasn't until they got to space that they figured it out, right? Like Kerbal Space Program. Like, oh fuck, Earth is turning, crash. Yeah, they'll say anything.
Yeah, they're just like they just all parrot each other. It's really bizarre.
It is. It troubles me a lot, probably more than anything about this topic. Yep.
Remember McToon? He did like a present. I swear to God, McToon's got to be the ringleader of stupidity. Because a lot of times he'll do a stream, right? And he'll say something in his stream. And then the next thing you know, we hear it for a week. Right?
Oh, I know.
It's like,
Alpha and I talk about that. Yep.
So he did a stream on where he's going through the the North American Triangulation Survey, whichever one it is. And he's
Dan?
Yeah, like no, this is a while back when he was like he's going through the tables right here. They add up more than 180 degrees. But and he's like, they assumed the flat Earth baseline and measured greater than 180 degrees. And everybody parroted that for so, like, when he made that, every Glober just came out of the woodwork saying that crap. And it's like, number one, that's not even possible. Number two, in the document itself, they say that that's not what they did, right? They do the so-called reduction of the horizontal direction, where they shift the azimuth according to the reference ellipsoid number.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, I remember reading that. That's in several places too. Wait, but they're saying that they pulled a cable, like the chain links, to get a baseline somewhere, and they ended up triangulating with that? I don't remember reading that in there.
No, they didn't do that. No, I'm just saying, like, everybody started parroting that 100. I mean, you heard the guy say it this morning, right? So they're still parroting it. They're still parroting McTune's misunderstanding, mistake, whatever he thought from way back when. They're still parroting it, dude. Like, it's.
I mean, they still share, like, 2017 era flatearth.ws memes. I mean, those were old when I was new at this.
I know, right?
So,
dude, they're like a Rorschach test for Globers or something. If you're a Glober and you post that, you're just telling me you're stupid. That's what you're saying. It's like a litmus test.
Right.
It tells you what level you're at, like what level of understanding of your own horseshit is. If you post that, like I already know, like you're a nutcase.
Yeah, like Pontchartrain pops up. It's like, here's a newbie.
Yo, so there's still dudes on X posting it.
Yeah, I see it all the time.
Wendell, fucking
Wendover.
East Wendell. Yeah, East Wendover. And what's another one?
The wind farm off of Beltway. That was the wind farm.
Yeah,
off
exactly. Yeah, it was all three in the same, dude. It was like, my God.
Yeah, like, haven't they heard these rebuttals before? Like, we've got them all over the home server. Pretty much everybody has said a piece about it at this point.
Yeah, they just pretend it didn't happen. Like, like, I don't know. Telling you, man, like like I should try and get a U.S. government grant to try to like psych eval these people, dude. Just gotta just like some of these people. Their thinking is so bad. Like, just like I don't even care about the topic. Like, it wouldn't even matter the topic. If this is like your critical thinking in any topic, that's just scary. If this is like how you think.
Yeah, like you think a psychologist, right? Like, who's a professional, knows how to set aside professional bias. The kind of people that maybe administer like IQ tests one-on-one. People like that should be able to look at this kind of thing objectively and analyze how they're thinking and think about all the cognitive neuro-linguistic connections that are broken.
Yeah, I think you need maybe a neurologist or something. Something that's cross-disciplinary.
Right.
Yeah, it's like psychology and neurology at the same time.
Yeah, like they have to map it to the thalamus, to the this, that. Yeah, I got you, man. They could probably light up them with an EKG and see dark spots on their brains.
Well, I just mentioned neurology because neurology does have objective tests for thought and function, and where psychology not so much, right? But the thing is, just tying them together, like the neurological aspect to the psychological aspect, and try to correlate them into you'd have to get a transcript, go over and start basically, you'd have to try to mark up their session, right? Say they came in here, they had a discussion with us, right?
Right.
And see if you could correlate emotional outbursts to logical fallacies. That's what I'd like to do. Emotional, like a loss of emotional control. Like, does it correlate to the amount of logical fallacies they use?
Yeah, or like patterns of deception and lying, being deceitful.
Yeah.
So
yeah, the lying
like
part
a police interrogator that could sit down with a transcript and like just look at how they use words to apply distance to things and people and stuff, and look how there's so much to that, right? I think you're right. You could probably get maybe a team of maybe 3 people and cover a lot of ground. 3 disciplines.
You should just
like,
some Globo bingo cards.
Yo, Stacey, that's a badass video you made. I saw that.
Yeah, I'll probably post a less quick version, like just not sped up eventually.
It's a weird.
So what do you think? How about a $5 million grant for a 5-year project, 3 people?
I'll take it.
That's chump change.
I mean, we actually do have a large sample size, like with all the interactions we've ever had. If we could actually sift that out somehow, like
yeah,
we do have a statistically significant sample size. There's no doubt about that.
yeah, and historical too, right? I mean,
we would need personal details. We need personal details to try and like I don't know. I'd correlate all sort of social factors. Like, are they single? They from a single mother household? Was dad in the home? Were they abused? Like what's wrong with these people?
Man, it's when AI gets good and it could transcribe our 12-hour long recording segments and then have the context window and tokens to deal with that kind of thing. I think we're going to reach the next level. We're going to be able to start doing this ourselves.
Have you tried to? Maybe I should try it. I should do an experiment. I should because we don't really need the video, but to extract the audio, I should try and find like what length of clip takes up the 1 million tokens. Because I've done a 2-hour one, but I included the video and that was 240,000 tokens. But with just audio, it would be probably less tokens.
Yeah.
I should try to find out what, like, I could probably come up with a number like 1 million tokens equals, 5 hours of audio or something.
Does changing the file format like have any consequence on that? Like if you were to like lower the bit rate or something? And
it's a good point. Huh. I don't know. I'll find out. Maybe I'm going to do some testing.
Okay.
Because I have done it, right? So I took one conversation Alpha was having and a couple other people, and I uploaded it to Gemini. Gemini's got the million token context window. So I uploaded it, and it did break it all down and summarized it all quite nicely, as a matter of fact.
That's good.
I might have a link to it. Hold on. Let me check it out, dude. See if I still got like in my history. I was trolling people with it. Not really trolling. There's people on X defending 9/11. So I asked Gemini. I said, "How fast does a plane have to go to vaporize when it hits the ground?" It's something like 37,000 miles per hour. So I posted the math to that, and I think I uploaded because they said that the Shanksville plane vaporized. Remember that's what they were saying. It vaporized when it hit the ground. It was the craziest thing. It didn't even go to liquid phase. It went straight to gas.
Yes, they did say that. They did say vaporized. That's a lot of energy, dude. That's like.
But I couldn't find the audio, like the actual the broadcast news clips. But when I was looking for the broadcast news clips, it was in tons of newspapers, tons and tons and tons. Actually printed that the plane vaporized.
Jeez, and now everyone repeats it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
But we all know it was vaporized. Everyone knows.
Let me see. Okay, Flat Earth podcast summary.
Wait, what are we
Okay, let me
talking?
see.
9/11 freaking planes vaporizing? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the Shanksville plane vaporized, man.
Dude, all of them vaporized. Every one of them. What are you talking about, man? Freaking it was the funniest thing is that I was watching Fox, and Michael J. Bodden, he was like the autopsy guy. He used to have these shows on, and he got on, and they were like, "So where are all the bodies that were on the plane?" He's like, "Well," and the lady's like, "When they're, they probably got all burnt up." He's like, "No." He's like, "Bodies." He goes, "I've pulled bodies out of house fires that burned for 20 hours straight." He goes, "The outside's destroyed, the inside's very much intact, organs, bone, all that stuff. He's like, none of these would have been destroyed." He said they might have been in pieces, but for them to be like incinerated down to nothing, he's like, and she said, "So what's your conclusion?" He said, "Well, if there were planes that hit the towers," he goes, "there wasn't any bodies on them because you would have found them." He said that right on Fox News. It's probably scrubbed from the freaking internet, but yeah. Wow. Yep. What a bunch of nonsense.
And that's some Full Metal Alchemist shit right there.
Freaking vaporized, dude. Like they turned into plasma. There was a plasma explosion when it hit the ground. What's up?
So I did look it up back then, and so I looked up I looked into the scientific literature to see what it takes to get something to vaporize, right? And they shot it was called a titanium ablator, right? So it's basically like a rod that they shot, and they shot it 11,000 miles per hour at something like in a freaking lab, and it still didn't vaporize.
Yeah, well, dude, yeah, that's the whole idea. Like, they're going to drop tungsten rods from space. Remember hearing that shit?
Yeah, rods from God, baby.
Yeah, friggin'.
Oh, my. Hey, yo.
I know, that sounds gay as shit, man.
Like, dude, it would be freaking cool. Even if you dropped it from high up, right? Like, and had the little, the same way the laser guided, the ones that kind of just drop and they just got fins kind of guide their way into a painted target. Just like in Clear and Present Danger. Like, if you had that would be freaking. Get all my freaking information from movies.
Typical conspiracy theorist flat earther, man. Typical.
Yeah.
That'd be a really big balloon. So I was saying earlier, I was looking at the fairing designs of a lot of heavy lift rockets recently, and just stuff on the internet, and there's a lot of freaking empty space in them that they would have to vacuum out so that the thing wouldn't have back pressure and explode when it gets up to a low pressure environment. It's just like here's the tiny payload here sitting at the bottom of the fairing. Here's this big cavernous empty space, just full of nothing, I guess. And I'm like, you know what? I think there's something else going on in there. Just saying, I'm suspicious. All right, Indio's posting here. This is it.
Why do they break off in chunks? When they shoot them up, the rockets, why do they break off in chunks? Like they have a piece that falls off and a big thing. What's up with that?
Shedding dead weight.
Dude, the reason they're so just light and shitty is because they're all helium-filled freaking magic tricks. That's what it's about. It's about watching them rumble and shake, and they take off, and you get to watch them for like freaking 10 minutes because they're not doing freaking Mach whatever. They're not doing anything. They're probably doing like 300 miles an hour at the most. Some nonsense for video. Same way the shuttle went, and, any Apollo rocket. It's all for video production.
I agree with you, BP. It's like fireworks, man. People love fireworks.
You're roboting, bro.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I just posted.
Oh, roboting? Shit.
Yeah. So that was this was 30 minutes of audio. Summarized it, and that was 65,000 tokens.
Not bad. Not bad. I bet this can get more efficient too.
Now, mind you, that was like, I think there was maybe only 3 people speaking, or 4 people speaking the whole time. It might get like more people speaking might have to I don't know if it'll. I don't know, because it's fucking stupid AI. Who knows? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What seems obvious to me, like, I got to figure out what 5 people said. To me, that seems like that takes more brain power, but to the AI, maybe it don't. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not really hearing like the voice so much like we do, it has to be able to process from context different people talking.
Yeah. I imagine it's like transcribing it, and then so I tried to get it to do diarization, which is like take the audio and break it up like this into speakers, right? So like speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3, right? And then it breaks up who said what. It didn't do that very well.
Okay.
I have Adobe Premiere. Adobe Premiere is actually pretty good at it. It's been built into it for a while now. And I think that uses like an AI on their end. So not on your computer, it uses like an AI, like, because now all the like Adobe products, they're like, like this creative cloud thing. So they're all internet connected.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to download and install it, but it's always like up like the Adobe.
I hate that shit.
Wait, can you use AI to do the animated thing that you did before? Remember Indio, the animated character that has arms waving and stuff when he was talking? Can we have AI do that for us?
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, I mean those AIs cost money though.
Oh, well, hey, listen,
What I
let's not
use-
be brokies in here, chat.
Okay, because you're Bugatti.
I'm just joking. I'm joking. You know?
I have to kind of step out, folks. I got to water some plants, and then I'll be on text only.
All right. I'll talk to you.
That sounds like code for something.
Kind of plants.
All right.
I just got all my starts going late, but all the beans are up and all the peas are up. Mega peas.
You fucking garden in a wheelchair?
Yeah, dude, I got
That's so beautiful. That's such a good visual.
Crippled tubers. I got crippled ramp taters. Crippled freaking peas. Crippled beans. Crippled crop. I got a crippled crop.
Is it like tank treads on your wheelchair?
No.
I know, he's got the chains on, man.
He's got dirt bike tires.
Yeah, he's got the off-roaders.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
Off-roading in the wheelchair.
So I just saw a video, Paraplegic. You'll get a kick out of this. Cops arrest. The title was, I'll just read it to you because it's so crazy. Cops arrest paraplegic man in wheelchair for, quote, kicking down door and, quote, fleeing on foot.
What? Oh my God.
They actually tried to. So they basically went to some crazy meth chick's house. She's like, someone tried to kick down my door, and then the cops asked her all these questions. And I don't know if she's just messed up from being a meth head. I mean, because she looked like she had some injuries. And he was like, who was it? It was my boyfriend. We just broke up like two days ago. She named the dude she went out with 20 years before that's been a paraplegic for 20 years. And they went and they arrested the guy, took him out of his chair. He fucking flops on the floor, dude, because he's like paralyzed from like the center of his chest up. So he can move his arms and stuff, but he can't move his lower body. He has no lower body control. So he falls out of the wheelchair. So this is on the cop's cam, all this shit, right? It's on the cop cam. Cop goes in, starts to talk to his lieutenant. His lieutenant's like got his feet up on the desk eating pretzels and trying to concoct a way that a paraplegic could have did the crime, dude. Like, seriously. Well, he could still have use of his arms, right? He could have bashed the door down with his hands, and he still could have caused the injuries. Dude, it was so crazy, dude.
I got the best story about me being in a car down in Baltimore City, doing the wrong thing, and like the cops pulling us over and thinking we had stuff on us, and like the cop coming up to the door and be like, "Get out of the car now!" And I'm like, "Ain't happening, buddy. Can't friggin' walk." I got hit upside the head with his freaking gun. And I said, "You can hit me with the gun all you want. They're going to make my legs work." I was like the freaking wheelchairs on the back seat, see? Yeah, they fucking threw me out on the freaking damn...
I find it funny, like in Baltimore, the police headquarters is like right down the street from Scores.
Oh, that's the old... Yeah, well, yeah, that is right on Baltimore Street. Yeah, it is still... but that was all the way back when they had like separate precincts. Like they literally hauled me in. They hauled me in. I had nothing on me, nothing, except for what I had hidden that I was doing in the jail cell. But anyway, so dude, it's just messed up, man. Like it all got dropped when I got to court, though. You know, like they just freaking threw me on the ground. Like it was messed up, man. Didn't find anything. Dude, like they drug me in, like threw me in a freaking cell, like a regular cell. It was freaking messed up. Oh Lord, the shit I used to do.
Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody? Mic check. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, Stacy, that was you. But your voice is, your audio is so low.
Yeah, my audio is not good. I'm driving.
Oh, okay.